say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
Issue isn't what you have to offer, but who you offer it
I say,
to.
hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
Hey, you shaking harder than Michael J. Fox on Hypnotizer.
Okay. Lo siento, guys. Give me just a second. I just like updated a driver, and apparently it like fucked up my whole system. So give me just a second. Let me see if I can get this. Okay. There. All right. We got the camera back. What the hell? Can I shut this fucking music up? Holy shit. Shut the fuck up. Oh, it's the fucking Call of Duty game. Oh, it's working now. The update to the drivers worked. The update to the fucking drivers worked. Let's go. Alright. Alright, give me a second. Let me change some of this stuff real quick. Damn, I did not think it was gonna do this, especially like right in the middle of the intro, just everything shut down. Like the monitor went down and everything and then came back up. I guess the problem that I've been having is that, damn, that music is fucking loud on my end. Shut the hell up. I guess the issue that I've been having is that the drivers weren't updated, and so it wasn't allowing me to play the game. Okay, restart. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can get some of this set up while that's plugging around. Okay. Let me set this to shut the fuck up mode. Okay. Alright, can I get the chat up now? Oh damn, is this game is making me lag like crazy, eh? Alright, well this might not work anyways. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Just repeating oh fuck over and over, dude. Joe Romero, what it do? Tom, I turned the master volume off. Settings are so bad. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to. So I have, let's see. This on yet? No. I have it on controller. Huh. Okay, so this is Warzone over here, right? Right? Although I think I like Resurgence a little bit better. Let's see if I'm able to play this yet. Fuck, this is lagging like crazy. And it still doesn't have my chat up for some reason. Let me see if I can fix this. I don't know why the chat fucks up so much sometimes. Especially lately, the chat's been having a lot of problems. Yeah, I don't know if we're playing. I don't know if it's gonna work yet. Like I truly I have very little faith that this is even gonna work. So the fact that it's just popping up right now, I'm figured okay, might as well try it right now. But it's probably not gonna work, and I'm probably just gonna X out of it and move on in just a minute. So I'm gonna. try it out first. Alright, where's my chat? Okay. Yeah, the chat's still not working. I can't see anything. I don't know what it wants me to do. And the fact that it's lagging this much makes it to where... Oh, it says it's still loading. 32%. Okay. Well... Yeah, this is gonna take way too long, and it's gonna lag everything way too much, so... Alright. We'll, move on from this shit then. Why is it still... Why do I still hear that fucking music? Fuck. Alright. Deal with this another time. There we go. Alright. Let's see if we can get the chat to work now. Because Call of Duty music is within the hearts of all of us. Huh. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, the chat's still not working.
because we are certainly not the least and maybe the most indigenous people to the region. Until you,
Dude, you're Polish.
Chuck, stay with us. I'm going to come to you after.
no, I am not willing. I am not willing to engage in this kind of discussion.
Agree or face the consequences. That's the warning to Hamas following the announcement of a new Gaza peace plan. Israel says it's on board. The White House has called it historic. But there's a catch. Hamas wasn't consulted. Is the future of Gaza being decided for the Palestinians without their input? We debate the latest deal on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nusafora.
Yeah, it's well, when we went over this, I kept thinking this is so weird that they're like, nobody from Hamas is even there. They don't even have representatives there. They're just they're just telling them what the deal is. So stupid. There's no way to consult Hamas. Yeah, true. The last two times they said that they came to agreements with Hamas, that they just who knows how the fuck that happened.
It was a typically superlative-laden address from the US president.
So this is a big, big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Big day.
Alongside Benjamin Netanyahu, President Donald Trump outlined the 20-point peace plan that has the backing of Israel, along with many Western and regional countries.
And as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard. Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard.
So
And
stupid,
it
dude.
would be
What a
if
fucking
this
idiot.
was a comprehensive roadmap born out of collaborative negotiations and agreed to by all sides. However, this Israel-US plan was announced to the press before Hamas negotiators had even seen a copy of it, let alone signed on. According to some regional analysts, it's less of a roadmap and more of a rough sketch. Of particular concern is the day after plan, which envisages Palestinians handing over control of Gaza to an international body led by President Trump and including former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair. Coming up, we'll debate whether this is really an historic plan that can end the war and deliver long-term peace, if Hamas has no choice but to accept the deal, and if the day after plan is a colonial imposition or a pathway to a Palestinian state. Joining the show is Chuck Freilich, a former Deputy National Security Advisor for Israel and Professor at Columbia University. Cenk Uygur is joining us again here on Counterpoints, host and CEO of the Young Turks, an independent American news organisation, and Kamel Hawash, a Palestinian writer and analyst who vice chairs the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign, is rounding out our panel. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, President Trump says his 20-point plan will not only end the war in Gaza, but ensure eternal peace in the Middle East, as he called it. Considering the generations of entrenched mistrust and conflict, it is a bold claim. But the newly announced deal has been endorsed by regional neighbours and major Muslim-majority countries. Kamel, let's start with you. Can this deal actually end the war and deliver long-term peace?
I first of all say that I'm no longer the chair of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign.
Shut up, Andrew.
I stopped being that a while ago, so I speak in my own name just so that it's clear. I'm not speaking on their behalf.
Okay,
When I heard the plan, the thing that came to my mind was the Balfour Declaration, because I'm here in the UK. we had a Zionist, Rothschild, and a British minister deciding for the Palestinians what was going to happen in their land. And when I watched Trump and Netanyahu, it was deja vu. You had a Zionist in Netanyahu and an American president deciding what happens to the Palestinians in Washington. In both cases, the Palestinians were missing. So before we jump to what might happen, it's important that the lack of presence of the Palestinians is wrong. They should have been involved, even if it wasn't the Palestinian Authority, someone else and a few Palestinians could have been involved in these discussions. Now, in terms of...
Oh, it's got new settings for the overlay. Oh. Okay.
The plan, it is an Israeli plan approved and agreed with Washington because they are partners. And the way it's framed, it considers what does Israel want and says, here you are, have it. And then on the Palestinian side, there might be an end to the aggression by Israel and the genocide. But what is certain is the release of the remaining prisoners of war. The fact that Gaza would be economically developed again by an organization that has nothing to do with the Palestinians on behalf of the Palestinians, but really for Trump and his cronies to benefit, is also an important problem with this particular plan. Now, of course, what we all want, I'm sure, is an end to the killing. And that is what is playing on my...
Okay, now that I got this fixed, let me...
genocide.
Shut the fuck up!
But, what is certain is the release of the remaining prisoners of
kind of fought a Second World War II for it. That's why my grandfather went to war. So I'm kind of getting off topic. What I was trying to say is that
my grandfather went to war. That's why you want the war, guys. My grandfather. Bro. It's an insurrection, guys. Holy shit, it's an insurrection happening. This is an insurrection, okay? This is, according to AOC's definition, this is an insurrection, guys. According to Destiny's definition, that's an insurrection. He said if there's smoke bombs, that it's an insurrection. According to the January 6th committee, that's an insurrection.
And I didn't even know that until other people told me about it.
Bella Ciao.
Was a furry, and he was in the middle of transition. So
Has anybody seen any evidence that the roommate was actually a furry? All I've seen is that they dressed up in like a onesie pajamas, and that's that's what they said was making it a onesie. Was that, or sorry, that's what made them a furry, was the onesie. I don't have the goals up tonight.
my mind. How can we get to that? Because even today, the Israelis continue to...
Yeah, remember when Bella Ciao happened?
Killing little children, killing women, killing elderly men without mercy, and then finally saying to them, if anyone remains in Gaza, which is home to 1 million people, they will be considered terrorists or supporters of terrorists. How can you build a peace with that all happening in the background?
Okay, Chuck, give me your thoughts on what Kamal has said, but also on your impressions of this deal in general.
Sounds
Well,
awesome,
first of
Joe.
all, let me say that I greatly regret some of the things that Kamal said. I think this is a continuation of the kind of time-worn and most unproductive rhetoric that we've heard from the Palestinians for decades, and it doesn't matter what is happening, we will hear the exact same arguments. Now, Kamal may be right that the Palestinians were not really.
Do you agree
deeply
that the Palestinians should have been involved? Do you think the Palestinians should have been involved in these discussions?
We'll just let Chuck finish his response first, and then I'll get you.
Yeah,
to,
shut the
to
fuck up,
reiterate
you
your
fat
point.
loser.
I mean, it really helps to let me finish my sentence.
Yeah, it
because
helps
if
if you know what the fuck he's gonna
might be
say.
right that the Palestinians were missing here.
You want to be helpful.
There's a reason for that.
Oh my
When you
goodness.
reject proposal after proposal after proposal, dramatic proposals that Israel and the United States have put on the table.
The most dramatic
repeatedly,
of all
which would
proposals.
give the Palestinians a state on 100% of Gaza and 98% of the West Bank 25 years ago, with the capital.
This guy's bald, bro. And this guy's fucking bald. And this guy's got a shiny head. Embarrassing, dude.
Jerusalem, when you keep protecting just about everything Israel could possibly give you, then you lose your agency. Now, we also hear the endless and false allegations of genocide. If you want to talk about genocide here, the only party that has tried to do it is Hamas, whose plan was for Israel's destruction. And we know from the captured documents that there was a Hamas, Hezbollah, Iranian plan, which was for Israel's destruction, not in the future as the Iranians and the others have hoped.
Gwar? What is Gwar? Tom, it was great. Gwar is fucking sick. They murdered everyone on stage. What?
Always spoken. But Mr. Sinwar had the idea that it could actually be done in 2023. So Israel has been fighting a war for its survival against an enemy which was committed to its. Now, sir, you can laugh, and I can laugh at what you will say, but we might want to conduct a more polite kind of discussion.
You might not.
Here.
You might not.
The plan isn't an.
You're making a lot of assumptions there, Baldy.
Kind of rhetoric that the Palestinians
You
always
bald
say,
fucking
because
loser.
they're incapable of saying yes to anything that is less than 100% of their demands, and you don't get that in the real world. Now, this is a plan which ends the war. I believe.
Okay, I changed my mind. I'm putting the donut goals up.
The Palestinians are interested in that. It speaks about a Palestinian state. That's something that the right-wing coalition in Israel, who I do not support, by the way, but that is something that the right-wing coalition in Israel may come apart over. It talks about a peace process leading to a Palestinian state down the line. So since Hamas started this war with a massacre and bears at least half, I would say much more, of the responsibility for the war's perpetuation, it's actually a pretty good outcome for them. The biggest problem, if I can just say, is actually in its what should be on paper its greatest advantage, which is that it speaks about Hamas being disarmed, about a new non-Hamas government taking over, both in the transition period and subsequently. I think it takes a really big leap of faith to believe that this international force can really lead to Hamas's disarmament, and it's no longer being the government in power. That's where I have a major problem with this plan.
We're going to come to Hamas specifically in the second section of our debate, but Cenk, let me bring you in here. I mean, what do you make of that? A maximalist approach from the Palestinians hasn't worked. You know, they've lost agency in some of what Chuck was saying. What do you make of that?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm going to probably get disagreement on both sides here, and I'm going to surprise you guys a little bit in a second. But first, to the points that you're bringing up here. All this is nonsense. It's not remotely true. So there was American negotiators who said the Rabin deal was a joke. It was totally skewed towards Israel. Almost every deal that Israel has offered has been totally skewed on behalf of Israel. They offer you a terrible deal, and then you go, what? You didn't take the deal.
Whoa.
Like this one in particular. There was one offer. Ehud Omer in 2008 kind of made an offer that I think the Palestinians should have taken. But so, okay, we can agree to disagree on whether they did the right thing or the wrong thing at different times. But the second part of that was what was disturbing, because the professor here seems like a very genteel guy and love to get, into an exchange of ideas, etc. But then he says things very subtly that are really terrible. Like the Palestinians have lost their agency. What does that mean? Are you saying that that we don't have to take them into account anymore? We can just ignore them?
Did he say Palestinians or did he say Hamas? Or Hamas?
And and I know what you mean in terms of
I
Israel.
was saying that's
slaughter them,
unfortunate.
starve them. Wait. Okay, we'll let you finish. Let me finish, and then you can answer. Okay, so look, let's get to the deal. And then I want to address one other thing the professor said. Okay, so I think that they should take the deal. I think that Hamas should not run Gaza, and that doesn't mean that I think the deal is a good deal. I think Israel will, whether it's good or bad, is irrelevant, because Israel will never abide by the deal. And in fact, Netanyahu has already said in Hebrew, conveniently, back at home, oh, we're not going to leave Gaza. He thinks the Americans are a joke. So he's like, yeah, I'll tell the Americans we're going to leave Gaza. We get the hostages back in 72 hours. And then obviously what they'll do is what they've done literally every single time, which is they'll break the ceasefire and they'll go back to massacres, and they'll go back to the slaughterhouse. They'll go back to the internment camps. They'll go back to ethnic cleansing.
Oh, that's cool. It has the little chat crowns on there now. So now whoever's in first or second or third place, it's added that to the chat screen. Is that on my screenshot?
Trying to drive out the Palestinians so they can steal Gaza for greater Israel. But I want that exposed. I don't, first of all, I want the hostages back. Second of all, I don't want Hamas running Gaza. And third of all, I want to expose Israel's actual agenda, because there is a 0% chance that Israel is going to stop.
I'm going to put that to Chuck in a moment. Chuck, I'm going to bring you in on that point. But Kamal, let's bring you back in. What do you make of some of what both of the gentlemen have been saying here, particularly this idea of a maximalist approach leading to loss of agency for Palestinians? What do you think that means?
The loss of
smack that like
happened
button.
because they haven't brought them in. They should have brought them in, the Palestinians. Even though I am against the Oslo Agreement, there was at least negotiations between the Palestinians and the Israelis. It wasn't the Americans and the Israelis deciding what happens. And it
well, and this is what Trump did with the Ukrainian agreement as well. So this has been kind of his MO here, is just going and talking to whoever it is he likes more in this scenario, and then just giving them whatever it is that they want and ignoring the other side. So this is kind of stupid. Like, you can dislike Hamas all you want, but like, to act like you're going to get any sort of deal without them being included in the negotiations is just fucking retarded.
Oslo has been a disaster, but that's a different story. I believe that if Israel was genuine about wanting coexistence.
Hey, yo, Anthony, welcome to Fools 3. Let's go, dude. Fools 3, big fucking money. Let's get some cheers in chat. Let's put some of those emotes to use. You better watch it.
And peace, and I'm afraid with this government there's no chance of that, then it would have said, or at least Trump should have said to them, you must sit down with the Palestinians and come to an agreement about how we end the current situation. In terms of the previous negotiations, which went on for years, Israel always wanted them to continue for years. They didn't want to have peace with the Palestinians. They didn't want two states because Oslo in itself said 5 years from that date, 1990, there will be a Palestinian state. Instead, Israel expanded the settlements to make it impossible for that to happen. And we must remember that while
this game is cheating,
are happening, and there was
it lagged.
Israel is actually taking parts of the West Bank land, is arming the settlers. They're wants glitching. To drive the Palestinians out. 75,000 people have been driven in the West Bank, where there is no Hamas, by the way, in government. 75,000 people have been driven out of the refugee camps, and they've been destroyed in the same way as Gaza has been destroyed. So my interest is in the larger. First of all, end the killing now, but then how do we get to a solution to this problem? Some people think it should be equality for all. And I live in the UK. It would be strange if Indians had less rights, Indian Brits, less rights than, Scottish people or Afro-Caribbeans. Equality should be the basis of anything that happens. The biggest problem is Zionism and the Jewish supremacy that has not ended to this day. And this particular plan is part of it. It is Israel that determines what happens to the Palestinians. And it is not the Palestinians being seen as equals who should be negotiated with so that they can live together as Jews and Muslims and Christians lived before Israel was created in the whole Middle East.
Okay. All right, Chuck, let's bring you in on to respond to those comments from Kamal, but I also want you to pick up on something that Cenk had said with regards to this assertion from Cenk that there's zero chance of Israel withdrawing. I mean, if, as this plan says, within 72 hours, Hamas has to hand over all the hostages. Without any leverage, then what's stopping Israel from saying, well, thanks, we've got them back and now we're going to continue with our campaign, like what they did back in March?
Well, first of all, you've got the fact that Israel will have signed on an agreement. And I agree that in March, Israel did not, but it actually has a long history of abiding by its commitments. And second of all, you have the...
You should watch the debate before Coleman Hughes and Dave Smith. What does that mean, the debate before Coleman Hughes and Dave Smith? What does that mean?
Commitment by the President of the United States, and that should be more than enough of a source of confidence for the other side here. But I must say, I listen to people like Kamal, and I also listen to Cenk, and frankly, both of you simply don't know the facts. Kamal, the Oslo Agreement never said that there would be a...
Between? I'm sorry, I don't know what that... I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what... I have no idea what that means. Before, between, after... What does that mean?
A Palestinian state at the end of 5 years. It was a framework agreement for a 5-year negotiating position in which the Palestinian side, in which the Palestinian side said that their end game is a Palestinian state, and that was a possibility.
Oh, speaking of, earlier, if you were at the TikTok stream that I did, There was a period where I was talking about the fact that Modern Day Debates is trying to set up a debate for me to do, is the right or left more violent? And just a little while ago, they sent me a DM asking if I want to do a panel on the topic. So I don't know who all is going to be there. I didn't really ask, but it's, I think it's supposed to be on the 17th. Oh, the debate between the two of them. Okay. Okay. It sounded like you were saying they did a debate between other debates, and I was like, is there like a show that did a bunch of debates in a row and they debated each other between other debates, or? Okay. Got it.
But the agreement did not say that there would be a Palestinian state. So let's be clear about
So
that.
that's terrible.
Second thing,
So
Well,
that-
Modern Day Debates and I, like, we've had a bunch of conversations in the past about doing debates together or having me on debates, and it just, there was always some issue, and then eventually we just kind of stopped. We just kind of stopped talking. Which I like, we still like reached out to each other. Like, he would reach out to me asking for, you know, if somebody would do this debate, or asking for like connects to people. I would ask him for connections to people. So like, we still talk to each other, but as far as like setting up debates, we have not had a conversation in a while. I've literally never done a debate on Modern Day Debates. I've never done one because, yeah, it's just every time we had some sort of issues, and so yeah, this'll maybe, assuming this one works out, well, this'll be the first one that I do over there, which I've always liked Modern Day Debates. I've always enjoyed their shows, so yeah, hopefully this one works out well.
makes sense why the Palestinians didn't.
That is not true.
Excuse me, Cenk does not know the history of the negotiations. Oslo was only one of the things I was talking about. That what I was talking about were the two proposals in 2000 and the proposal again in 2008. And that would have, I say this again, that would have given the Palestinians a state on 100% of Gaza, 98% of the West Bank, a capital in East Jerusalem, and some resolution of the refugee issue. A complete return, if they wanted, to the Palestinian state. And these proposals were turned down. Now, you have to learn how to say yes, and I sometimes wonder if there was a word for yes, I'm being facetious, in Palestinian Arabic. The talk about, Kamal's talk about Zionism, sir, I...
So keen for that debate. Muddy Stats got people in the middle looking both ways. Yeah, I even some of the conversations that I've had with people about like right wingers, a lot of them keep claiming that like the stats are gay, that they're wrong, that they went through some of the stats and they have like a bunch of fake stuff on there, like a guy just got in a car wreck and then they called it a right-wing political murder, and it was like, it was just a fender bender and nobody even died and they called it a political murder. And it's like, which person was that? So you just go look at the study, dude. Just go look at the names. Which study? Just go look at it, bro. What do you mean? How the fuck am I? There's tons of studies on this. Which one are you telling? I don't even know what. If you can give me the name, or like the name of the study, the name of the person that you're talking about that like supposedly got in the car wreck, the name, like anything, like anything at all, maybe I'd be able to go look at this. But there's just always, there's always people just like making up some weird reason to be upset with the fucking studies, and I never even like have a chance to like verify what they're saying or even debunk it, because they just don't even have enough information. Like Steven Crowder came out with a bunch of stuff talking about like the study lied about the fact that right-wingers are more violent. And then he posted this, you could go check my website. You go check his website. And it just says, there was there was this one person who wasn't even included, and this was obviously left-wing violence. What study? You didn't even say what fucking study you're talking about. It wasn't included in which one? And then we went and looked into the murder that he was talking about, and no study would have included it. But I assume he was talking about the Cato Institute one. And the problem with his the person that he brought up was that they, like, he said that they didn't mention the BLM murder, but the guy who they mentioned, he killed himself. Almost all of these studies are going based off of convictions. Like, to just say somebody did something, but there's not even a conviction. Like, normally, yeah, we need to wait for like a criminal conviction in order to say somebody did something. And if you're telling me that you think studies should just come to their own conclusions on who did what, that's a little ridiculous. Like, everybody's always complaining about the way that the studies are done and that they're done in a biased way. All right, well, motherfucker, if you think that they're doing it in a biased way, yeah, you think it would be better off if they just went and started guessing who did the fucking murders without any sort of criminal conviction. Like, I can't imagine a more biased way of doing it, or at least a broader path for them to do things in a biased way. The fact that they're waiting for criminal convictions and then kind of analyzing the person's politics afterwards, it seems to be a good way of doing it. So if somebody kills themselves before they can even be like charged with a crime, then yeah, there's not much you could do about that.
Submit to you that until you and people like yourself come to recognize Israel's right to exist as a predominantly Jewish state, a democratic state, predominantly Jewish, in the ancient land of Israel, because we are certainly not the least and maybe the most indigenous people to the region.
That was cheating.
Dude, you're Polish.
There will never be
You're
peace
Polish.
in our region.
Okay, I'm just going to get you to pause for one moment there, just for the sake of time. Kamal, I want to bring you in.
No,
Dude,
sorry.
you're Polish.
I reject the issue about Israel has a right to exist in my homeland.
It's cheating.
It doesn't have a right to exist in my
homeland.
It could have existed. It was. They talked about Argentina. They talked about other places. If you want to go back to history. But if it was you in the United States and others, you would not accept a state coming and imposing itself on you.
Yeah. All right. So let's, first of all, I was fair. I said the 2008 deal was good. That was the only good deal that Israel has ever offered. And so the rest of them were a joke. And in fact, the professor just admitted it. He said, oh, at the end of the Oslo Accords, the Palestinians wouldn't have gotten a state. And in fact, Israel has voted now, their government has, to never allow a Palestinian state, which you have to concede is deeply racist. That's saying the Palestinians are the only people in the world that cannot govern themselves. So we think that they're violent savages. And so we're
the only people in the world? Hey, Cenk. You ever heard of Native Americans? You ever heard of them? You ever heard of those bitch-ass motherfuckers? Also, too stupid to govern themselves.
Since we're so deeply racist and bigoted against them, we will never allow them to have a state. And then that's why I laughed out loud when he's talking about survival of Israel. You know that's just a propaganda trick, right? Israel not only is going to survive, it's not under any threat of it not surviving. It has nuclear weapons. It has Iron Dome. It has the greatest military in the Middle East. And then they do this Hall of Mirrors thing where they're like, oh, I'm so worried we're not going to survive. Meanwhile, they're slaughtering the Palestinians. They've murdered over 65,000, over 20,000, a stadium full of dead kids, pictured in your mind. And they say, we will never allow the Palestinians to exist. And then they pretend they're concerned about the idea of survival. You literally won't let the Palestinians survive, but you're so blinded by your belief that Israel is the almighty and we should all bow down. And how dare you, these Arabs are totally worthless. We could slaughter them at will, but it's my survival.
Melinda, I am getting off this call. I am getting off this call.
Okay, Cenk, just pause for a moment. Let Chuck have his response.
So
Cenk, just pause for a moment. Go ahead.
Yeah, quit having a fucking seizure for just 2 seconds,
They
Cenk.
attacked all of their neighbors in 1967. They took land. Now this has gone on for 2 years since October 7th. It's a genocide beyond description. They murder innocent civilians every
I think genocide is the description, bro.
single day on purpose.
Okay.
With a worse civilian kill ratio than Hamas. It is a terrorist state, and then they pretend that they want peace. They put an impossible standard in this deal, and I'd love the professor to answer. They say, we want all of Hamas to surrender, and we want all of Hamas's weapons. How do we know when we have all of Hamas's weapons?
Okay.
How do we know when all of Hamas is surrendered?
All right, we're going to move on in just a minute, but Chuck, I'll let you respond to what Cenk has been saying before we move on. Cenk, just a moment, we'll give the professor a chance to respond.
No, we had to steal it because Hamas.
Thanks, Cenk.
All of Hamas.
Thanks, cool story, Cenk.
You know they're going to stay. By the way,
okay, all right.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
A year from now, and deeply apologize to us and say, you guys were right. We were murderous liars.
Cenk, like 3 minutes ago, is like, I just need to finish what I'm saying.
That I was defending. I'm so sorry. I'm filled with shame.
Just need to finish my
Chuck,
sentence.
go ahead, give your response, and then we're going to move on to our next segment.
I have nothing to say because really the two gentlemen are engaging. Well, first of all, they simply do not know the facts, and they are distorting those that they believe they know, and they throw out these terms. This really is just a form of propaganda or information warfare when you throw out terms racist and genocide and
I say anti-Semite.
Cenk, let Chuck finish, please.
In fact, you're the racist.
Cenk, let Chuck finish, please.
You're a racist for not allowing a Palestinian state and saying the Palestinians have no agency. We shouldn't even talk to the Palestinians. They're so subhuman.
Cenk. We'll let Chuck finish. Go ahead, Chuck.
You admit that occupying them for 58 years is obviously
Cenk,
racist?
we have given you...
Is Chuck a biblical name, or is that a Hebrew name?
Plenty of time to speak. Now we're going to let Chuck respond. Thank you, Chuck.
So, okay, I'm not going to respond anymore to these comments because they are simply not worthy of a serious discussion. What I do want to say is that rather than throwing out various terms and epithets, what we should be engaged in a serious debate or serious discussion about how we go forward to achieving peace between Israelis and Palestinians and Israelis and the broader Middle East. Now, I believe that the Palestinians have missed their historic opportunity to have a fully independent state.
Here we go again.
Because they have said no to
Here we go again.
And
here we go again. Missed their opportunity.
Sir,
They've been occupying my homeland.
These fucking guys, dude.
I am about to get off
it is the propaganda that you are throwing at the audience. You are throwing propaganda at the audience.
Kamal, we'll let Chuck finish, and then we're going to move on, as Chuck has said, to refocus on the deal at hand. You know what? I'm going to move us on. Let's take a pause there. Let's go to looking at...
I'm curious what Chuck is going to say, though.
No.
Independent state, and then what happens?
No, because we need to focus on the topic at hand. There's a deal on the table, and that's what we're here to debate. We can't debate history. We can't debate whether the Oslo Accord said this or that. That's not the deal that's on the table. This is the current deal on this table, the 20-point plan that was announced on Monday. This deal requires Hamas to disarm and renounce control of the Gaza Strip.
I mean, the Israeli guy said that he was about to disconnect, so I'm wondering if he's going to stay and continue having the conversation now.
And it also precludes them from any future role in administrating Palestinian territories. So let's focus on that in this next segment. Kamal, I want to ask you, Considering the devastating number of casualties that we've seen, the vast majority of Hamas leadership have been killed.
To help combat fools and goons groups opposing Tom.
True. They're cheating. They're fucking cheating.
Killed. Does Hamas have any choice but to accept this deal? Should they accept the deal that's on the table?
It is what they're discussing at the moment, and I'm not going to prejudge that because they will be asking questions of clarifications we're not privy to, and I would like to hear what they ask for. But at the end of the day, let us acknowledge, first of all, and I'm not talking about Hamas and its methods, that the Palestinians have a right.
Well, I'm pretty sure, if I remember, I'm pretty sure Netanyahu said this is not a negotiation. They either take it as is, or we're just going to blow them off the face of the map. Am I remembering this correctly? He did say that, right? He said this is not a negotiation. They just have to take the deal as is.
A right to resistance, including armed resistance under international law in accordance with international law. If we can't have that, and therefore we don't acknowledge there's an occupation in Palestine, then we're not going to get anywhere. So it's important that we say the Palestinians have the right to resist. Mostly since the 8th of October, Hamas has been fighting who? The IDF. And that is the occupying army in Gaza itself. So I think, and this is where it's quite difficult even for someone like me. I want the killing to stop, okay? I want the killing to stop. But what this deal includes is another occupation layer above what we had before. So even if Hamas agreed to it, it's an occupation layer that a war criminal, Tony Blair, will be joining to administer. And I'm from the UK, I was prime minister here.
I hate these fucking gray motherfuckers so much, dude. I hate these gray motherfuckers so much. I can't see them. I can't see them. The bottom is gray. The bottom is gray, dude. I can't see any of these tiny little gray dudes. I think they asked for the apartheid state to stop murdering innocent civilians.
So I think we should leave Hamas to discuss this, to see the points of clarifications that they need to have, because not everything is written down in the 20 points, even though there are quite a few things I disagree with.
We're going to come specifically to that issue of Tony Blair and of the Board for Peace in our next segment. So I'll park that point for just a moment. Cenk, do you think Hamas should take this deal?
Yes, I do. I think that it's not a good deal. Israel is saying they're going to keep a security perimeter, which means, as Kamal pointed out, that is another level of occupation. They're going to get to control the borders, the sovereignty. At any moment, they can come back and starve and murder the Palestinians in Gaza again and again and again. But even so, I would take the deal because I know that there's no chance that Israel is going to abide by this deal, and there is no chance they are going to leave Gaza. Okay, so no matter what you do, they're going to do that anyway. So take it where they're.
Well, yeah, it's a little weird, like when they say, because there's no way that the Palestinians can sign this deal without without Israel removing the settlements from the West Bank. Like, there's no fucking shot they can take any sort of deal unless that's part of it. And so it's kind of ridiculous that they're they're thinking that they'll ever take some sort of deal when, like, how could they? How could they take a deal without Israel removing themselves from the West Bank? That would be fucking insane.
Excuse. I want the hostages back anyway. Now, how do I know that Israel's not going to abide by the deal? Number one, they haven't abided by a single deal in this 2-year stretch. They are the ones that have broken every single ceasefire, and even the Americans admit that. Okay. Number two, they say the Palestinian Authority also cannot represent the Palestinians. So now Hamas can't. I agree with that. They say the Palestinian Authority can't. Why? And then you ask them, because everything is purposely impossible. So who is a Palestinian that you will allow in your infinite mercy to represent the Palestinians? And the Israelis say, no one. No one. No one is allowed to represent the Palestinians. The Palestinians are never allowed a state. The Palestinians are subhuman, and they will be our slaves or servants for the rest of time. 58 long, brutal years. This war did not start on October 7th. This particular war started in 1967 when Israel invaded and destroyed the militaries of all of their neighbors, took Sinai, took West Bank, Gaza, Golan Heights. They're an imperial empire in the middle of the Middle East, and they make America their vassal state. And we've now given them $310 billion. They stole our nuclear secrets. They are not in any way an ally. They have turned $1.6 billion.
He's just rambling about the most random shit right now. This has nothing to do with the topic, bro. What the fuck? Nice. Tim Foolery. Well done, sir.
Against America for no reasons, when Muslims in America could get along perfectly well if it wasn't for the cancer of the occupation. Israel can exist and should exist, and I want it to be a safe Jewish haven. But they won't do it. They reject peace and safety every time in favor of war and land acquisition. And they have maps of greater Israel, and they talk about it. It's not hidden. They say it to their own audience. They want not only Judea and Samaria, that's West Bank and the occupied, and Gaza, but they want southern Lebanon, which they're occupying now, western Syria, which they're occupying now, and they want all of that land because that is what they are. They're
all right. Pause there.
Empire,
Let me get.
By the way, led mostly by Europeans.
Okay.
Having nothing to do with the Holy Land.
Chuck, what do you think? Do you think that there is a chance that Hamas will take the deal? It's all going to go smoothly. If they don't, what happens? I mean, how much faith can be put in a deal that was struck without allowing the Palestinians at the negotiating table?
First of all, I think that the deal, I hope that Hamas agrees to the deal, because it's time to end the war and get the hostages back home. But this deal, like every other negotiated deal, is one in which neither side is 100% satisfied, and hopefully not 100% dissatisfied, because if they are, then they won't sign or they won't adhere to the agreement afterwards. Now, there are painful concessions here for both sides.
Suck it, bitch.
The fact that there is a danger that Hamas will continue to be the governing body in Gaza, because I raise my skepticism.
Started a
that the
snackening.
international force will be able to disarm them. That leaves a terrorist organization in charge of a region, an area. Actually, the people who suffer the most from Hamas rule are the Gazans, the Palestinians.
I know. You guys are so lovely.
Israel withdrew. Sir, I am speaking now. Please let me finish.
I know you were in the middle of telling us how much the Israelis have helped the Gaza.
Let Chuck finish, please. Go ahead, Chuck.
Sir, you are a boor and you are incapable of holding a civilized discussion.
I'm giving you facts, brother. You're
Chuck, Chuck, I have a question that I want to direct specifically to you. Even if Hamas, Jank, please. Chuck, even if Hamas does accept the deal, Chuck, and they disarm, I wonder what guarantee is there that people won't continue to support them ideologically? Disarming is one thing, but how do you kill the idea of Hamas?
Well, when World War II ended, the US had defeated Germany and Japan, or the Allies had defeated them. The Nazi ideology had not been defeated. Many Germans continued to support it, at least quietly. And by the way, for me, the only difference between Hamas and Nazi Germany is capability, not intention. And
Get
we also
outta
have to
here.
understand that there was
Israel is
the
10,000 times
intention is
closer
the
to the
genocide of the
Nazis.
Jewish people.
They learned really well from them.
And
Goodness
sir,
me.
sir, once again, you will allow me to speak. A peace was imposed in that occasion. In this case, there will be, I hope, a negotiated peace. Now, there is a right-wing government in Israel today, which I do not support, but we'll have elections at most by next October, and I imagine probably about a half a year earlier. Mr. Abbas is now in the 20-something year of his 4-year term. We do need elections on the Palestinian side, free and fair elections, and we need a governing body in the West Bank which can speak both for the West Bank and Gaza, because there cannot be a final peace agreement until there is a Palestinian leader who speaks for both sides and who is a moderate leader. We don't know who's going to replace Mr. Abbas, who is now 89 years old. I want us to go back to a serious negotiating strategy, hopefully leading to a two-state solution, or if not the two-state solution, some other way of separating the two peoples and giving the Palestinians, if not 100% independence, very close to it. No one in Israel has ever called the Palestinians subhuman. Sir, you should be ashamed of yourself.
That's not true.
Nobody wants to enslave the Palestinians. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Before we descend into that again, Kamal, I want to bring you back in with regards to what Chuck was saying.
Lying.
Go ahead, Kamal. I want your reaction to those responses.
Yeah, look, we can go back to Israeli ministers, including the defense minister at the beginning. Didn't he not call the Palestinians human animals? Isn't that subhuman? How can you
called Hamas.
Repeat the lies? No, he did not. You can go back and read it in more detail than you have. But it's not just him. The other Israeli ministers who think that Palestinians should be thrown out of Palestine, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, and others. A minister who said that the nuclear bombs should be dropped on Gaza. Doesn't that mean that they see them as subhumans? This is the problem. Zionism is Jewish supremacy. It is Jewish supremacy because it says Jews have a right of self-determination in my homeland. But in 2018, Israel passed a law, which was the nation-state law, which said only Jews have a right to self-determination in the land that it is on and occupies. So it's really important that we talk. No. The point that I want to come to is we're not going to have peace while the Israeli Jews, and it is Israeli Jews, see the Palestinians as subhumans. It's not going to happen. And even if there is some sort of calm after what's happened, after the genocide, and everyone acknowledges it's a genocide except you. Once we've come to a point that we need to get the Israeli Jews to see Palestinians as human beings. Why not have one state with equal rights? Oh my goodness me, the Palestinians equal to the Jewish Israelis? We can't have that. This is what the mentality needs to change on the Israeli side. We must change all the curricula. We must de-radicalize what's the word? Sorry, radicalize the Palestinians. The Palestinians are under occupation for as long as you cannot understand what occupation means and that your country is occupying another people. It is oppressing them. It's created 800, I think, more gates to seal them in the West Bank. And I must continue to bring up the issue of the West Bank because it's not just about Gaza. And I'll tell you what made me laugh more than anything. It was when Netanyahu
you know something, Melinda, thank you very much. I am not continuing. Goodbye. Thank you for inviting me to be on.
Chuck, stay with us. I'm going to come to you after.
No, I am not willing. I am not willing to engage in this kind of discussion.
We like to have both. We like to have all sides on counterpoints here. We want everyone to have their say.
No, but I mean, there's a difference between having your say and having two people ganging up with a purely propagandist.
It is weird that they have like two people from one side that are both just like hammering this one dude the entire time. That is super strange. Like, if I was him, me personally, I would rather be there and be like somebody who's able to fight for my side rather than just leave it for two people that I think are wrong to just sit there and say whatever it is that they want without any sort of dispute. But, you know, that's me. I'm fucking built different, like a liberal.
Approach. I am trying to talk about how we go forward.
Absolutely. And that's why whenever one of them has a say, we'll always come back to you for your response to ensure that we're not...
This isn't a say, this is a propaganda session. And the gentleman chooses, he cherry picks statements. He cherry picks very unwise statements by some Israeli ministers, most of them unimportant ministers.
Okay.
How about all the time Hamas calls Israeli Jews apes and dogs? Okay, apes and dogs. No one in Israel has ever called a Palestinian.
Cenk, I'm going to come to you in a moment. Let Chuck finish his statement, and then I'll come to you. Go ahead, Chuck, and then I'll come to Cenk.
No Israeli has ever called a Palestinian an ape or a dog. No Israeli has ever called them subhuman. This is a despicable form of discussion. Zionism is the national liberation movement of the Jewish people, and it is one of the more beautiful creations of the 20th century. Now, the gentleman may believe that Palestine...
We are living its effects.
Cenk, I'm coming to you in a moment, Cenk.
May believe that Palestine is entirely his. There are some people in Israel who believe that the land of Israel is entirely ours. The Zionist movement from 1937 with the Peel Commission through the 1947 partition agreement, and then in Oslo, and in 2000 twice at Camp David and under the Clinton parameters, and in 2008, the Olmert proposal, has proposed that the
Alpha Whippet? What is Alpha Whippet? Tom gives Alpha Whippet vibes. I don't know what that means. But I did do some whippets back in the day.
Land of Israel be divided. And I say again, if there is an indigenous people in the region, it is us. There are others who are also indigenous today. And we now have to find a way to divide the land between us so that we can all live in peace for the long term. Hamas
I want to agree with both of them.
Okay, all right, Cenk, you have a question. Go ahead.
So, look, I agree that I agree with Chuck that we should have a two-state solution. I agree with Kamal that, yes, it is saying that no, Palestinians are not equal to Jews, because if you had one state, they would say we don't want it. The Israelis would say we don't want one state with a democracy because you'll outvote us, and we believe in Jewish supremacy more than we believe in democracy. That's fine. It's by definition. But I get it. We're way past that. Israel exists. Israel's always going to exist. I want it to be a safe Jewish haven. So, like, Chuck has this view of Zionism that I think...
Well, I wouldn't want fucking Canadians to be part of our democracy. Those motherfuckers. They don't even have a two-party system. Like, pfft. What the fuck? We can't allow them over here. They don't even speak normal English.
Is preposterous, but I believe him that he really believes that. Like, in his mind, it's this beautiful thing, and there are kibbutzes, and they didn't slaughter people in 48. They didn't attack everybody in 67. They haven't murdered 65,000 Palestinians. Okay, but that's fine. Let's just separate the two, for God's sake. But in order to do that, okay, we ensure the safety and the peace of Israel. Then you've got to ensure the existence, the safety and peace of Palestine. So that's why, Chuck, I come back to you. I'm genuinely asking you because, look, I know sometimes we're loud, but actions matter so much more than words. We're loud because we're trying to stop a genocide. And I think every day on the Young Turks, what would I have done if we were around during the Holocaust? I would hope that we would have spent all of our time and energy trying to stop the Holocaust. So now this is not a Holocaust, it's a genocide, but that's bad enough. So the question then is it even possible for the Israelis to conceive of the Palestinians being allowed to be free and independent? You said earlier, and we didn't let you finish, and I really wanted you to finish, that the
Whippet is a smaller greyhound breed. Oh, okay. I think that's a good thing. So I'm an alpha, just only of the smaller greyhound breed, not the bigger one. How did that motherfucker, this Trump ass fucking bitch, get out of that?
Palestinians can't get an independent state. So then what, in your infinite mercy as Israel, decider of all things, and the holiest of holy people, and the ones with more rights, and certainly the one with the greater military, et cetera, and all of the power, what are the Palestinians allowed to have?
Okay. Chuck? What's the perfect vision? What's the perfect outcome?
All I will say is that there were 3 proposals, 2 in 2000, again in 2000.
No, now, Chuck.
Which would have given the Palestinians a state on virtually 100% of both the West Bank and Gaza. This is established fact.
Can we do that deal now?
This is established fact. And as a matter of fact, it was the Second Intifada, Palestinian terrorism, which killed both the Accords at that time in 2000. And
but if I can bring you back to the question at hand there, Chuck, what is the best outcome now?
The best outcome is a 2-state solution. The problem is that the Palestinians have so proven their inability to govern responsibly.
I don't even know why they even like talk about a 1-state solution. I don't think Palestinians want to be in one state with Jews either. Like, I don't know why they keep talking about a 1-state solution. That doesn't make sense to me.
Put an end to terrorism. This has nothing to do with racism. That has to do with simple lack of competence. Now, that may change in the future.
It's racism by definition.
Maybe they can
gain... by definition. You were saying the Palestinians are the only people on earth...
Oh my goodness, Jenk, shut the fuck up, dude. Holy shit.
I didn't say that. I said, look at the Palestinian Authority, look at Hamas, which took over and killed the leaders of the Palestinian Authority in Gaza at the time, and then set up a radical theocracy, a dictatorial theocracy in Gaza. Israel withdrew from Gaza 20 years ago in what was an experiment for the long-term peace process. If you can govern effectively in Gaza, Israel withdrew from every inch. If you can govern, and if you can put an end to terrorism, there will be a continuation on the West Bank. And that's why Israel actually dismantled 4 settlements in the West Bank as another token of good faith. And what we got instead was 20 years of endless rocket fire. And we got the massacre of October 7th.
All right, pause there, Chuck. We're almost out of time, so I need to make sure we keep things going. Kamal, a quick response for you, because I want to get to our final question before we're out of time.
Look, I think the 2005 reference is important because, yes, Israel did leave Gaza. What happened, though, Sharon made sure it was not in negotiations with the Palestinians. It was a unilateral act. Again, Israel does what it wants and expects everyone to over-understand it, think positively, and so on. If Israel then, and that was a strong leader who could have made a big difference and actually maybe arrived at the 2-state solution that you talk about, but unfortunately, it was not done with the Palestinians, with the PLO, trying to make sure that Gaza was the beginning. But then the reality is, if I said to you, Chuck, do you think that all the settlers in the West Bank should leave and therefore the Palestinians can have the whole of the West Bank, the whole of Gaza and East Jerusalem without the settlers? Isn't that what will bring peace to the Holy Land?
Fuck you.
No, because that was offered and it was rejected by the Palestinians
Well, why
on
don't
three
you offer it
occasions.
again?
What was I? What was I in? Second or third? Was I in third?
Why don't we offer it again?
The current, fine. I would
Yeah,
like
third.
to. The current
2008 deal. Let's shake on
democratically
it.
elected government in Israel does not support that. As a matter of fact, most
Okay.
people in Israel today, including the left, believe that we cannot, for the foreseeable future, we cannot separate, or at least we cannot relinquish military.
Yeah, but I don't even know what the other options are besides two-state. Like, obviously, maybe three-state, but it's nobody, like, even that's less popular than a two-state. So I just have no idea what are the options at this point if we're not doing a two-state solution. Like, what the fuck is what the fuck are we doing?
Military control, because what happened in Gaza or along the Gaza border on October 7th, if that happened on Israel's West Bank border, well, that's where Tel Aviv and all of Israel's population centers are, and that would have been an absolute catastrophe.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to move us on to our last topic that we need to
clear.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
South Africa, if I may.
Just no. Let's be clear.
Yeah, just when I look
saying. Even the Israeli left is for a permanent occupation where they keep the Palestinians
No, I didn't say
under
that.
their boot.
I didn't say that. Don't
Under
twist
their
what I
boot.
said.
Because you say, oh, the Palestinians, we're occupying them and dare to defend themselves.
Okay, let Chuck respond. Let Chuck respond, Cenk. Go ahead, Chuck.
And we murder them. And then, oh my God, I don't have a partner for peace. So I guess I'm going to have to keep occupying them forever. And then I'm going to have to set up Greater Israel like I've been saying the entire time.
Okay,
They're
Chuck.
on the record, Chuck. They want Greater Israel. You know they're trying to steal Judea and Samaria.
We're almost out of time, so keep these answers short, Cenk. Chuck, quick response from you, and then I need to move us on.
I'm just going to say one thing.
When's the state?
Okay. All right. You know what? Let's get to our final point, because one of the big issues has been with regards to Tony Blair. In 2017, Tony Blair conceded that he and others made mistakes by sidelining Hamas after their 2006 election victory. Instead, in these comments he made in 2017, he said the group should have pulled Hamas into the dialogue. And I'm wondering if we are not seeing history repeating itself now. Hamas has again been sidelined from the dialogue. Kamal, tell me what you think. Is history repeating itself? And is Tony Blair, therefore, the wrong man for the job?
We get a poll on screen. The question is, which side do you lean towards, Israel or Palestine? 1 for Israel, 2 for Palestine. Answer the poll on screen by typing that in chat. So you put a 1 in chat or a 2 in chat, or you can just type Israel or type Palestine.
He's the persona non grata in the Palestinian areas. It's well known that the Palestinians do not believe this man, this war criminal, the man who connives to support Israel all the time, rather than when he was head of the quartet, trying to genuinely bring peace. So Tony Blair is even in the UK, when his name was mentioned as someone who could rule Gaza, really? When he went and was part of killing 1.5 million Iraqis, this man should not be let anywhere near human beings, because what his plans tend to discount them, because he wants to make sure he fills up his coffers in his foundation. And let's be clear, Tony Blair's foundation has been involved in looking at how Gaza could be this fantastic place that everyone enjoys, apart from the Palestinians whose land it is.
Yeah, general support. Which side do you lean towards more? Typing TWO doesn't work, I don't think. You have to actually type the number 2 and then hit enter. And it can't be anything else but that. So I saw somebody posted like a bunch of 1s earlier. I don't think it counted that vote. You have to hit just a 1 and then enter, or just a 2 and then enter. But yes, 1's for Israel, 2's for Palestine. The poll is in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. You can see it there.
So I don't think the Palestinians see him as someone who could bring not just peace, but he doesn't respect the Palestinians to involve them. And that is, again, a supremacy from the country, Britain, that gave our land away to a people who didn't come from that land. That is what Tony Blair is. And I heard today, I think that even the current Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has commented about Tony Blair in not a very complimentary way, in terms of that he can help with ending this. He has no idea how to end it. He does know how to get money from dictatorships for his foundation.
Chuck, what do you think? What can Mr. Blair bring to this situation?
I think Mr. Blair is a man of great accomplishment in life. That doesn't mean that he didn't make decisions as prime minister that some people did not agree with. One of the problems is that every time there is a good faith negotiator, whether now it's Mr. Blair, in the past it was Mr. Clinton, who tried to deliver in 2000, if that person is in any way supportive of Israel, and I'm sorry to tell my Palestinian friends, there are people in Israel who support, in the world who support Israel, or at least partially support Israel, not every position, but they immediately become enemies of the Palestinians. Well, you don't get 100% of what you want in life in any area, including the negotiators. Look, I think I just want to conclude with one sentence here. This discussion or this diatribe is simply a reflection of the Arab-Israeli conflict, an inability to hold a serious professional discussion. And let me just say to El Arabiya, because you invite me not infrequently, but if you wish to invite me to this program again in the future, it will have to be with people who can conduct a civilized, serious discussion, because otherwise I will not join in.
Yeah, Cenk really, like, you got to be able to read the room. These like debates on this channel are generally supposed to have like academics and be a little bit more professional, and Cenk always comes on and acts a fool. And it's only the only two people that I've ever seen act this way is just Cenk and Anna Kasparian on this show. I've never seen anybody else come onto this show and act this way. It has only ever been Cenk and Anna Kasparian. They're so fucking obnoxious, dude.
Thanks for your comments, Chuck. Cenk, what does Mr. Blair...
Wait, bro. She's got the... What's the, she's got the Chalakian mic going on. Y'all see that? She's got the fucking Chalakian mics. She's fake. She's fake. Oh shit. What's up, Fractus? St. Pat, you were timed out for 1 minute. You're typing too much in a row. You're not talking to anybody. You're just saying random stuff. You're not responding to the content that's on the stream. You're not responding to what anybody else is saying in chat. You're not responding to what I'm saying or anybody on the video. You're just posting over and over random stuff that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So that is what we're talking about when we say you're just spamming, is like 5 out of the last 6 messages are all you. And so we're yes, when the mods had already warned you for spamming and you just continue doing it anyways, eventually you're going to get timed out. Who's spamming? Well, it was P, but now he switched over to his alt, St. Pat, which this is timeout evasion, so we're going to have to just ban him now. It's sad.
Bring to the table, and is this very fiery debate an example of why things have failed for so long?
Yes, he is a schizo. We put up with him for a long time yesterday, but he is definitely hardcore schizo. Yeah.
No. So first of all, I don't know who's closer to Prime Minister
What up, Coder?
Mrs. Netanyahu or Tony Blair. So Tony Blair is basically rubbing it in people's face. So are there people who are neutral enough who, care for Israel, but have also shown compassion towards Palestinians? Of course, there's tons and tons of those people. When you pick Tony Blair, you're saying, we're not trying to be fair. We picked the guy who's most likely to screw over the Palestinians and side with the Israelis. So, okay, that message is clear. And I will correct something I said, because I think Chuck was right to say he didn't quite say that. I said that he was arguing for, and the Israelis are arguing for, a permanent occupation, and he didn't quite say that. I think the more accurate is indefinite occupation, right? And that's inarguable. The Israelis are saying an indefinite occupation. So then I'm going to say something that Chuck's going to get upset about. But brother, we are having a conversation about a genocide, and you want us to be perfectly dispassionate as you tell us that it's no big deal. If somebody was doing a genocide against Israelis and the others were going, oh, well, it's no big deal, and the Israelis shouldn't be allowed to, or take Jews, which is a completely different category. The Jews should have no agency. They shouldn't be allowed at all. And we're going to continue to occupy 5.5 million Jews indefinitely. They'll have no rights at all, and we can starve them or kill them at any time. But of course, the real problem is the Jews. Now, if someone said that, I would be outraged, and I would say that is deeply anti-Semitic and obviously wrong. Jews are.
What about Anna Kasparian saying that they think that they're the chosen people, but they're actually demons?
They're human beings just like everybody else. But when we turn to the Palestinians, they say no. So it's like occupation, in my opinion, there's a lot of different analogies you can use, but the one I'll use is slavery. So it's like white Americans in the time of slavery in America saying, well, we offered them
Okay, sorry. We used the wrong semantics. St. Pat, we're telling you to stop posting so much. Okay? There you go. Now you understand.
Slaves a peace deal, and we said we'd give them, maybe a couple of acres and a mule or something. They didn't take it. That's it. We have to keep enslaving them. Oh, we enslaved them for another 5 years, another 50 years, another 500 years. Well, it's not our fault. It's the slaves' fault. We offered them a peace deal. They wouldn't take it. And then some of them resisted. How dare they? So obviously we had to re-enslave them and keep an indefinite slavery in place. And that's literally that's basically what's not literally, but basically what is happening in the occupied territories now. And if 58 years is not enough, then I'm afraid the Israelis think it's never enough.
Okay.
So we have 10 votes on the board asking which side you lean towards, Israel or Palestine. And it's 5-5 right now. We have, what, like 50 people watching and only 10 people voted? You guys are lazy motherfuckers, dude. You guys are the laziest chatters of all time. Oh my goodness. Oh.
All right, we're almost out of time. Kamal, I want to give you one last comment and then we're going to have to wrap up. Just a quick statement for us.
Well, it looks like Chuck has left us.
He has indeed.
Typical cowardly way. That typical cowardly way that Israeli spokesmen come. He came with the propaganda.
Okay, he's not here to defend himself, so we won't say anything disparaging.
Because
a comment on our topic.
That directed our discussion. Our discussion was directed in a particular way. We were trying to dispel what he was saying. We were coming up with facts. We were concerned about the genocide. He wasn't. That's quite important. What I think is necessary is a change of mind in Israel. Most of the Israelis want the Palestinians out. The issue that Israel is always troubled by is the demography. There are 7 million Palestinians, 7 million Jewish Israelis. What they hope to get still from what's happening in Gaza is to remove 2 million, so it becomes 7 million Jewish Israelis, 5 million Palestinians, and then move on to the West Bank, because that's the expansionist brain that Zionism has planted in these people, not willing to share the land with the people whose land it is, but actually to throw them out. I was saying earlier, and maybe you didn't hear me, that I found it funny when Netanyahu said Israel had to occupy additional parts of Syria to protect the occupied Golan. They should be leaving the Golan, not taking more land to occupy. That's the mentality we need to defeat.
Why not just make a poll? I did. It's on the screen. It's right there.
Okay.
And for as long as Israel, and it isn't just the government, by the way, I am increasingly troubled by Israelis. It's not just the government, as if Netanyahu
Okay,
left,
we're almost out of
Israel
time,
will become
Kamal.
this peaceful partner for the Palestinians.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution as well. Even though...
Meaning YouTube chat, because YouTube chat is dealing with bigger things right now as to like whether or not you guys hit the thumbs up button. Okay? YouTube chat is on to bigger and better things.
Hey guys, I have an update on my dad. I'm actually just going to read this. Hey guys, I have an update on my dad. I'm actually just going to read this. It's on my teleprompter because this is too hard to explain off the cuff, so I wrote it out. This summer has been exceedingly difficult. Dad was in an ICU suffering from pneumonia and sepsis after dealing with a host of neurological issues this summer that we believe stem from SIRS, which is chronic inflammatory response syndrome due to decades of mold exposure.
Doo-doo.
We don't have a better explanation for his neurological symptoms at the moment other than spiritual attacks. He's been suffering for the last number of years with unexplainable neuropathy and weakness, amongst other symptoms, but they worsened this summer after he cleaned out his parents' basement after his dad, my grandpa, passed away. We weren't able to communicate with Dad really all of September. During the end of the pneumonia, he was diagnosed with critical illness polyneuropathy, which we're hoping is critical illness myopathy, which is bad enough. That's been heartbreaking and brutal on top of everything else. But after almost a month in the ICU, he's been moved out to a less urgent floor. Praise God for that. We're still in the midst of this, but now we're seeing improvements daily. The timeline for his full recovery is hard to tell at the moment, and I'll update everyone when we have more information. My family's asking for prayers. Like I said, this summer's been exceedingly difficult and terrifying. Dad's condition is complicated by the fact he can't take most medications without suffering from severe paradoxical reactions, which limits treatment options.
Paradoxical reactions? That sounds rough.
Like I mentioned, I believe there's a spiritual element at play here.
A spiritual element at play? What is... The spirits are there demons making him sick? Is this kind of like RFK with brain worms, except he's got demons in his brain or some shit?
I think a lot of people have felt it in the last few weeks and months. It's been hitting my dad and my family hard this summer. In August, the day Dad was brought to a hospital by ambulance, my newborn Audrey was also brought to a hospital by ambulance within hours of each other. It was unbelievable. This was the second time this summer we had brought Audrey to the hospital after she almost died from near heart failure at 6 weeks old. That is exceedingly rare, and they couldn't find a cause for. She was diagnosed with idiopathic pulmonary hypertension, which seems to have resolved, praise God. But it's not something that happens. This was late July, after Dad and I recorded some episodes of the call-in show together. Everything went just really downhill fast after that. Every single day this summer and now fall has been like watching a movie. Our family's relying heavily on the Lord through this and seeing miracles around us. We are. And I'm also aware that God uses everything for good. So eventually we'll see why this is happening or what comes of it. But Mom and I in particular really wanted to reach out and ask for prayers to help everyone get through this. especially for my dad and for my mom, but also for the nurses and doctors taking care of him, my brother, and family and friends who have come to support us. I miss my dad. My brother misses his dad. My mom misses her best friend and husband. Oh, man. I thought I wasn't going to cry during this. Well, he's hopefully recovering. And like I said, I'll
That was
keep
some
people
skills,
updated.
dude.
He has a team of people, including myself, continuing his mission, including Peterson Academy, and will be releasing his We Who Wrestle with God tour to everyone on YouTube, which he's wanted to do for a long time. And given we think there's a spiritual element at play here, we believe the right way to fight back is to keep going and push harder, if anything. Life isn't necessarily supposed to get easier when you're doing the right thing, and I can see God's hand throughout this, but it's a lot to handle. My family agreed or wanted to delay updating everybody because a lot has happened over the last few months, and we were hoping he would recover faster and we would see bigger improvements sooner and have better news. And it was really a near-death experience for a long time. So we've been just dealing with this one day at a time. We still are. It's been overwhelming, but it looks like, and we're
I just part of me wonders like how part of me wonders just how like anti-science they are, and if they're like actually listening to doctors, or if they're like going to a fucking witch doctor and they're like, this is the only person who can actually figure out what's going on with him, and can tell him that he really needs to just keep only eating meat and nothing else. And like, I just, yeah, part of me wonders like, or if it's just his like 20th time getting fucking COVID because he didn't get the vaccine, or what. Like, I wonder all the time.
praying that things are headed in the right direction. He's out of the ICU. So that's the main thing. He's out of the ICU. Like I said, praise God for that. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for the prayers. Thank you to everybody who's reached out. I'll be back on YouTube maybe in the next month or so, depending on how things go. Yeah, that's the update. Thanks, guys.
Damn. Yeah, I noticed that I hadn't seen him in a while. I didn't know that he was back in the hospital again. That's rough.
I hope I'm wrong. I don't want there to be children being trafficked.
It's probably the first time where you see like leftists and conservatives coming together to demand accountability from the government. Now, I got a legal demand letter with my name on it a couple days ago saying that we were going to be sued for $1 billion by the First Lady if we didn't retract that and issue a formal apology.
The solidified structure that we're standing on is the Earth, and the Antarctic ice wall is around it.
So what's past the ice wall?
Other civilizations.
Oh, shit. Well, hey guys, what's up? This is Andrew Callahan from Channel 5. I'm here at Jubilee, and today I am...
Other civilizations? I had wondered why. I kept wondering why. Like, why do they think like the government would be like so against letting people know whether or not the world is round or and even like a bunch of people that I've spoken to had no reason, like they didn't give me any reason for why the government would lie to us about whether or not the earth was round. But like eventually people have to come up with some fucking reasons. Eventually they have to come up with some reason for why they're lying to us about the earth being flat or it being round. And that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So this is why they're lying to us about it. Well, now that we finally have a reason for why they're lying about it, I am a flat earther now. That's all I needed. That's all I've been waiting for. It's just a reason for why they would lie to us about it. And now that we know, I'm on Team Flat Earth.
Surrounded by 20 conspiracy theorists. First thing I want to say to you guys is I'm not here to make anybody look or feel stupid at all. I'm not some kind of like expert debunker. I think that every conspiracy theory has some thread of truth to it, so I'm hoping we can find some middle ground and become friends. All right, my first claim is QAnon is a baseless conspiracy.
He's too fucking nice. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go on there and I'm going to start off and be like, so I don't think any of you guys are wrong. I think that we're all right in our own way, and that we just need to have conversations to really figure out what the truth is. And so that's what I'm here to do. I'm here so that we can all talk and really figure things out. So to my first topic, all of you guys are a bunch of fucking idiots who have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. You're too dumb to even understand what the truth is. Even if I spent years teaching you myself, I still don't think that you would have the brain capacity to understand anything that I'm saying, because your parents probably dropped you on your heads too many times after they smoked crack for 9 months before birthing you. So, who's up first?
There's no evidence of a global cabal of Satan worshiping, child trafficking.
Yeah, your parents took too much Tylenol.
They control everything.
I'm quicker than
What's
I
going on,
look.
man?
Huh?
Thanks for coming. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Man.
Yeah, man.
I'm a little quicker than I look.
Yeah.
So my issue is with the claim in and of itself, right? The fact that QAnon may be baseless then means that there is no child trafficking ring going on. That's akin to saying that the Easter Bunny is not real. Therefore, there was no conspiracy to hide Biden mental decline.
Before we proceed, there's definitely horrible child sex trafficking rings that exist in the U.S. Sure. I just think that pedophilia is a pervasive problem among all crests of society. I just think that the rich have an easier time covering it up because they can pay for lawyers and they have money to keep people quiet.
That in and of itself is a conspiracy that you just described.
Well, then I'm a
You
conspiracy
just described
theorist,
a conspiracy.
I guess. You know, I just don't think it's limited specifically to an unnamed anonymous class of baby
What's up,
idiots.
Welchin?
Well, let's say the NGOs
How's it
that are
going, homie?
unnamed, right? We have humans being trafficked in migrant camps going all across Mexico. Somebody pays for that, whether it's NGOs, whether it's the UN.
Yeah.
We have pedophile rings that we know have been exposed throughout the Catholic Church. It's hard to get more elite than the Vatican. Right. Then you have people that are hiding, obviously, what's going on with Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell. So the idea that because we don't know who the tip of the spear is, or that the Cobra hasn't shown its head, means that there's no cabal behind the scenes. Somebody is coordinating this. Now, let me put it this way. I wish that there was as much scrutiny being applied to the evidence that we have and that we've presented than there is to the conspiracy theorists that are presenting the evidence, right?
Definitely.
Like, a conspiracy theorist to me is a derogatory claim for people that don't trust establishment narrative, right? But the establishment has done everything they possibly can do to discredit themselves.
And I think that the establishment had a hand in creating QAnon. I think it's the sole biggest driving force in making all...
Careful, Andrew. That sounds like a conspiracy theory.
I'm just saying, it's like, if you... think about this, right? Like, we know with the Epstein stuff, there were underage sex trafficking rings that existed, right? Now, think about this logical digression from that, and they're eating babies to get adrenochrome so they can be immortal. So think about how different those things are.
And that's disproving the existence of one by continuing to. It's what we call searching for the falsehood.
For some of you who were here a while ago, there was a guy who called in. Initially we were just talking about Trump and like Kamala and who people should vote for, and I think this guy called in and he pretty quickly wanted to talk about vaccines, and then he starts like crying about the fact that people in his family took the vaccine and they're all dead now because they took the vaccine, and his brother is the only one left, and he's in the hospital now dying from the vaccine. And I don't know if you guys remember this dude, but I was on a call with him for like maybe an hour, and the whole time he was like in and out of actually crying on the call. He wasn't a troll. He might be like, he's most definitely schizo. But we would go through like a lot of the stuff, and he would say like, look this up, and find this study. And I'd go through it and I'd be like, this does not say what you said it said. Well, now you're just picking it apart, man. Like, no, I'm not picking it apart. It literally just doesn't say what you said. Like, oh, you guys are always just trying to find something wrong with what we're saying. No, I'm not trying to find something wrong. I'm going and looking at, you told me to pull this up. You said, pull it up. You told me you could prove it. You told me to pull it up. I pulled it up. It does not say what you said it said. This is kind of the problem with all of these people, is that like they'll make just the most like general claims about things, and then even if you go look up their sources almost never even say what it is that they say they said, or they just have a source of like some random person who just said something on like Facebook one day, and they're like, see, we knew it. And I've had some real schizos. Like when I first started doing my podcast, one of the things that I did is I had on conspiracy theorists. I had on a number of them, and there was actually a guy, I had a couple of guys on who were like radio show hosts. And this one guy named Todd Church, when he came on, his whole thing was about the fact that like his brother's dead, his parents are dead, and it's because the government killed them because they were starting to get on to like aliens or something like that. And I used to go and talk to him about all sorts of stuff all the time. But he actually believed that all presidents that have ever existed, those are all people who were like raised, like they were in classrooms at very young ages and being raised to be the president one day. And that we're all just picking from pre-chosen people all the time and crap like that. Like a lot of these people are just... It's impossible to reason with them.
Right? So something can't be true because 3 steps down the line, something is untrue.
I think
that
the first
doesn't
thing
mean
is
the
true.
first thing is true.
Yeah.
We can agree that there are children being trafficked.
Yes.
We can agree that it seems to be some sort of systemic, industrialized component to this child trafficking, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So then somebody has to pay for that. Somebody has to organize that.
Yeah.
Somebody with means, somebody that could be, I don't know, classified as an elite.
Yeah.
And that could be an elite child conspiracy, right? To traffic children.
Could be a cartel middleman with a bunch of money, man.
And listen, what I would...
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be like an elite as in like they're in high places of our country and our government. It could be that, yeah, they're just fucking cartel members, and the cartels have a lot of resources, and they are pretty embedded in their governments all over Central America. And it's just like, it doesn't have to have anything to do with actual Americans, but because Americans are like, we have a consumer economy, and where all the money's at, this is where everybody's trying to sell all of their shit, whether it's human trafficking, whether it's drug trafficking, whether it's whatever. Like, this is where they're all going to try to bring it.
I would say is this: what people that trust establishment, not that you're one of them, what I wish that they understood is that we agree with them in that I hope I'm wrong.
Right.
Like, the establishment wants me to be wrong, and I want me to be wrong. I don't want there to be children being trafficked.
Right.
And I don't.
I hate these people, dude. They always do this. I hope I'm wrong, okay? I'm not set on this. I hope I'm wrong. But all of the facts are on my side.
Our government, our taxpayer dollars having anything to do with it. But I think that a conspiracy theorist used to be called an investigative journalist.
Yeah.
I think that those questions deserve to be answered. And I think that that's the issue here. When people say, no, there's no list, stop asking questions, move on, well, then we feel like we should ask some more questions.
Yeah, and I feel like that's got to be less than 10% of the population who says there's no list, let's move on.
Yeah,
I think right now is probably the first time where you see like leftists and conservatives coming together to demand accountability from the government.
No, I don't think it. Most people don't think there's a fucking list. What the hell is he talking about? That most people don't think that there's a fucking list. There's not a list of like a bunch of people that, if that was the case, okay? If that was the case, there have been a ton of there's been a ton of victims who have been out in the media talking and doing press conferences and doing interviews and all sorts of shit. If there's a list, why haven't any of them talked about any of the other people who would be on there? The only person that we've heard about is Prince Andrews and Donald Trump. That's it. Like, and even the stuff about Donald Trump isn't like really substantiated. A lot of these women are pretty fucking schizo too. Like, some of them are just nut jobs, and very few of them, but some of them are just women who are like dying for the limelight. Like, I think one woman, I haven't actually looked into this, so I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that one woman was actually like 25, and that she wasn't like coerced in any way. She wasn't offered anything. She wasn't like, she was just a fucking 25-year-old woman who just had sex with him and then jumped on as like one of the victims way late in the game. The victims made a list. Well, where is it? Did they put it out? Where is it? If they made a list, like, why isn't it over and done with? Why do we need the government or the FBI to release something? Like, if they made a list, then that's it. They made a list. It's done. Rokana read some of it on the floor. Okay. I'll if you send it to me, I'll pull it up, but I have doubts. Like, there was just never anything about a list. A list was always a conspiracy theory. A list was always a thing that was made up, saying that, like, he had to have been blackmailing powerful people, and he had to have been trafficking children to them, and then using that trafficking and videotaping them to use it against them, and blah, blah, blah. Like, that was always a conspiracy theory. There was never real evidence for that. That was never part of any of the criminal cases. That was never like an accusation until the conspiracy theorists got their way, and now more and more people talk about it. But there was never, like, even the shit about like Epstein's Island and shit, like, there was nothing really ever happened at the island. Like, the island was never a big part of the conspiracy. The island was a very small aspect as to everything going on at the time.
No doubt about it.
And I think the QAnon was probably a psyop in of itself by Steve Bannon, Miles Kuo, a variety of strange actors that work with the Watkins family and 8chan to basically discredit people from actually putting the target where it should have been, which is right in front of our faces. The richest people in the world, most of them you can look their name up. Not saying there isn't people who are just random rich financiers that are anonymous, but you can look at companies like BlackRock, Vanguard. You can look up online. We all have iPhones, right? You have Apple. These major social media platforms have CEOs. The Saudis, the richest people in the world are operating in plain sight. And so I feel like when you aim the target at this unnamed, mysterious cabal of people eating babies in the hills, you're basically creating a thing that doesn't exist to convince people to look in the wrong direction.
But who is doing that, right? Like you said, we can look up the richest people in the world, but we're everyday people.
Yeah.
We have jobs. We have things that we're supposed to be focusing on that are outside the realm of information finding. We don't have the time to go through all of the different NGOs that these people have created to hide themselves from this.
Right.
This is the job of journalists. This is the job of our media. Unfortunately, our media has been captured by these same elites that you're talking about, not to bring up another conspiracy theory here, right? But this is what used to be the fourth estate, right? We used to be able to trust journalists to get to the bottom of it so that we, the plumber, didn't have to spend our weekends digging through tax files and be like, oh my God, did George Soros really get $270 million from USAID?
Yeah.
That's not what we planned on doing, right? This was your job. But now the conspiracy theory is anybody that doesn't trust the establishment.
George Soros didn't, though. A George Soros group did, but George Soros didn't. No.
Establishment narrative. They have made us distrust our neighbor and trust the government. They have made us look at each other from a veil of the citizen doesn't have privacy, but the government deserves privacy. This is a matter of national security.
Right.
Well, if it's a matter of national security that we can't know who was selling children.
Yeah.
Then I think they've answered the question.
I think
Who's selling?
I think the Epstein thing is probably like the biggest potential breakthrough into dismantling some of those blackmail networks that have kept so much of the media and government compliant. But the thing is, whenever people stop trusting the mainstream narrative, which overall I think is a good thing, it makes way for an entire vacuum.
Real quick, sorry to cut you off. Which is a good thing? Distrusting the mainstream narrative
when people stop trusting the mainstream narrative and do their own research, generally that's a good thing. However, that creates a vacuum where people who
that is not a good thing. That is not a good thing. The mainstream media is like the best thing that we have as far as resources and understanding things and knowing what is true. And all of this shit is just, this is just a bunch of people who want to like get views and get, get some sort of spicy narrative going that'll help their name. But this isn't anything that's actually like beneficial. All of these people, these like do your own research motherfuckers, are some of the dumbest people on the planet.
or even less reliable can fill the void with just different stuff.
But that's okay though, because information is cleansing. Sunlight is cleansing. But the best part about the conspiracy community, and I didn't start as a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
I'm a guy that trusts the government. USA, baby. But as you pull at these threads, you start realizing
if sunlight was the best disinfectant, Donald Trump never would have become president again. If sunlight was the best disinfectant, Donald Trump never would have been president again. So
realizing the government has lied to us over and over and over again. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, good job.
Hey. How you doing?
Well, thank you.
Andrew, great to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
Thanks
Courtney.
for coming. Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you. I wanted to start with saying I think we agree partway.
Yeah, totally.
I actually think you was totally a psyop. But I would say that the part about there not being an elite trafficking cabal,
wait, what was the sign-up?
I think we agree partway.
Yeah, totally.
I actually think you was totally a psyop.
I think you was totally a psyop. Is she saying she thinks he's a psyop, or is there somebody named you? Or Q? Is she saying Q, like QAnon?
But I would say that the part about there not being an elite trafficking cabal who are Satan worshiping, I actually think there's a lot of evidence for that. So in any kind of a psyop, typically there's an element of truth. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Right, because otherwise it wouldn't work.
Right.
So have you heard of Project Monarch?
No, can you fill me in?
Sure. So Project Monarch was a subset of MK Ultra. You're familiar with MK Ultra?
So we're talking about 1960s counterintelligence programs.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, which actually, so the whole term conspiracy theory,
Yeah.
right, was kind of weaponized, right? By,
Yeah, MK Ultra, COINTELPRO, all true.
Yes,
Yeah.
and the term conspiracy theory, I also think like that was weaponized by the CIA.
Absolutely.
Document
Once you
1030.
slap that on somebody, everything they've said is discredited.
Yeah, where do you think that began?
Probably around the 60s and 70s, similar to slapping the label communist on somebody during the McCarthy
With
Red Scare.
McCarthy, yeah. So there was a document, it was 1035-960.
Mhm.
It was to counter the Warren Commission.
Mhm.
They didn't want people investigating into JFK's assassination.
Mhm.
So that's kind of where the CIA they slapped them with the label conspiracy theorist.
Of course.
So, okay, so Project Monarch was a subset of MK Ultra,
Mhm.
and in MK Ultra, you're familiar with, there was a, I mean, we have just the declassified documents, so there's a lot more we don't know.
Yeah.
But we do know that there were horrific things done where they were using trauma-based mind control.
Mhm.
So MK Monarch was the subset, and Monarch was where they believed that intergenerational trauma
Mhm.
would lead to people who are much more susceptible to being programmed.
So you believe in epigenetics?
I do believe in
Okay,
epigenetics.
gotcha.
Yep. Yeah. So have you heard of Kathy O'Brien?
Mm-mm.
She is a victim of Project Monarch,
Mhm.
and she talks about she and her daughter were trafficked.
Mhm.
So she's one example. I've actually interviewed over 11, and I know that's a small population, but there are
Mhm.
people who've interviewed way more than I have who have been satanic ritually abused. And it was all by politicians, big Hollywood
goodness, dude.
celebrities,
Mhm.
and then of course we have like Epstein. So what would you say about people who have
I don't
stories-
think I can listen to much of this. A bunch of people were telling me they wanted me to watch this. I don't think I can listen to much of this. This is some of the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard in my life, dude. And he's not even like, I don't even like the way that he's like pushing back or not pushing back. I don't know if I can deal with this much longer.
stories, and they all seem to have shared kind of themes,
Yeah.
similar people involved with them.
I think that you can find anecdotal evidence of ritual abuse happening in all layers of
Yeah, that's
society.
what
I
it
also
is,
think a lot of
meow.
the stuff's like lifted from Hollywood. Like for example, Eyes Wide Shut. Everyone has that sort of in the back of their head when they think about
Mhm.
satanic ritual abuse. I'm sure that it happens, but I want to differentiate too, because when it comes to Satan worship, I know I probably
If I let too much of this get said on my channel, I'll stop getting paid. So
this might not be the most charitable group when it comes to Satanism, but there's LaVeyan Satanism, and then there's Church of Satan. And Church of Satan is very much like atheists who are doing it to make a point. And then I think the ritualized stuff connects to like pagans and sort of like old wealth worship and stuff. I don't know. I could be wrong. But I mean, I haven't looked into it too much because maybe I'm a victim of kind of writing people off when they start talking about satanic Hollywood Hills baby eating parties. I just always think they read it on someone's Facebook
you can take a
account.
narrative really far, which makes it, kind of discredits the whole thing,
Right.
right? So just because they may say things that are kind of
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Hey, how's it going, man?
Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you. What's your name?
Yasha.
Good to meet you. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you know stuff. Maybe it's the presentation. It could be the haircut. I feel like you're about to drop some serious statistics on me right now, and I hope I'm prepared.
Absolutely am. So, I'm going to ask you some questions just to make sure we agree on the facts, yeah?
Okay.
oh man. Oh, he's got a fucking accent.
You agree that Jeffrey Epstein was a child trafficker?
Yes.
You agree that there were elites who were at his island, on the airplane with him, at his parties, around the time where children were being trafficked?
Yes.
You also agree that the elites can't investigate the elites and find something wrong, because if we're asking the people who are on the island to investigate who is implicated in this, they're not going to give us a correct answer.
Not to mention, if you're a journalist and you try to report about it transparently, you can get harassed and bullied. But I interviewed Hunter Biden recently, right? And he suggested, because Jeffrey Epstein said this multiple times, that he introduced Melania to Donald Trump. Now, I got a legal demand letter with my name on it a couple days ago saying that we were going to be sued for $1 billion by the First Lady if we didn't retract that and issue a formal apology. So evidently, there are different lawyers.
Yeah, we didn't go over this. I don't know how many of you guys saw this, but we watched Hunter Biden talk to him in the first interview, and then apparently there was so much like heat over the whole interview that they came back and had a conversation again where they just sat in a garage and had beers and talked about it. And one of the things that they talked about was the fact that Melania Trump had sent him a cease and desist letter and told him to take the interview down because they claimed that because Jeffrey Epstein claimed that he introduced Donald Trump to Melania. And yeah, I think it was Melania's lawyer who sent a cease and desist telling them to take the video down. And he's like, I'm not taking it down. He's like, so they'll have to sue me.
Lawyers that are going to pressure people into repressing the truth. I also think that the social media platforms are trying to get children addicted to like dopamine rush content, whether it be like semi-pornographic stuff. Like I was watching a music video the other day on my nephew's iPad because he's like 12, and I was like, damn, were videos always this like sickeningly perverted? Then I thought about Foolery and I realized, yes, and we were actually like we were like one of the first generations to experience that.
the elites traffic.
Definitely not, dude. Definitely not. Like, rock videos back in the day were definitely pornographic. There were literally rap videos in like the 80s that truly had like nudity in them. There were like Jay-Z videos that had straight fucking naked chicks with their tits out in them. There was constantly like you know, just old like 80s rock and shit that had nudity in it. This is just not the way that people view this shit is like, oh, this is all new. This is just definitely not the case.
Trafficking children is not a baseless conspiracy theory. It's a reasonable suspicion.
Well, there are elites who traffic children. I just don't think it's everybody with money and everybody with successful
It's not
business.
everybody, but it's enough to shape culture and policy.
Yeah. I also think that many people who were on the island were kind of there, like, you know, they were basically there as part of a honeypot operation.
Absolutely.
And they didn't go there knowingly trying to procure underage children. Not saying it's normal to be on Epstein Island, but I'm saying there was a lot of other things there, extravagant foods, performers, services. I heard Chris Rock was doing stand-up for people at like a 5-person dinner table. So you're thinking, I'm at the place right now. I'm seeing all these trusted icons of media. At the end of the night, you end up with someone you realize after the fact is underage. They've got the video. Now you do what they say.
So that would mean that we are ruled by elites who are child traffickers, right?
Yeah.
Or at least we're ruled by people who are blackmailing elites who are child traffickers.
Yeah, I think that at the highest levels of power, especially in this country, you have a tendency toward exploitation, and I guess it's a power trip thing for them.
So we agree.
Yeah.
Right. No, it was nice speaking to you, man.
Good to
Thank
speak
you.
to you, man. Andrew, great to
Nice
meet you.
So I just wanted to say the whole like Pizzagate thing, it stems from actually the abbreviation CP, right?
I know that Hillary Clinton was emailing people asking for cheese pizza, and people thought it meant child porn.
Right. So, but like in the like pedophile community, like the term CP stands for child porn.
Yeah.
So like.
Oh yeah, and for their community.
Well, in literally every community, the CP stands for child porn. What the fuck?
So
but for all of us, it just means cheese pizza.
Right, exactly. But so my thing with the Comic Ping Pong, there was a lot of pictures at Comic Ping Pong that were really weird, like putting children in super strange scenarios, like very strange art to have at a pizza wall. And I think that it got misinterpreted. It's not necessarily that there were like children in the establishment. I think they were trying to say this guy is a pedophile and he could potentially be involved in trafficking kids, not necessarily at that location.
One thing I wanted to ask you about is what is the connection between Satanism and pedophilia? Because I went to a Church of Satan gathering, and they didn't really give off pedo vibes. It was more like heavy metal punk rockers who just like hate their parents' religion.
No, 100%. Yeah. I think it stems from like innocence being impurified, and I think that's like what the devil, if you get into religion, that's the whole point of the devil, is to impurify the innocence, right? So like human beings weren't created.
It's always Christians, bro. It's always Christians. It's always Christians who make this stuff about like spirits and demons and crap like that. Like the whole Illuminati conspiracy theories, like all of those are about evil spirits and demons and demonic nature and crap. Like it's always the Christians getting into this stuff, dude. It's always the Christians.
To like live in controversy and chaos and pain all the time. Like we weren't intended to live that way, but the devil has like infiltrated our lives, and like because of sin, that now we're all in pain. So like I think that's kind of the root of it, is like when you worship the devil, you want to perpetuate his goal, which is to bring more people into what the devil wants for the world, which is the opposite of what God would want.
I guess it's confusing because there seems to be more of a connection between the Catholic Church and pedophilia than Satan.
I would agree that there's a
pedophilia.
lot of that. I think it's not every church is necessarily godly. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing with like Church of Satan, Christian churches, some Catholic churches. Like I think it's just a part of being godly. Isn't saying like I believe in God. It's like doing the right thing all of the time.
Yeah.
So like you could say I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, and
For
then
sure.
if you touch kids, like you're not godly either way.
So for you, like Christianity means like acts of service, like living in kindness, helping your family.
Yeah, like just trying to benefit society, be a better person, be a good example for other people. And the other thing I would say too is like if there's not prevalent Satanism in the mainstream media, why does everyone start off super innocent and then like start dressing like Satan? Is that not a form of worship?
It's cool with the kids. I mean, if you
Start dressing like Satan. What's Satan's favorite place to shop? Where's Satan's favorite place to get clothes?
If you go back to Black Sabbath and Iron Maiden, it was a way of kind of protesting the strict religious households. Hey, that was great though. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find trusted information you need to understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying
Fact checks are just for the elites.
to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story so you get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, getting you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust.
You think the world's
Go to
complex, bro?
san.com/surrounded or
It's
click the
'cause
link in the
you're dumb.
description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel. You also take advantage of a better way to get the news. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
All right, my next claim is that 9/11 was not an inside job. It was a coordinated terrorist attack by the group Al Qaeda. Hey man, how's it going?
How you doing, bud?
Andrew, great to meet you.
Craig, but they call me Pasta.
Hell yeah,
Nice
why,
to meet you.
why do they call you pasta?
You know, my Italian grandma used to make me take pasta to school and stuff.
No way, in a bag?
Yeah.
Shout out to your grandma, man. Rest in peace.
Okay, so starting off this discussion, I think we would both agree that fact that we won't know 100% whether it was an isolated issue by Al Qaeda and a little ragtag team versus an actual government conspiracy right now, because we're not privy to all the information, all the texts, right. So we would agree on that, but we would probably also agree the fact that the United States government and the intelligence apparatus has always funded for a long time what you guys in the media call radical jihadist groups, right? From the Mujahideen to even down in Latin America to, you know, the opposition to the Sandinistas, the Contras and whatnot. We're always, okay.
Yeah.
So it's not far-fetched to think that there's some type of coordination between the intelligence or the government apparatus and the military between the actual hijackers and what actually took place, correct?
Here's my thing. I don't want to come off like an Osama bin Laden apologist. That's not something you want to be in your life. That's not
Did you guys see? I don't know how old this is, so I'm not sure. But I just saw this video today, and I posted it on Twitter. Did you guys see that Donald Trump said that he knew about 9/11 before it happened, and he tried telling Pete Hegseth to do something about it? And he told people that he saw stuff about Osama bin Laden and was like, yeah, that's a bad dude. Like, people really need to look into this guy. He's going to do something bad. And then he flew planes into the World Trade Center. And I knew about it the whole time. And he's like, I don't want to say anything about it, but nobody else is going to give me credit. So of course I have to say something. Pete Hegseth was like 18 years old when that happened. I'm not kidding. I look, it's so outrageous that I feel like it has to be fucking AI. But it doesn't sound like AI at all. It does not sound like AI whatsoever. It sounds very fucking real. Yo, I'm in the same server as you. Well, let's go. We normally we tell everybody if they're gonna come play to have like the pink and blue colors, so we all know we're on the same fucking team and we don't kill each other, but oh no, somebody just died with pink and blue. All right, I gotta get away from everybody for a second so I can try to pull this video up.
I wrote about Osama bin Laden exactly 1 year ago, 1 year before he blew up the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to watch Osama bin Laden. And the fake news would never let me get away with that statement unless it was true. But I said 1 year before to Pete Hegseth, I said 1 year before, where's Pete? In the book, I wrote, whatever the hell the title, I can't tell you. But I can tell you there's a page in there devoted to the fact that I saw somebody named Osama bin Laden, and I didn't like it, and you got to take care of him. They didn't do it. A year later, he blew up the World Trade Center, so we got to take a little credit because nobody else is going to give it to me.
Folks, you heard that right. That's Donald Trump, the president of the United States, claiming that he told then 20-year-old Pete Hegseth, now the Secretary of Defense, or the Secretary of War, however you want to put it, a year before 9/11, that he should beware of Osama bin Laden. Pete Hegseth was in college at this time. What is he talking about? This is just completely made up.
Like, bro, even this is just a next level fucking stupidity, even for Trump. This is a little too insane. Like, I don't even know if I can believe this fucking shit, dude. I don't even know if I can believe this. This is even too fucking stupid for Donald Trump to say. Like, I need a fucking fact check on this. I need a fucking fact check on this, dude. Because this is... this is too fucking stupid, bro. This is too fucking stupid, bro. He told Pete Hegseth... I kept expecting him at some point to be like, and, you know, he did it because of Biden. Because Biden didn't listen. Oh. I need a fact check on this, dude. I cannot believe this is real. This is just next level retardation.
That's a worse label than conspiracy theorist.
Yes.
But to suggest that 9/11 was fully an inside job also implies that there would be no reason for some people out there to be upset about the things that the U.S. was doing. If you believe that Osama bin Laden's letter to the U.S. is real, it cites a few things specifically. It says keeping our military bases in the Arabian Peninsula after the Gulf War. It says our military support of Israel and a few other things. Now, those are all real things.
Yes.
You know, our puppet states and dictators that we installed in the Middle East, that stuff is real. That's enough to create a vacuum where a bunch of really angry people decide to do something like 9/11. And before TSA, it wouldn't have been that hard. You and me could do it.
Yeah, well, logically, what you're saying makes true, but both things can be true. Both a lot of people in the Middle East, Osama bin Laden, his family, his cohorts can hate us, but also too, it could be an inside job because, like we said, we've already established that the Mujahideen.
Yeah, he's right. That's not a very good
And
argument.
you weren't involved in media when 9/11 happened, right?
No, I was actually 3.5 years old. I was near where Flight 93 crashed in Western Pennsylvania, so we thought there was planes hitting everywhere.
Yeah, so you went back, kind of did your research, and you formed your opinion now too as well. Right?
Definitely. Yeah.
So the first point I would point out, and I'd say go back and look at, there's three main reasons why I believe it was definitely a government conspiracy. Number one is the actual connections between the hijackers themselves, and military intelligence, as well as the government, right? I think a week after, and we're talking about mainstream outlets now reporting on this, Newsweek, I think less than a week after, reported that 5 of the hijackers actually received training in secure U.S. bases. As we started looking at this other stuff and unfolding, we even saw that certain hijackers actually listed naval bases as their address on their driver's license and on their registrations for their cars.
Yeah.
So all these connections that we see, it's very easy to believe, from the jump, that we see all these connections. We see that they're being funded. They were also funded backdoor from military assets in the United States to Pakistan. By looking at that alone, wouldn't that be a little convincing to say, well, there's all this funding, there's all this financing, there's something there?
But if you were to go back to the source of the funding, I don't want to botch pronunciation, but Mujahideen, is that how you say it?
Mujahideen.
So that was, Osama was a big factor in that whole group. That was a group that we funded to fight the Soviets in Afghanistan.
Yes.
At some point, maybe a decade or two later, they began using all the guns that we gave them to perpetrate terrorist attacks at U.S. embassies and at U.S. bases in Africa and the Middle East.
We also know that they didn't stop funding these radical groups in Syria. We had the Pentagon, we had the CIA, all these different groups still funding them to this day. So in other words, there's no evidence that they ever stopped, right? So we understand that there's a relationship between them. The second point of evidence I would also bring up is the whistleblowers and the ex-military intelligence people who were also shut down, gagged, not allowed to speak. I mean, John O'Neill, I don't want to start throwing names out there, but that's one guy who comes to mind who actually died in the World Trade Center because his new job was head of security.
John O'Neill. I don't want to throw names out there.
For the FBI, and he quit because he stated every single time we get close to the funding and whatnot, our own organization shuts us down. The CIA, the FBI, they shut us down. So you have all these whistleblowers who say, no, the there is there. We knew Mohammed Atta, right, one of the hijackers, was in the United States a year beforehand.
Well, he received flight training in Florida, right?
Yes.
Or I think it was also in Germany. I think there's a big difference between the U.S. government knowingly kind of laxing up security in the lead up to 9/11 because they felt like they needed the public to get on board with their military operations in the Middle East, and they also they wanted to pass things like the Patriot Act to increase surveillance on citizens. There's a big difference between that and actually doing it.
Yeah.
No,
but I mean, that's kind of like a little contradictory because you're saying all this stuff is definitely happening.
You see what I'm saying?
I want to talk about the third part.
We'll talk more about it after. Thank you, bro. Dylan, Andrew, good to meet you. I didn't even see you behind me the whole time. Thank you. I like the hair.
Thanks. So, one of the things that I think is kind of missing in a lot of the 9/11 discussion is that, yes, the idea that it was a complete internal conspiracy, that the government completely planned, completely executed, all of that kind of stuff, doesn't really make a lot of sense when you look at the how many people can keep a secret. Type
Right.
stuff. However,
that is like my main issue with pretty much all conspiracy theories is that people can't ever keep a fucking secret. Like, in everything that ever happens, somebody always talks. And the idea that like there's all of these major things that are happening and just nobody's even talking about it. Nobody ever says anything from the inside. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. It's a sneckening. It's a fucking sneckening.
I think that whenever you look at the intelligence apparatus that was happening before 9/11 happened, both directly and after the terrorist attack done by Osama bin Laden in 1993.
In Tanzania?
No, in New York.
Oh, in the basement?
In the basement of the World
gotcha,
Trade Center. After all of the Afghan war stuff, where we're basically paying Osama bin Laden to be our guy in that area, and then after he was completely abandoned by his handlers, and then, you know, America did all of the things that it does to piss everybody else off in the world.
Yeah.
And the government at that time was looking to put in a lot of surveillance stuff. We all know about the Patriot Act.
Yeah, absolutely.
And how quickly it passed. So to my mind, there doesn't need to be a grand conspiracy of 1,000 people, 150 people, or anything like that. There just needs to be about 50 that have a vested interest in allowing something to happen that will change the minds of the American people to allow them to be surveilled and to be completely and totally controlled.
Yeah. James, I agree with you 100%. I mean, I think that 9/11 achieved almost all of the goals of the Bush dynasty, which is territorial control over the Middle Eastern resource pool, specifically oil, oil family. And they needed something so extreme and spectacular and traumatizing collectively that the American people would be like, where are you going? Like, Iraq? Is Osama there?
Why are we
no.
gonna go
It's
there?
like, well, can get him. Whoever's out there.
Exactly.
You know, and I remember that time period and wondering why we were invading Iraq. I still remember how they would obscure the messaging of why people had, you know, negative feelings about us. Like, I remember asking my mom and dad, I was like, why did Osama attack the World Trade Center? And there was like, you know, some people hate that we can go to the mall and the
they hate our
baseball
freedoms.
game, and they hate Jesus.
That is exactly what I grew up in.
That's exactly what I heard as well.
But
hey, James, appreciate you, homie.
Great conversation. Oh, beautiful. Did we fix all the issues?
What's up, bro? What up, man? How you doing, dog? Hey, thank you, bro. I like it.
Okay, my name's Luna.
Luna, before we go,
Yeah,
does
what's
the
up?
tinfoil hat have any actual purpose, or is it more just like for swag purposes?
Swag.
Okay, yeah.
It's under my Dodger hat, just to let you know.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
But it's a pleasure meeting you.
You too, man.
I had thought about your prompt, and I was like thinking, that's pretty messed up if the government would do this as an inside job. There's a lot of people that their lives were lost and continue to be lost because of all the debris, the cancer, you know, the trauma, and you know, something I don't want to undermine either. This is very devastating.
Definitely.
The thing that James mentioned that was really good, you guys talked about the Patriot Act. I'm a product of the Patriot Act. I lived a life of crime, drugs, and lo and behold, I live in LA, so lo and behold, when the counties got full, the feds picked up the pace, and so they made these little private prisons, and how they were able to fill this is, I guess, this is how they used the Patriot Act. They started tapping wiretaps without
no warrant.
No warrant at all.
Got you.
So I was like on my indictment, I was like number 23. I was on the low totem pole, but there was 31. Mine was for ghost dope that didn't exist, but it was just a conversation of the dope. But because I had a past, it stuck. And the only reason why I'm bringing this up, and I'm not against it, I thank God that happened to me, because God used all that to utilize me to get clean, to change my life around, and I took advantage of it. Now,
what is ghost dope? He's like, dope that doesn't exist? What does that even mean? Oh, wow. That worked out well.
As an adult and a new father and a new husband, I'm a little concerned of the policing of the surveillance of the state. And I feel like, since, I think brother said it really well though, it's like since the 9/11, it was kind of like, if it happens, it happens.
Well, especially now with the Palantir stuff, like the surveillance state is just escalating, and the way they're aggregating our data and spying on us basically through our consumption habits and media,
Data
we're
mining.
going to see a whole new level of surveillance.
And we're getting this information far later than when it actually has already been taking place or created, right?
I'm in
That's the
first
crazy
place,
part. Anytime you hear about
bitches.
something in the news related to surveillance, it's
Suck
like it's
it.
already happening. You don't hear about it when
I
they're making
win.
Exactly. So my just whole goal to you is just always go with an open mind and always dig. And I know it's very dangerous to dig in some certain areas, because corporations are corporations and people are bought with whatever people are bought.
Yeah.
So,
Hey,
I appreciate you.
Michelle, you too, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, dog.
Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah.
It's dope that won't return your texts. Recovered or found. What? Okay, Google. Define ghost dope.
Here's the definition of ghost: an apparition of a dead person which is believed to appear or become manifest to the living, typically as a nebulous image.
Okay, Google. What is ghost dope?
Sorry, I don't understand.
This tampon motherfucker's trying to get me. Yeah, that's what you get, fucking tampon.
What's going on, man? How you doing? Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
Like to start things and make you say, there was talk about the pilots. We were talking about guys that had very little experience, and it was documented that I believe the pilot for the plane.
Well, if they didn't have experience, then how could they hit such a small target? Yeah. Wow, there's no way. There's no way they could have hit such a small target if they didn't have experience. So, you got me there. Great point. How could they be so accurate to hit such a tiny target? Even experts can't do that. Runways aren't even that big.
Crash in Pennsylvania was believed, I'm sorry, the plane that crashed that hit the second tower, supposedly, was one of the weakest pilots, affirmed by his flight instructor. My question is, to pull off the maneuver that suggested to hit that tower, there are accounts from actual airline pilots and very experienced pilots that said they couldn't make that maneuver. What do you say to that?
Well, what would the alternative be? That it would, like, they had a
Yeah, you gotta be really skilled to be able to crash a plane. Only the best are capable of crashing planes. We got a whole movie about a guy who was drunk and was able to land a plane in the fucking harbor, but no way these guys could run fucking planes into buildings.
professional, amazing pilot in there, and there was no hijackers?
It's not that that's an alternative, but it's like, let's compare it to sports. There are some people that are equipped because of their experience and repetition that they can do things that others can't.
Yeah.
Right? So especially you're talking about, it's a skill. Flying a plane is a skill. So to be accurate enough to hit that tower where it needed to be, to destroy it in a manner of which it was destroyed. There are
Oh my goodness, he's actually making that fucking argument. To be accurate enough to be able to hit a fucking tower, dude. Do you know how accurate you have to be able to run into a tower, dude? Do you know how hard that is? You gotta be kidding me, dude.
that are skilled enough that said that they probably could not have done that. So are we talking about a one-off, an anomaly with someone who is much less skilled than they are?
Yeah. I mean, it didn't look that hard to me. I'm not an expert pilot, nor am I an experienced hijacker. But I mean, it's not like he had to land the plane. You know what I
Didn't
mean?
have to land a plane. Seems to us that he had to hit an object, right?
Yeah.
But in order to get the result that he got, right? That's first thing that makes you go. Second thing, I remember that day.
Yeah.
I walked out right after the first plane, and I recall an explosion.
Well, if you remember that day, then we'll have to hear what you have to say about it then, because most people don't remember what happened on 9/11. Most people aren't sure if that's like if that's one of those Mandela effect things, or if it actually happened or what. So since you remember,
In the second tower. Subsequently, in recent years, like you said, there's footage and firsthand account of witnesses that say that they heard an explosion, a demolition-style explosion. You've heard this from firefighters that were in buildings or surrounding those buildings. You've heard this from witnesses that were right near the buildings, and you heard this from people that were actually in the towers. How do you explain it?
I mean, from what, I'm not an expert on building mechanics, but from what it looks like, you had an uncontrolled fire that was raging on the middle floors of multiple buildings for hours.
Okay.
I can imagine that there was also jet fuel that was causing combustion to occur. I mean, it's a building. There's a bunch of stuff in there. There's gas, water heaters, all types of reasons why something might explode.
Neither one of us are architects, right? The industry I work in, I've seen these beams that are used to build high rises. So you're telling me that just from an explosion from jet fuel and this combination, which has also been, I would say, debunked by others
It
that
has
are
not
experts
been debunked.
in not only chemicals and science, which I'm not, I'm taking from them.
This has not been debunked. This has been proven. This has been proven 1 billion times over. If you're still using this like, oh, well, jet fuel can't melt steel beams like that or some shit, like you're a fucking idiot. Okay. This has been proven 1 billion times over, and it's not even one of the things that a lot of people don't even include in these conversations is the fact that it wasn't even just like jet fuel that was causing explosions, but it was also there were a bunch of like kitchens on every fucking floor. There are furnaces on every floor. There's tons and tons of things that are exploding all throughout the fucking building. And once one of them explodes, it's going to cause like a chain reaction all over the fucking building from one floor to the next. And all you need is really just for one like floor to collapse, and that's it. You're fucked. Like the whole thing's crashing down.
Which they're saying is that this is virtually impossible for buildings to collapse in that way. So there are reference points, and I've seen these just randomly, demolitions of old buildings, Vegas, things like that. Why did it look so similar, and how are we?
It says fact check. There were 92 floors above the impact zone. Fuck. These motherfuckers are going to try and kill me while I'm reading this shit. 92 floors above the impact zone and 25 floors above the impact zone. On the south tower, each floor weighed approximately 2.5 million pounds. So there was a minimum 65 million pounds above the impact zone. The vertical load capacity 25 million pounds. Okay.
Be saying that this perfect storm of chemicals and explosions and jet fuel could do that to a building where we've never seen an example of that before.
For sure, but there's never been a building that big that's ever collapsed in that manner before as well.
But we have seen buildings, I mean, I can't recall the count, but it was overseas, I believe in maybe Turkey, where there was a plane that hit a building intentionally, suicide bomber, and the building didn't collapse. Smaller caliber plane, granted. However, the mechanics, the design, not much off. Does height, I mean, we're not physicists, but does height, does all that thing, does that play into the what we saw with our own two eyes?
Well, one question I have is, what does melt steel beams?
Intense heat. But at what, I mean, again, science. I don't know how thick the beams are. We can go into all of that, but we're just talking about what we know, what we've seen.
Hey, thank you, brother.
My God.
All right, my next claim is that Hunter Biden's laptop reveals personal issues but provides no evidence linking Joe Biden to criminal conduct or corruption. Let's get into it.
Yes, let's go. Let's go. All right. This is actually one that I can get into. All right. This is a good one.
What up, man? What up, Andrew? Good to meet you, man.
Channel 5.
Thanks for coming, bro. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Howard.
Good to meet you, Howard.
Man, so your first part right there, you said about with the personal laptop.
Yeah.
When already with, isn't that the same one that he was sitting there smoking crack on?
Yeah,
too,
but
right?
smoking crack is not a major conduct error.
But it's not about smoking crack, but the laws that he was passing about some people doing that crack was more harsh than what was going on with his son, right?
I mean, the disparity between the 1994 crime bill being passed by Biden and others and then his son being able to smoke all that crack while simultaneously having the presidential budget to protect him is definitely a disparity. However, part of what Hunter Biden told me is that his, I think it was the senior thesis that he wrote at Georgetown about the disparity in the crack sentencing in 94 is what caused Joe Biden to kind of repeal that and roll that back later in the 90s.
Yeah, I was about to say, Joe Biden had already admitted that he felt like the crime bill was a mistake, so I don't know how that would be a disparity at this point.
But you said about rolling it back, but it's more enhancement that they would do with that law, right? Because he was doing the same thing but making it.
Yeah.
But you have the same person that was doing that, and they are getting what 30 to life almost.
Yeah, I don't
but
think
he gets rehab. But that against. I mean, that will be against a lot of laws right there. I mean.
Yeah. I mean, just to clarify, I don't think anybody should be in jail for drugs in general, unless you're manufacturing the ridiculous amount of fentanyl that kills a bunch of people. But if you're cooking crack in the 80s and you're still in jail, free you. Free everybody who's locked up in jail.
I think you need to clarify about the cooking crack part, though.
Okay, cooking crack or doing crack, just get out of jail. It's fine. But I think Hunter Biden in particular, yeah, I mean, the fact that he was able to smoke crack and not get that much trouble for it would reflect some systemic.
I mean, but wouldn't that still be some systematic like law approach with that? I mean,
yeah.
So,
I mean, what do you expect Joe Biden to do? To be like, all right, I got to stick to my word. Hunter, 3 strikes, you're going to prison, no parole.
It's showing favoritism with that.
Well, yeah, but it's not favoritism. You're talking about whether or not he would call the cops on his own son. Like, that's really like what your issue is that you think he should have called the fucking cops on his son, which is a little bit different than like if his son got caught and convicted and all this other shit. Like, these are all just drastically different things, but what
that's why I'm like, so if that could bypass a law with him, what else are they overshadowing with Biden?
It's actually a pretty good point. I agree. Okay, wow. Hey, bro, thank you.
Hell
yeah. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Thanks for coming.
Thanks. My first question for you is, do you know when Joe Biden pardoned Hunter?
It was something like 15 minutes before his term ended?
Well, like the timeline that he did for that.
Well, I know that whenever Hunter became on the board of a Ukrainian energy company called Burisma, or it was Burisma, Joe Biden was involved in his pardon. But I just want to say that the conviction that resulted in the pardon was not anything related to like corruption. It was specifically just tax evasion, which happened during a crazy crack bender when he still somehow was on the board. And then also it was a charge related to being a drug user in possession of a firearm, which apparently in Delaware, if you have a historic drug past, you can't have a gun. So those were the two things that Joe Biden pardoned his son for, because he knew that with the upcoming administration, with Trump's justice system, he'd be likely to make an example out of Hunter.
What was he doing in 2014 before that? And so you had already mentioned the Ukrainian electric company that he was on the board of and that he was communicated with. And so it's also known that like our government was used to fund the war in Ukraine to overthrow that coup that was happening there. And so my point with that is that there is a lot of shady stuff that was happening that shows his involvement with all of that stuff and the war that was happening in Ukraine. I think that it does go a lot deeper and that there could be a lot more things involved in that. You had mentioned his ties earlier with Epstein and all of those other things.
No, Joe Biden and Hunter Biden had no ties with Epstein.
You mentioned earlier that Epstein Hunter Biden told
Hunter Biden told me that
yeah.
He repeated Michael Wolff's claim that Epstein introduced Melania to Donald Trump at a tennis club in 2000.
But my point with that is saying that there could be a lot more evidence for blackmail on Hunter Biden's laptop, and so there should be more of an investigation done with that. Instead, it was silence, and nobody ever really talks about it anymore.
It wasn't silence. Congress and the Justice Department reviewed the laptop for 2.5 years, and they figured out exactly what they could. They did whatever they possibly could to try to charge him and convict him for something. They ultimately only convicted him, like I said, on tax evasion and being a drug user in possession of a firearm. If there was anything else on there, they would have hemmed him.
Well, there was other stuff.
Hey, great job. Thanks. All right. What's going on, man? Hey, Andrew.
I'm Space.
Great to meet you, Space.
Yeah. So, I like how you're open-minded and willing to learn.
Thanks, man. You too.
So here's the thing.
You too.
Why was his computer even taken?
Well, the story is that he gave it to a laptop repairman in Delaware. That guy, I can't remember what his name is, but he gave it to Giuliani and Giuliani's lawyers. They sent it to the New York Post. A journalist named Miranda Devine published all of it, and that kind of became a outrage ecosystem in its own.
How long did it take for them to actually retrieve that to send it to the feds?
Probably like you're talking about the time gap. Well, technically, if you believe the Justice Department, there never actually was a laptop that contained all that stuff. There was an iCloud data leak, and there was a laptop too. But most of the stuff that was out there, like the pictures of the crack and the prostitution stuff, that came from an iCloud hack, which Hunter Biden claims is a Russian operation.
Okay, so with them breaching his information, if they would breach his information, what make you think they won't hide any more information?
Well, because the people that wanted to see Hunter Biden go down, which is Giuliani, Trump, and that whole camp, they had access to all the information. So I really feel like what they were doing...
If they would breach his information, what makes you think they wouldn't hide his information? Why would somebody who's willing to breach your information, why would they hide your information? What the fuck? What the fuck did that question even mean?
Doing is they're making a big deal out of something that wasn't that big of a deal, but kind of gatekeeping stuff and saying, okay, right now you got a picture of him smoking crack, but we actually have worse stuff. We're kind of waiting to show you that until the right time. Giuliani falsely claimed that there was child pornography on the laptop. So they were basically holding his laptop hostage, saying like, yo, I can't tell you what's on there, but what's on there will change the game. And then when it came down to it, it wasn't too much.
Well, I mean, how do you feel like they interrupted the presidential candidate between that? Like, how did they hide that process?
What are you talking about?
I mean, when supposedly Joe Biden, we're talking about the connection between Joe Biden and Hutton. How did the connection with Joe Biden had anything to do with the laptop? Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely information on the laptop that showed that a lot of the opportunities that Hunter was afforded came as a direct result of his dad co-signing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, it goes back to what your stance is on nepotism. Like, for example, should Jaden Smith have a record deal?
Yeah, he should.
So you with that, but not Hunter?
I mean, the difference is like 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah.
We took.
2 wrongs don't make a right. You just said one of those was right. What do you mean? You just said one of those was right. You just said Jaden Smith should have a record deal. So where is the 2 wrongs? What the fuck?
All right, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Hey, yeah.
This counts as cardio for me, man. Listen, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Smoking crack, hanging out with Ukrainian hookers, loaded guns.
Awesome.
Yeah, basically, I should be best friends with this guy. It's not. It makes him cooler to me. What I am concerned about is the Hatch Act, which is a serious crime.
Yeah.
And that's where you use your influence and nepotism to gain personal gain for yourself and your family, which I think that very clearly claims, especially with his dealings with China. Burisma, as you said, withholding $1 billion to Ukraine unless they fire the prosecutor that's looking into the claims. If not criminal, corruption.
But what about, the jet that the Kuwaitis or the Saudis just gave to Trump? And what about the fact that Trump Jr. just opened up this club in Washington, D.C. called the Executive Lounge, where if you pay $250,000, you're promised 1 to 2 hours of FaceTime with the presidential cabinet per month. If that's not selling influence, I don't know what is. I feel like it's a regular thing, and I'm not justifying it, but I'm saying I don't think that Hunter Biden did anything that was like far beyond any other presidential child did when it came to getting jobs because of their family.
But so when Trump does it, it's bad. Hunter Biden does it, it's no big deal.
I'm just saying, like, what's worse? You know what I mean?
What's worse? Anybody that's doing this should be, whether it's Trump, whether it's whoever, they should be held accountable for it. We can't be in a kleptocracy where you get into the club and you get to do whatever you want to do, right? Yeah. So, and I get it. Like smoking crack, whatever. People have problems in their family. Leaving a loaded gun in a school zone, not ideal, Hunter.
Where school zones everywhere.
There's too many schools. I agree with you. But bigger issues are with the Hatch Act, and beyond that, man, this concept of Hunter Biden.
What is he talking about? The Hatch Act? I don't know what this thing is. The Hatch Act?
Somehow becoming a victim after all these years of nepotism bothers me, especially when you do whataboutism and say, well, what about Trump? What about this? What about that? I talked with Rudy Giuliani, and it's an interesting thing, and this is almost like how conspiracies are birthed, okay? There's no laptop. What you said, it's actually an iCloud, which is technically true. However, when the FBI raided Rudy Giuliani's house, right, or apartment in Central Park West, he goes, hey, don't forget, anything you take has to be entered into evidence. I have this laptop. You guys have to take it. They stopped the raid. They would not take the laptop that doesn't exist into evidence. So now it creates plausible deniability that, there was no laptop. So as the gentleman earlier said, if we are to trust the establishment to police the establishment, we can't be surprised when the establishment always comes up saying the establishment did nothing wrong, right? So, I mean, we're in a situation here where I don't care whether it's left or right. If people are committing these crimes, if they're using their influence and they're hurting everyday U.S. citizens in the process, they should be held accountable for that. You would agree, yeah?
Yeah. So do you think a collapse of the two-party system and the birth of like a new type of political alignment is necessary?
I think it's happening organically. I think you're seeing people shift to voting demographics they would have never shifted 2 years ago. I think everyday people realize that the system that we have it right now is unsustainable. And part of that is the media running coverage and gaslighting us everyday citizens going, well, there was nothing. There's no corruption going on here. Well, clearly there is. You're gaslighting us. But just because it's your guy, I'm supposed to forget about it. And what about Jared Kushner and his $2 billion? Yeah, let's get him too.
Yeah.
Let's get the Bushes while we're at it.
So let's go after all. You think we need to like clean house of the 1% and just start from the bottom?
That would be the great reset I can get on board with. I don't want to eat guns. I don't want to eat bugs, and I don't want to never own anything and be unhappy. But I do want truth. Just give me truth.
Eat bugs. You guys know about this? There's like there was a guy a while ago who said that we could sustain all humans just off of crickets. We can just eat crickets for our entire lives and we'll be fine. And this is something that they, like, I forget what it was. It was like the World Economic Forum or something like that, where they always just, a bunch of people come forward and recommend crazy fucking ideas all the time. And that's all it was just somebody just recommending a crazy fucking idea, as they always do. But conspiracy theorists love to go find shit that was said at the World Economic Forum and then act like it's just some like huge conspiracy that that's getting pushed, that like all of these people are putting money behind. I don't know how you don't get bored of that game. I'm gonna be the fucking best in the world. What do you think Michael Jordan got bored of basketball? No. Of course not.
Truth. Give me the whole truth and then trust us that we can figure it out from there.
Is there a politician that you look at right now that's on the landscape that you look at as like a perfect arbiter of truth?
Well, yeah, but as soon as they become a politician, it becomes hard, right?
But who is it though? If you had to put somebody in there.
I'd probably say Thomas Massey is the
I
one
was going
guy
to say, he's going to say Massey.
Doesn't take AIPAC money. He goes against his own party more than anybody else. And for somebody that doesn't need, somebody that did nothing wrong, Hunter Biden did nothing wrong, slap on the wrist, kid, boys will be boys, smoke a little crack. What does he need a preemptive pardon for? A preemptive pardon.
Well, I think that the concern for Joe Biden, at least, I don't want to speculate too much, is that if Trump were to get into power and take control of the justice system and appoint different judges, that he would make an example out of Hunter and lock him up and throw away the key for it.
Yeah, some federal judge might hit him with 37 felony accounts out of nowhere for a loan that he already paid back.
No, but they might send him to El Salvador and you have to join MS-13 or something.
I don't think MS-13 exists anymore in El Salvador.
I mean, they've got to. You can't get all of them.
Yeah, well, that's true. I think the biggest issue that we have right here is not running coverage for the elites when they do bad. I think to whom much is given, much is expected, and it's their burden of proof. The citizen, we are innocent until proven guilty. The powerful are guilty until they prove that we can trust them.
Hell yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, we're out of time. Our next claim is the Earth is not flat. It is probably a sphere.
Okay.
So, my guy, how you doing?
I'm good, man. Good to meet you.
Fanboy,
Pleasure to meet you. I appreciate it, man.
That's right. All right, so I'm gonna do this in 3 different parts, right? 3 different parts, easily, real quick. If we were moving, barreling through space in the widely accepted version that NASA gives us at like
I just gave my life because I was bored.
Right, while spinning on our axis at over 1,000 miles per hour, the constellations would change every hour. The stars would not be able to remain
built
the same.
different.
Polaris, one star in the middle that all the other stars circle. The further you get away from Polaris, the faster the stars are moving. The closer you get inside of it, the slower they're moving.
It's not Mussolini.
This star has not moved for eons, centuries, hundreds of thousands of years. It would be impossible if we were barreling through space.
Well, the question is, Antarctica is kind of the biggest thing when I talk to flat earthers. So Antarctica, right? If you were to enter Antarctica from beneath Argentina, right, Tierra del Fuego, and get onto Antarctica, if you went through the whole thing, would you pop out on the other side of the sphere, on the other side of the southern hemisphere?
So when we talk about the Antarctic wall, right, it's not a sphere or a flat surface. It's a bandwidth. It's almost like a snow globe. You understand? So where the firmament is making the actual the solidified structure close. The solidified structure that we're standing on is the Earth, and the Antarctic ice wall is around it, encapsulating everything that we're in right now. So leaving outside of that, of course, you would get to more places, more pieces of the Earth. You know, that we've been regulated away from.
Yeah. So the ice wall is not infinite, or it is infinite?
No. So what's past the ice wall?
Or other civilizations.
Oh shit!
Yes,
so
sir.
on the same plane, there are other parallel societies.
Absolutely. Have you heard of Agatha?
No.
Agatha is believed to be the Hollow Earth, and there are different Hopi prophecies. There are different different Native American prophecies in which they describe an ant people, an entire civilization. This will talk about the Atlanteans, even however you would like to call it.
Yeah.
But on these old maps, once you pass the ice wall, there are other continents just outside with different types of ligers, different.
It's not Hitler in Germany, it's not Mussolini, it's something new. It's American fascism. It now can happen, and I never dreamed I'd say that about this country.
I think it's massively hypocritical because what we had before was the same thing in the other direction.
People wearing hoods coming out of vans and grabbing people off the street. It doesn't matter whether they're citizens or not citizens, they're accused of these things, whisked away, and then in some cases literally deported out of the country.
We don't need more criminals from other countries to add to our problem. I just absolutely disagree that we've had problems with due process.
The military taking to the streets under the control of the government. I mean,
what the fuck is
that's
happening?
fascism.
I'm so confused.
Gangs of people blocking off freeways, attacking innocent people's cars, breaking their windows. Something has to be done. We have to have some law and order.
If I see,
like I generally don't like the people blocking off freeways and shit, but I do think that like these people are just so fucking soy. They make such a big deal about the people blocking freeways stuff that it's so obnoxious. Like, conservatives are just the soyest motherfuckers that have ever existed, bro. I can't imagine being this bitch made to where you're just gonna cry about every little fucking thing. They somehow, as like liberals are working to get rid of all the SJWs and the cancel culture and all of the shit on the left, the right decided to just go and do it all themselves. They just decided, let's go do the same fucking thing that we've all said that we're against this entire time. Let's just let's do it even 10 times bigger than they ever did. Oh shit, I got everybody after me. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. Peace.
See Matt in a riot, I know he's not going to kill me.
I think Jack's great. It was great meeting him last time.
I have zero expectation that I'm going to change Matt's mind about policy. Like, what's the effing point?
This new old thing has taken over our society. Mockery, the relentless teardown of the other side. They're all hypocrites. They're all cowards. They're the enemy. To hell with them. The result? Relationships shattered, society split in half, with each of us taking sides. How many wonder, is there even another way?
Oh, I don't want. Who sent this to me? This is supposed to trigger me, isn't it? I don't want to hear this fucking both sides bullshit. I fucking hate this shit. When one side's saying, hey, they're fucking Jews, guys, they're Jews and they're all the Jews are rats and they're all evil and demonic and blah, blah, blah. And then the other side's like, hey, we don't like fascists. We don't like a bunch of fucking genocidal maniacs. Like, these motherfuckers are going to be standing there like, both sides are contributing to the problem by name calling and saying that they just can't get along with the other side anymore. Shut the fuck up, dude. I can't with these motherfuckers. The both sidesing every fucking thing all the time.
Maker for 20 years. There's another way.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, Jack. Nice to see you again. Give me a handshake and a hug.
Sorry, I was going right for the hug, man. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Here we are, second time with Matt, a far-right, self-described Proud Boy, and Jack, far-left, progressive. And we've met before, and that episode went pretty well from my perspective. The goal was to have the two of you see each other as humans, and you did. That session was recorded just prior to Trump being elected to a second term. Now things have changed quite a bit. It's 6 months after Trump was elected. I wanted to have this session for two reasons. First, to see if that kind of warmth, congeniality can last through what are much more stressful times. And the second reason is that in the comments to the first episode, people said, I want to hear more about dictatorship, not just about these guys who I'm interested in, and not just whether they can connect. And they were particularly interested in Matt. I want to open it up, as we have before, by modeling a conversation which generally doesn't work. Let's just talk about shit and see how it goes. My first question for you, Jack, is how's the last 6 months gone?
I talk with my liberal and progressive and left friends, and we kind of are calming each other down all the time, meaning we're really scared of what we're seeing. It's the worst of our worries come to fruition. It's Trump 2.0 unleashed. He has cronies now, people who get the job because they're loyal to dear leader. It's becoming slowly, gradually, our own version of a Putin's Russia, a dictatorship where power is consolidated in just the executive branch, not even the branch, the chief executive. And then the courts are suppressed and challenged or ignored. Congress, because it's majority, just slight majority Republican, and they're all going along with the ride for a bunch of reasons. Either ideologically they believe it, or because if they speak out, they're literally afraid that Trump will either, what is it called? Primary them, thank you. Or worse, or sick the mob on them, which has, to some minor degree, already happened. I mean, there is fear out there. It's an attack on the media, attack on higher education, the deportations bringing in not just the National Guard, but the friggin' Marines.
Well, and this is exactly how he did things in his first term, where, like he got rid of tons of people in his first term who were in Congress and in the Senate and who were actually like anti-Trump, which was by far the majority of the GOP at the time. And he did successfully just get rid of tons of people and primary them and just knock them out so that he could get more people who were going to be loyal to him and do what it is that he wanted them to do.
The Marines into the streets of America? I mean, I haven't seen that in my lifetime. I'm trying to think if that's true. Even through the late 1960s, early 70s when I was a little kid. Now we've got a guy that's far worse than Nixon or Johnson at the start of that war, which is now our enemies are our friends and our friends are our enemies. He's bludgeoning countries saying if you don't play ball.
XX Vandredx tipped $15. Sx Vandredx has donated 15. Please notice me senpai you woo.
Thank you, Vandred. Thank you, sir. Let's get some cheers in chat for Vandred, everybody. Let's fucking go, boy. So what is that? What does that put us at? I can't see. I can't see the fucking total. These motherfuckers getting right up on me or making it to where I can't even move. I can't even move anymore. That's what's wrong with today's society, dude. We're not even allowed to move anymore. Ooh. I saw that gray motherfucker at the last second. What's the name of this game? This is Slither. S-L-I-T-H-E-R. Oh no. Oh no, they're bringing in the fucking big guns. Oh, this is a problem. Fuck. I had to time that perfectly. Shit. I was in first place for a long time, so I think I won. All right, we didn't hit the oh wait, no, that is the total. Sorry. Okay, never mind. We good.
And do what I want to do, I'm going to hit you with tariffs, and it's just spreading chaos. And of course, that stirs up the country, and then people like you and me go at each other.
So that's a good start. I'd like to hear how the last 6 months have gone for you.
One of the stories that came out was ICE raided some company, and I think it was like a meatpacking facility. All the illegal immigrants, or I'm sorry, you know, we're not allowed to say that anymore. You know,
we're not allowed to say that anymore. Ah, poor guy. Poor guy. You're not even allowed to say that anymore. We're not even allowed to talk anymore, dude. Oh, man. All right, let's see. At Grok. Did Trump really say this? All right. We'll see.
scattered, or they arrested some of them or whatever. And then the next day there were lines around the block for legal Americans trying to get the jobs. And I'm in full support of those deportations. I'm in full support of the way we use tariffs to bring manufacturing back to the United States, and Canada with their massive tariffs.
Bring manufacturing back. Jack's smirk is new to their relationship and communicates his growing distance. What? Smirks and eye rolls, hard to disguise, are a clear sign that the conversation will be increasingly unproductive.
With certain industries like dairy, right? I mean, I'm not sure what news you're getting that doesn't show that. You know, that's pretty interesting.
And what about some of the other things he raised that relate more to authoritarianism?
Bringing the Marines into the street, that's probably the most extreme part of that story. If you remember the Summer of Love, right? When
of course
all those BLM people were rioting
and Trump sent ICE out to deal with them, and then ICE just started shooting people with flashbangs and shit like that, and ended up blinding people and severely hurting people. And it, like, all of the MAGA people came out and they were like, well, it makes sense. They were being attacked. They had to do something. There was a riot and it was an insurrection and they had to do it. But then the head of Homeland Security came out and was like, yeah, these guys were not trained. They didn't know what they were doing. They're not trained to deal with protests or riots, and they got a little too skittish and just started shooting stuff at people unnecessarily, and they will be punished, but not as harshly as people will want, because, again, it wasn't really their fault that Trump sent them there. It was like ICE is supposed to just be arresting illegal immigrants, not dealing with protests.
Burning down buildings. People were killed. People were literally murdered on the streets. Are we just going to let the rioters continue to burn down businesses and actually put people in harm? The last time we just let this get out of control, that autonomous zone where they literally took over city blocks. Trump wanted to stop that before it happened again.
I'm curious of your impression that ICE agents, masked, no badge, certainly no court order with them, but they're not identifying themselves to the public. And the story is because they feel threatened themselves. But as soon as you go that, then you've got Gestapo, which is they grab people, put them into vans, unmarked, doesn't say ICE agent, which a registration number like this country used to do. That's happening in this country on a large scale now, like in cities like LA. That's new and chilling. What do you make of that kind of?
There's a debate that I had a while ago about this that I was totally unprepared for, because at the time I was still very much a conservative, but I was kind of like I was getting more and more disillusioned with conservatives and the dumb arguments that they were making with everything that had to do with BLM. Like BLM, I think, was the last straw for me. Like that was like the final straw, was how stupid everybody became when BLM happened. Like at the beginning, it was normal for conservatives to be supportive of BLM. At the beginning, it was normal for them to say, like, yeah, this is fucked up. What happened to George Floyd was fucked up. And the fact that the cops didn't get arrested, they weren't put on suspension, that this happened at the same time as the Ahmaud Arbery situation and I want to say Brie Larson, but that wasn't her name. Breonna Taylor situation. Like, this is a little bit too much. And it was something like 85% of the country at the time supported the BLM protests. But then obviously the media is like gonna just focus on the riots. Like, that makes sense. That's the leftists on TikTok or on Twitter the leftists on Twitch that I was fighting with all the time, they were always like, the media, it just always focuses on the riots because they're trying to give BLM a bad name and they just want to make us look bad. And it's like, that's not that's not why they're doing it. You're giving like a very malicious intent to this, where it's more so just like, that's just the interesting stuff that's happening, and that's what's going to get them the ratings. That's what's going to get them views. They're not trying to do that, but they do keep mentioning all the time that it is mostly peaceful protests. And but then the mostly peaceful protests being repeated is what made the fucking conservatives soy their pants. And so it just, there was a no-win situation from both sides. But the way that like conservatives talked about, you know, what's his face kneeling at football games and how fucking soy they were about that shit, dude. Oh my goodness. The fact that they whined and cried about him kneeling during football games, holy moly, dude. I cannot care less. I could not give a fuck less. Oh my goodness, yes, Kaepernick. I could not give a fuck less. But then the left turned around and started saying that he was benched for the entire season because he was kneeling during football games, and they were oppressing him because of his political beliefs. And then they ended up kicking him off the team, and no teams picked him up. So you guys realize he just got picked up by that team, and that he was sitting the bench for like 3 years before this happened. Like, he was a somebody his rookie year, and then sucked balls for 2 years after that, and then was sitting the bench for years afterwards, and then got dropped because nobody wanted his ass. And the only way a team picks him up is only because of the media that's surrounding him. It's only because of the fame that comes with him and the fact that like he's this symbol for BLM now. That's the only way a team picks him up, because he has been hot garbage for years, dude. Yeah, it was really, really frustrating, like listening to both sides around this shit. But that was enough for me. And so at the time, back to the point, at the time, I went back on my podcast. I had a debate with somebody about the fact that a lot of the BLM protesters had federal police that were showing up in unmarked vans with no markings on their clothes. They didn't say police. They didn't have like badges. You didn't know who to report. You couldn't even see their face. So even if you recorded it, you didn't know who it was that like who did the thing. You didn't know what precinct or what department or what bureau or anything. That was like, you had no idea who to tell or who you were telling them did the thing. Like, it was so fucked up. The whole thing was so insane. And I had a debate about this on my channel with a girl who at the time was pretty common coming on the show, named Danielle. And yeah, we had a very long debate about whether or not this was okay for them to do this sort of stuff. And I for a while, I want to go back and watch that debate. I want to go back and watch that debate and see, because I remember at the time feeling kind of in over my head and feeling like I didn't have all of the facts yet and feeling like I didn't do such a great job. So yeah, I want to go back and watch it and see if I actually did do okay or what, but were you for it? No, I was against it. I'm saying, like, this is like while I'm being disillusioned with like conservatism, I'm like moving away from it more and more. And this was one of the issues that I was pretty upset about. And yeah, I had somebody come on at the time and fight me on it. And I'd like to actually watch that debate again and see if I did as poorly as I felt I did for the last couple of years.
Raid?
Yeah, no, I'm opposed to not identifying as what they are. Agreed. Yeah, pretty simple answer. I think that law enforcement should always identify who they are.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay, the President of the United States personally bringing a lawsuit against CBS News because he doesn't like the edit of his interview. That's unprecedented.
Yeah, it's a little ugly, but it's not unnecessary.
Well, it wasn't even his interview. It wasn't even his interview that he didn't like. It was Kamala Harris's interview that he didn't like. But his interview was edited exactly the same way, but he acted like he just totally ignored the fact that his interviews were edited exactly the same way and were totally different than the way that he made it. This guy right here, he reminds me of the guy from Sons of Anarchy. You guys know who I'm talking about? Hellboy. How is he not like one of the first two characters on the cast? What the fuck? Did he like do something? Did he say something racist to where they removed him or something? What the fuck? Oh, there he is. Ron Perlman. Why the fuck did they have him so far down the list, dude? He was like, to me, when I think of Sons of Anarchy, I think of two main characters. Charlie Hunnam and Ron Perlman. Now, Katie Seagal was obviously a close third, so I don't mind if they had her second and then him third. That's fine. But honestly, I might even put him first. Like, even though Charlie Hunnam is the main character, Jax was the main character, I would, like, Ron Perlman was the, like, symbolic character in that show. He is who I think of. You'd also put him first? Yeah. That is really weird that they have him so far down. Especially when, like, he's, like, the biggest fucking name on the show, too. It's so weird. I kind of want to go back and watch that show. So many people today that I watch, and I think, I know them from somewhere. Where do I know them from? And over time, I start to realize, oh, they were from Sons of Anarchy. Like, every single one of these motherfuckers. Like, this guy, Theo Rossi, he's in everything, dude. This guy is in everything. Holy shit. He is everywhere, in everything, at all times. I feel like everything I turn on, he's in it. He was in Oz before this as well, I believe. And he was just in the Penguin show as well. It was so good for a while, but I ain't going back to SOA. So my main event, my best friend, main event, and his girlfriend, they watched it every single day when it first came out. And I thought it was kind of lame. I thought it looked kind of lame. It looked cheesy. I tried watching it a couple of times. It just came off a little too soap opera-y for me. And I wasn't interested in it at all. But then over time, I started to like it. I started to get interested in it. And it was actually his girlfriend who started to like force me to watch it. So this is back when like binge watching wasn't a thing. But I had torrents, and I started downloading entire seasons and sometimes entire series off of torrents, and I would just binge watch all the fucking time. And yeah, Sons of Anarchy was maybe the first show that I binge watched back then. I never stopped using uTorrent. Well, I did. I mean, back then I had to factory default reset my computers so often because of all of the malware that came with all of the stuff that I was downloading. My computer would just progressively slow down so much that it was horrific. So I would have to like every like once a year, maybe, probably not even, maybe every 6 months, would just have to do a factory default reset and start over because of all of the torrent stuff that I was downloading. But yeah, like this guy, the Jimmy Smits guy, never seen him anywhere before that. Like this is the first place I ever saw him. And then this chick, Drea, I loved her in The Sopranos. And I was really upset when she died because they really did a great job with her push-up bras and always having her with like a very low-cut shirt, that her tits were something that I looked forward to in every episode. And then when she died, I was really upset that that cleavage was not going to be in the show anymore. Like that was something to like wake you up in the mornings, you know. LimeWire. Yeah, that's what I used mostly. Was LimeWire, Kazaa, and Morpheus. Those are the main three that I used. I nearly quit Sopranos after. Yeah, that that was almost it for me. Like not only was her tits no longer being there anymore, just like depressing for me. But but her death was pretty like horrific to her. It just made you miss her tits even more. I offered Tom a serious political discussion about the dichotomy of U.S. politics, but he somehow turned it into tit session. What is politics if not just the fight for tits? What is politics if it is not the battle over the means of production of tits? The means of producing cum on tits.
They should be held accountable for their blatant lies, right? The media is so slanderous towards him. Remember what they did with Kamala, how they took her responses to questions and cut them out and pasted in? There's no integrity in that, and they're just lying to us. They have to be held accountable at some point, right?
The President of the United States,
right?
In your opinion, the most arguably political powerful figure in the world, should bring lawsuits against news agencies when he pissed off at their coverage criticizing him, even though we have a long tradition just let me finish this thought of the media exists to criticize whomever is in power. That's cool by you.
First of all, there's a first time for everything. At some point when the media is completely slandering somebody, and I'm not like a Joe Rogan fanatic, but they were talking about ivermectin and they said he's using horse paste. Ivermectin's a prescribed drug for humans. He's like, it was horrible what they dragged me through the mud saying I was taking horse paste, human drug, antiviral, and it works. It's pennies on the dollar. Should the media be held accountable for saying the things they say? Shouldn't there be some standard? I mean, do you support tabloid journalism, just absolute lies?
Let me do something that's way more...
The problem isn't even just that he went after the media, which is just something that like politicians and presidents really should not be doing. The problem is that in the meantime, there is alternative media that is constantly lying. All the time, all day, every day, doing nothing but lying. Just massive lying. They are just good for pushing bullshit lies. And he goes after the mainstream media for things that they said that were actually true. That was the issue, is that he went after them for things that were true or things that were real. And then he also tried suing them for editing Kamala Harris's interview in a way that he didn't like, which was consistent with the way that they always edited interviews all the time. Like you can go back and see that there's some like cut-ups of Donald Trump's 2020 or not 2020 60-second interviews that are massively cut up as well. And this is why I just don't like their interviews, is because they're just very unnatural. It cuts and switches so fast and so oddly that it never even sounds like the person is actually answering the question. And then the response from the journalist never even sounds like they're responding to what it is that the person just said. It's horrible. It's ridiculous. But like the fact that like, yes, you can sue journalists if they get something massively wrong, and if they're slandering you in some way, if they're like, those are things that should exist. The problem is that Trump doesn't actually use them for things when people lie, and Donald Trump lies more than anybody. Like, if anything, CNN should be suing the fucking shit out of Donald Trump, the amount of times that he said that they're lying, that they lie, or that they're fake news or whatever. Like, they should be suing him. If anything, that Donald Trump can't go 2 sentences without lying. Let's see, speaking of lying. Yes, in a speech on September 29th, 2025. Oh my goodness, he actually said this shit. Oh my goodness, he actually said this fucking shit. Holy shit. Speaking of Trump lying. Yes, in a speech on September 29th, 2025, Trump claimed he warned Pete Hegseth about Osama bin Laden a year before 9/11, referencing his 2000 book. Fact checks from sources like CNN and Newsweek note the book only briefly mentions bin Laden without specific warnings, and Hegseth was then a college student, unlikely to have been consulted. He actually said this, dude.
Please remember, I wrote about Osama bin Laden exactly 1 year ago, 1 year before he blew up the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to watch Osama bin Laden. And the fake news would never let me get away with that statement unless it was true. But I said 1 year before to Pete Hegseth, I said 1 year before, where's Pete? In the book, I wrote, whatever the hell the title, I can't tell you. But I can tell you there's a page in there devoted to the fact that I saw somebody named Osama bin Laden, and I didn't like it, and you got to take care of him. They didn't do it. A year later, he blew up the World Trade Center, so we got to take a little credit because nobody else is going to give it to me.
Folks, you heard that right. That's Donald Trump, the president of the United States, claiming that he told then 20-year-old Pete Hegseth, now the Secretary of Defense, or the Secretary of War, however you want to put it, a year before 9/11, that he should beware of Osama bin Laden. Pete Hegseth was in college at this time. What is he talking about? This is just completely made up.
This is insane, dude. This is fucking insane. I cannot believe he said this. I cannot believe he fucking said this. This is so wild. how can anybody think this is okay? How can anybody think this is okay? How can anybody get behind this? How can anybody think this is okay? Holy shit. Trump was saying he told Hegseth about the book and the story, not that he told him about bin Laden 1 year before, in my opinion, though he does not say it clearly. So that was something that I was trying to think as well. I was trying to steelman this in a way that would make sense. But the reason that I don't think that's true is because he starts saying, "Where's Pete? Where's Pete? Pete'll tell you." So Pete, you want Pete to come and testify that you told him that you wrote something in a book 25 years ago, when we could just go look at the book. We could just go look at the book and see if you said it. But you want Pete to come and testify that you told him about something that you wrote in the book, so that we all believe that you told him about the book. No, that doesn't make sense. He's calling on Pete to say, yeah, no, he told me about 9/11 before it happened.
Concerning to me, 97% of the world's climate scientists, specifically climate scientists, believe that climate crisis is real, it's anthropogenically produced, and this administration is actually removing things from the government website, going after scientists, climate scientists specifically, and just, it's Orwellian, 1984, disinformation, ignoring the reality, silencing scientists, attacking higher institutions of learning, which could also push back and give people facts, threatening.
I'm not saying it's good, but it's not as bad as Joe Biden sniffing little kids.
Silencing them, and then, of course, outright denying. It's all nonsense, like that senator from 20 years ago brought a snowball to Congress and said, "I got a snowball. What do you mean climate science?" That kind of idiocy.
You kind of went away from holding journalists accountable, and I like that you slickly moved away from that.
I didn't slickly do it. This is a huge issue for me,
so
much bigger than messing around with the free press, which he's doing.
Climate change is absolutely real, but whether it's man-made climate change, that's up for debate, see?
No, it is not. I mean, honestly,
well, of course
this
is we want to debate it right now, so of course it's up for debate. And
I want to pull out laptops and go into sources, and you pull up 3 sources. I mean,
may I ask you a question, Jack?
Sure.
What is the connection, if any, to authoritarianism?
The authoritarian will do what Putin does, which is you shut down dissent. All the government scientists who are under his, to some extent, control, the executive branch, he'll just shut them down. We won't even present the facts anymore.
You're talking about totalitarianism, right? And here you are saying you have to shut down all the dissenters, all the people that have different information that you don't agree with. And there's tons of science that doesn't have the funding that what your side wants to pursue has, because there's so much money behind backing climate change, and there is.
There's money behind the fossil fuel industry and the Koch brothers who want to continue drill, baby, drill, and more.
Yeah, there's not money behind forcing everybody to go green and costing all of these corporations, which are all the biggest corporations in the world, all of this money. Like you're saying that, like, yes, like fossil fuel industries, they obviously, like gas industries, they don't want to go green. That is not something that they want. They don't want to spend tons of money on changing everything over to like solar or something like that. That is not who are these like powerful people who are pushing for like things to go green. Who are these like rich people who are all like in big solar?
Coal. I'm of 2 minds even as we're having this, because like you're not a bad guy. I like you personally. I also know that when I raise my voice and get all like that will never convince anyone, let alone you.
When you get very worked up about it, I think you shut down listening to what the other side is saying.
Of course. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the whole reason we're in this discussion in the first place. It's like.
And that's a great transition, okay? That is a great transition, because I want to have that conversation.
Whoa. These guys are going to transition. This is really moving this guy along. He is, I think he's going to get kicked out of the Proud Boys.
Conversation, not because it's productive.
Are you serious, Tom? Yes, I'm serious. Tell me Tell me who's doing this. I'm serious.
Conversation to show that it's not productive. I mean, I can see your faces, totally different demeanor than before. The chance of the two of you working together in this emotional place, in this spot in time, dramatically decreases. So I want to say to the audience, how helpful is that? Because the other side ain't going away. They're just not. In a 50-50 country, they ain't going away. So what's the alternative? And so I'd like to transition to a different way of interacting.
The Charlie, never mind.
You guys have been through in the prior episode. Let's get to know each other. You already did that. You understand each other's history. You've seen pictures of each other's family. You've gotten a sense of the person at core. And I want to return to that, not to the whole history. What do you remember of the other guy that you like, that you've thought about since? What do you like about this other person?
I can go first. I like his passion. I tend to be pretty passionate about some things, and I think we are very similar, just some of our beliefs on the means to the end. I like his humor. He's very sarcastic. I think that there's a little too much fear to just say things that are on your mind that are funny, and people are worried about offending people, and he's not worried about offending people.
Oh, I'm holding back
at all.
right now, buddy. I was. When you said sarcastic, I'm like, says you.
Yeah.
And I will say I had these two mistakenly on the same text string, and they were talking about what color underwear they were going to wear.
Oh, don't say that. My friends are going to be pretty...
Who was the one that was talking about a pink thong? I mean, there's anything wrong with that.
I appreciate your humor.
Tell me more, as Bugs Bunny once said, tell me more about my eyes.
Yeah, I think I wish more people had this kind of ability to both make humor about situations that they're passionate about and laugh at themselves. I think that breaks down a lot of barriers. It makes people more comfortable to have open discussions and not be afraid to offend somebody. Not having a wall up, and I don't think he's got any kind of a wall.
No.
He's against walls. Walls are racist. Everybody knows that.
We wish he would at times.
He has no filter and no wall.
We wish he would at times.
Yeah.
So reciprocally, yeah. I mean, I could go on about you. You're a good man. I realize kind of the point of this show is to have two guys who are a proud boy and some, liberal commie bastard actually like each other and get along, so that people can look and say, on my side of the equation, like, oh, he's not a bad guy. You have, family that you love, your children. You work in an aquarium, for heaven's sakes. You're around animals. When you walked in here, it's like, Proud Boy is going to be like tats and knives. Oh, he does have tats and knives. But also, like instead, I see this warm-hearted guy looking at me right now. Like,
how shocking is that he's a Proud Boy?
Well, I'll do what they do for me as a Jew in high school. Well, he's not like all the other Proud Boys.
He's one of the good ones.
It's called refencing in psychology.
People
They say, well, you're
said that to you?
different.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. People are people underneath. Don't demonize the other side.
Oh, yeah.
Reach out and connect, and that's going to be one of the huge healing things. Hopefully can come from this crazy show you're put together.
Yeah, I think this is great.
We've only met through this. We haven't gone out and taken a walk somewhere in nature because we're both so friggin' busy in our lives. You're a younger man who's really in his life and career and paying for your
Not that young.
daughter to go to... Well, Sonny, it depends where you're sitting. 65.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought you were a lot younger than that.
Well, thanks.
To be honest.
But you see the spittle coming out now?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, this is the older man thing.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of the end. And right now, I'm wearing 14 diapers underneath. That's why I'm taller in the chair. Oh,
okay,
geez.
that's cut for sure.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear that.
So yeah, thanks for the humor, buddy.
No
May I
chance.
tell you a fantasy I've had about you?
No. Please.
Okay. Future battle, much worse, pitch battle, and I'm in the front with my signs, trees and be nice and love and peace, in the street in a not so angry, but a mob, maybe a scared mob. And then your side is, the Proud Boys and all of that whole crew. We're about to clash, and who knows, it's going to explode. And then
a Kardashian comes in and hands you guys a Pepsi. You guys realize we should all be friends.
I see you, Matt, and you see me, and we run and we hug like, hey, and people are like, what the fuck? Like, that is my fantasy. So it's not what you feared.
Let's plan it.
It's like, this just does not make sense.
Ordinary people of the enemy are not our enemies. They're just us who happen to be on the other side. And you guys have demonstrated that a number of times. And I actually want to turn the conversation now to something that you might agree on. Why do you care?
They can be human and like they can be people. They're still our fucking enemies. Like, that doesn't change anything. Like, conservatives, MAGA conservatives are my enemies. Like, MAGA conservatives are 100% my enemy. There is no doubt about that. They just are my fucking enemy. And the things that they want for this country are hurting too many people and ruining my country and, you know, taking away the Constitution and getting rid of all of the things that made this country great for so long. They are without a doubt my fucking enemies. So it's a nice sentiment and all, but fuck that shit.
Care about democracy? People have lived under a lot of different systems where there was very little rule of law. They've lived under highly controlled systems and everything in between. Democracy is one of those systems. And you both have said that you want that system. Why? And
You
why
said you want
not
democracy? I don't remember that one.
I don't know if you're kidding, Matt.
No. I thought you said you're, to some degree, a communist or a socialist.
What Americans think of as socialism is not. What Americans think of as communism is not. Russia is not a communist country. It's a dictatorship. It's an authoritarian regime where Putin has control and his oligarch buddies, meaning rich businessmen, run it with him and they're paying each other back and forth. And that, in my opinion, is what Trump is absolutely creating right now with Zuckerberg and, well, more importantly, Elon Musk is the most extreme example. For the record, I'm pro-democracy.
Okay.
Why is...
I'm more surprised that the Proud Boy is pro-democracy. That is very surprising to me. Why is this dumb fuck in there, like, trying to kill people while we're all getting wrapped up? What a fucking idiot.
Totalitarianism, authoritarianism, whatever you want to call the spectrum, why is that side bad and democracy good? And why do you want to protect it?
Under an authoritarian regime, a Putin-like system, which I see Trump moving
This is kindergarten politics. Well, that's what, like, almost any conversation with somebody in MAGA, it's all kindergarten politics because all of them are brainwashed by ideas of, like, what communism is and what fascism is and what authoritarianism is. And it's, you know, it's always just, like, the dumbest fucking versions, the most cartoonish versions of, like, what racism is, and it's always just a caricature of those things. It's never what it is in reality. It's never like a real, like, academic understanding of them or an in-depth understanding. And so, like, while I wouldn't say the USSR Russia isn't communism, it's definitely communism. It's just not Marxist communism. It's not Marxism. And that's about, like, as far as most of MAGA's understanding of communism goes. That's about as far as their understanding can go. And so they have no idea how any of this stuff works in reality and what any of it means. So just the same why they whine and cry when you say they're like, oh, well, Donald Trump's a fascist. They're gonna be like, whoa, oh, you think he's Hitler? Like, okay, motherfucker, y'all are too stupid to exist at this point. Like, I don't know how y'all live without walking into traffic on a daily basis.
forward very rapidly because he's a big fan. You shut down dissent. You shut down education. You gut education, as they're doing right now, so that people aren't educated and can push back and not have freedoms to act and think and speak and criticize
This is
the
not a
government.
rhetorical question. So what? Why do you care? People have lived under different systems.
People have lived in, Auschwitz concentration camps. I wouldn't say it's a happy life. You're not free to do as you please.
So tell me what's the problem with where you see the loss of democracy?
If I may, give Matt a crack at this if you have an answer, because I have to actually think about that.
Well, so I think that it comes down to your basic beliefs of human nature. And if we're bad, we need to be controlled, right? Because we're just going to do bad things, we're going to do evil. And which is also why I tend to be against large government, because I personally think that people are good. Deep down, we're all good and we're going to do good things.
You're against large government, but you like Donald Trump, who's continuing to make the government larger and continuing to spend more, continuing to centralize power. That just makes so much sense. Oh, man.
On average, a large majority. And how are you going to discover how wonderful everything in the world is? Other people, communicating with people, interacting with people, enjoying nature.
You outlined some of the things that you like in a free society. Is democracy important for that?
Deep down, I'm more of an anarchist than a supporter of democracy. But as far as governments are concerned, there's no perfect system, obviously. As of right now, out of all the different systems of government, I think that we have the best system that exists.
What are the important elements of that?
The right to dissent.
Right to dissent,
Yeah,
okay.
you need to be able to challenge the people who you put in power before they take all power.
Which they will.
Yeah, which they have done many, many times. As we slowly lose freedoms, we never get them back. They don't come back. It's just common knowledge in political science. We slowly work our way towards more tyranny.
So describe to me what your nightmare scenario would be. Left or right is in power. What does that look like?
Some of it's happening right now, again, and it's not specifically the Trump administration infringing on freedom of speech. You could burn the American flag, right? The Supreme Court has upheld that, right? But if you burn any other kind of flag, it's hate speech. If you burn a gay flag, I'm not saying I'm burning a gay flag, but...
What? Where? What? When has anybody ever gotten arrested for hate speech of any kind, whether it's burning a gay flag or not? Like, when has this ever happened? What is he talking about? When has this ever happened?
If you burn a gay flag, then that's a protected class and you could go to jail for that. 6 or 7 years ago, there was another Texas flood. The humanitarian aid that the government was giving out, you had to sign a pledge that you would protest against Israel. There's like 30-something states that if you're an organization, you can't do business with the government if you boycott Israel.
And I believe that the administration has searched people's phones upon entry to the United States to see if they've criticized Israel and have been pro-Hamas and anti-Trump administration. You're pro-Trump, so how does that match for you?
I'm not a zealot, There definitely, unfortunately, are lots of zealots on both sides, and, I see more of the Trump ones, and I try to challenge them a lot. I try to say, but what about this? Are
How
you
does that
okay
go
with
for
this?
you?
Oh, it doesn't work. I get labeled all kinds of bad things by my people. They are very tribal, and if you have any dissent within your tribe, then you're shunned. I'm not a victim of being shunned or anything like that, but I'm just saying they're like, oh, this guy's horrible. He's saying this stuff, so we have to.
Another thing we agree on, challenging our own side.
Oh yeah, you have to actually, constantly challenge yourself and make sure that you are not picking the wrong side. I mean, imagine finding out that you're wrong later on, that all of your, beliefs were wrong and you made a mistake. So
I just want to pause for a second and I want to ask you, how are you feeling about Matt now?
Good question. There's like two things happening, weaving in and out. The stuff on top, the specifics, then I get all upset and angry and frustrated. And I'm like, what's the fucking point? And when we were connected, more as we were talking about the stuff we agree on and we like each other and sense of humor, how do you, okay, great, we're there. Now how do we function in the world together? where we do have to vote and discuss policies and go back up here.
Not to try to get too deep into the policy, but I do tend to think that people on the left don't listen to people on the right more than people on the right don't listen to people on the left. For example, people on the left that want to support keeping all the illegals here, and the argument is usually because they're doing jobs Americans won't do, which you said, but at what cost?
Such a bad
What's the
argument,
life that
dude.
those people are living?
I want to go now where Matt is going, which is...
It is such a bad argument. People really need to stop. I thought that was my fucking tail for some reason. I don't know why I just ran right into that. People really need to stop using that argument that they'll do jobs that Americans don't want to do. Like, one, it's like kind of degrading to like Latinos and crap. It's like, oh, they're willing to do the things that we find dehumanizing. Like, not the best fucking argument. But on top of that, like, that wouldn't matter all that much if they actually were like some sort of problem. And so the argument can't be about like the fact that they're willing to do jobs that Americans don't want to do. Like, it's just a bad argument pretty much all the way around. And it's like, protecting illegal immigration is just a bad argument all the way around. Like, it just is. Like, trying to keep illegal immigrants is just always a fucking bad argument. Like, it doesn't make sense. This has never been a thing that Democrats stood for. This has never been a thing that liberals stood for, was like keeping illegal immigrants in the country. Where the fuck did this come from? It's so annoying.
Are the values he's trying to protect, even if you believe he's mistaken?
I mean, they're basically working for slave wages. I mean, you even mentioned the
Do you care about them? They're
yeah,
not.
of course.
They're not members of our country.
There's an area in Half Moon Bay. I know because my family has lots of ties to that area. It's kind of hidden from the public, and it's really poor conditions. They're working for. I mean, we want to believe $20 an hour. They're not working for $20 an hour. They're working for way below minimum wage, and they can't afford to do anything over there. And plus, most of them are sending money back home also, and it makes it even harder for them. And I don't support that happening within our system. I don't want people living like that here. I think we have to have higher standards.
So I want to pause from the policy debate and just ask what you hear is important to him.
I hear you say that you care about the welfare, the livelihoods, the difficult living conditions of these poor immigrant people. I see what you're doing.
I'm just curious. I don't know the answers to these things.
Yeah,
for me, this is all an experiment as well. From my standpoint, no system is going to function if people hate each other and can't work with each other. That is
this guy's voice. I feel like I know his voice from like. Does he do the Dateline? Does he narrate the Dateline documentaries? What's his name? What up, leader? Larry Rosen. I don't think so. Larry Rosen can refer to several different people, including Larry Rosen. Like, okay, let's see.
Freedom fighters.
The Justice Department is not
considered a terrible.
That rubbed the president.
And finally,
the post 9/11 Trump.
Cascade of other legal problems. Multiple.
It's definitely not that guy. His voice reminds me of Adam Curry.
Put in place directly by
I just got to tell you, no. God loves you, Joe. He is at work in you. He's all over you and has been that way for a long.
I don't know. I'm talking about the host.
Clear. And we are in that system now, and there are powerful economic and political interests who thrive in that system. And so we're being played against each other.
Oh, yeah.
But what's not clear to me is how you get out of it, and particularly when there's a lot of conflict.
I saw the same situation you described at Half Moon Bay in Point Reyes Station, just outside the town, a mile up the road from a really wealthy western area in Marin County. And I drove down this dirt road to do something else, and like, oh my God. And there were these trailer parks. And they were the ranch workers that work for the Trump-supporting conservative land. I mean, they're conservative because they have land and they want things to stay as they are and keep their land, but they're hiring these guys because they can get them for $10 an hour. It would be a conversation, to answer your question, sit down and work out the specifics. And assuming it's someone with the decency of Matt, who I know actually cares about these people, and his intentions are pure. He's not on either side of the political aisle just pandering for money to keep his job, which is the corruption in our system on both sides of the aisle.
But look how easy it was for
both sides of the aisle, guys.
Trying to get worked up in that previous conversation.
Meaning when you just focus on what you're doing wrong and let me tell you, buddy.
I'm structuring a conversation to demonstrate that that doesn't work and these are two beautiful human beings. But how do you make that happen in the real world when in the real world, we're talking about policies, whether it's okay that the Supreme Court gave partial immunity to President Trump if he breaks laws. How do we get back into, all right, well, there's two guys actually who want pretty much the same things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I assume you're going to wrap this up and give us the answers.
I don't, yeah, I wish I knew. That's what I'm exploring. What I know is what's going on does not work. We're destroying ourselves. The audience that we've received and the feedback that we've received, at least a substantial minority agrees with that. They see the problem.
I think most people nowadays, especially, they get all their politics and their engagement from making 2-second comments, on social media posts,
And it is amazing. I have a show where I'm trying to demonstrate that
truly the shit on Twitter that actually gets a lot of traction is just so infuriating. It really is. It's so infuriating. Like, I feel like half of them have to be fucking Russian bots, dude. They just post like the most disgusting shit from Donald Trump, and like they'll show like ICE agents like beating the shit out of some like random Latino woman. And then they'll be like, who voted for this? I know I did. And then they just have like a ton of comments of like, yeah, that's exactly what I voted for. I want more 70-year-old Latino women getting the shit beat out of them by ICE agents. Like, what? What the fuck? Who would even think to like go clip this and say who voted for this? Like, what is happening? How the fuck do you have like 100,000 comments over here saying that you voted for this?
People who argue with each other achieve nothing. I show clips of people who are connecting with each other and what they are able to find in each other. And the comments, at least 50%, are that stupid fucking conservative white supremacist.
Oh, yeah.
Even in the dialogue that
Maybe some people are stupid fucking white supremacists, though. You ever think of that? You ever think maybe some people are just some stupid fucking white supremacists?
Trying to create. They don't see that we're doing something different. They are just lining up to punch the other in the face.
Did you read the comments from the first video? There was somebody that posted rules of engagement with a fascist, of course directed at me. And the last rules are gunshots draw attention, slitting throats does not.
That brings me back to what do we do as a society? What I'm trying to do is to demonstrate that it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
There are people on the other side who are just like us. Wake up, people. It's you could have been on the other side if you were in that community.
There's definitely a lot of positive comments.
Oh,
just to clarify.
Half are beautifully supportive
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they're craving this in the world. I don't mean to put the burden of solution on the two of you. I want to ask you a few more questions about being a Proud Boy, because people see you as incongruent with their vision of the far right. So
again, back to the comments, there's a bunch of people saying this guy's a neo-Nazi, white supremacist. It's not true.
So what do you think of people of color?
I don't know what
so
else.
all of these people, like, they truly, nobody, like, most people don't believe that they're actually neo-Nazis. Like, even the most ardent neo-Nazis lots of times don't think that they're neo-Nazis. Nick Fuentes does not think he's a neo-Nazi. He's not lying. He actually does not think he's a neo-Nazi. Because for a lot of these people, neo-Nazi does just mean bad. Like, that is just like kind of the beginning and end of their analysis. Is they would have to have some like horrifically malicious intentions in order for them to be a neo-Nazi. And that's like part of what I'm talking about, where I'm saying that all of these people have just very like caricaturish, like understandings of these things. Is that if you're a racist, you have to be wearing like a fucking KKK hood everywhere you go. And if you're not wearing a KKK hood and throwing bricks through people's windows, then like, you know, what kind of racist is that? Like, I have black friends. What kind of racist has black friends? And it's always just the most cartoonish versions of racism and neo-Nazis and fascism and all of this stuff. It's just so obnoxious because, yeah, they're like, well, I'm not a bad person, so I can't be that. Like, okay, buddy.
There is to say they're just people. People are people. I don't know.
I've read that one of the basic tenets of being a Proud Boy is Western chauvinism, whatever that means. And
whatever that
it's also
means.
Anti-racism, by the way.
Oh, okay. So I want to give you an opportunity to be heard, not just on what you think about how things should go, but why. Because as soon as people hear what you think,
it's anti-racism, while their founder, Gavin McInnes, will literally tell you that he is Islamophobic.
they turn you off on the left. And I don't want that. I want them to see Matt.
Well, so Western chauvinism is, I mean, it's somewhat self-explanatory. We live within the developed Western world, and we've created a great society. That doesn't necessarily mean like all of the Eastern world is horrible, but you should be proud of who you are. We have a lot of dissent saying that we're awful and, you know, America sucks.
What's the problem with those views?
I don't think they're giving credit for what we've accomplished, and it's not even necessarily us, it's our forefathers.
What positive values have they brought to the world?
We've created an environment where people can create more than Eastern societies have in the past. We've ended slavery, right? And there's still slavery going on in the East. We've created an equality for humans that still doesn't exist in a lot of Eastern societies, and I think that should be commended. There's more opportunity here than there is in a lot of Eastern societies. I think the West is amazing.
And why do you want to see? And then, yeah, everything immediately becomes about how bad the Eastern societies are, which he's not wrong. It's just that these sorts of things exist in a lot of places, and he's very quickly gonna pinpoint the Eastern societies.
Equality and freedom from slavery. Not a rhetorical question. It sounds like a ridiculous question, but I want to give you the opportunity to dissuade people.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to be a slave. Nobody wants to have less freedom. Who wants that? So of course we should be, you know, striving to give.
And why do you care? That's not you. You're a white guy. Why do you care?
Because it could have been me. Could have been anybody. Nobody has a say in how they're born. Nobody's guilty of being born wrong. Why should we condemn people or give them a worse off chance?
I've read that Proud Boys are expressly anti-feminist. What does that mean to you?
That's a tricky topic because there's feminism and there's the feminist movement. I don't think everything that the feminist movement did was great. I think feminism is fine for females, for women. You know, they should have rights, obviously, and I recognize that they didn't have the same rights as men had, just 40 years ago. But at the same time, as with most social movements, there's an interest in continuing them and never ending them when they've reached the original end goal. And so they end up hurting the original cause. I do think that there's some negative, non-intended consequences of feminism. We've broken apart the nuclear family structure and made it that so many people are critical of the nuclear family, and they look at the traditional roles of women as a negative thing instead of the opportunity that women could have. I mean, why do we slander the traditional, housewife? Studies do show that you raise a more well-adapted and successful children when they're raised in a two-parent household.
Whether or not that's true, and I'm going to do a show on that entire subject soon, I want people to see that that's your intention. Like, you can say this guy is a racist or a sexist or a misogynist. I want you to see the person inside, because saying that backs him up and it fosters no cooperation and no communication.
So, yeah, what happens when you have two income homes is that traditional families have to compete against that, right? And it makes the American dream much harder to reach for most Americans. When, let's say you live in a neighborhood and on your street, half the families are two incomes.
You can't afford a house unless you're two income.
They're gonna outcompete you on all biddings on houses. It basically forces families to have two incomes to survive. So these women, they don't get the choice, or they have less of an opportunity to raise their kids, stay home.
As he's expressing what are traditionally seen as far-right views, or he considers himself far-right, are you able to stay connected with him?
I know you're not trying to control women. You're not trying to force them into any one role. You want them to have the option of a traditional role. Your views sound a little more conservative as a label, but we could talk and probably work stuff out.
Although we have the right to mock the men that stay home and raise their kids.
Always. I'm trying to keep my sense of humor in check on this for some reason.
Jack told me privately that, I'm going to just say it, but we'll cut it if you want me to, that he struggles with, should I be funny or should I be serious?
When I was watching our first show, I saw myself and I judged myself. I can judge myself really harshly for being like too nice and too friendly and too bubbly and nervous and performing. Like, just put that crap aside and be real. This is serious stuff. And I feel pressure going into this show, like I'm supposed to represent, like go get him, Jack. That's why I'm a little less fool around this time around.
We've been exploring two things, authoritarianism and also Proud Boyness, or the far right. But I want to return to authoritarianism. If there's one thing that you're deeply concerned about the other side, one thing, what is it?
I think it's interesting that the left is now complaining about free speech being infringed on, but like this has been a thing for decades now, is that the right has been censored. One example, like the Hunter Biden laptop, right? Like that was absolutely shut down on all social media. That was an absolute policy that was made on X or Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, on all those platforms. We were censored.
And you've said that that's the most important element in a democracy to you.
The right to bear arms is up there because you have to be able to protect that.
In both cases, you're looking to resist tyranny, essentially, the control of human beings.
Mm-hmm. I mean, but it does start with words, right? It doesn't start with a gunshot.
Can you give other examples?
Literally violence.
Because people on the left really have a hard time believing that people on the right think they're being shut down.
Yeah, another one is college campuses, universities. We absolutely know that the majority of professors have certain political leanings. They bring their politics into the classrooms and they shut down people that disagree with them. I mean, I had this happen in college myself. We literally I had to go talk to the dean about two different professors. One was a U.S. government professor, and he was saying a bunch of inaccurate stuff, and I tried to question him, and he wouldn't hear it, and I talked to the dean, and they said, well, you're an adult, so deal with it. That was the solution. All these students are learning that, and they're going to bring it into the into their lives and for the rest of their lives. And so they're going to think that that's normal, and anybody that disagrees with that, they're obviously a nut job, and I'm not going to listen to them. My college professor said this, and this is the right way to think, and those people are obviously crazy and probably racists.
You see there's a liberal bias in universities.
Bias would be a weak word for what Matt
Censorship.
believes.
Oh, yeah.
Censorship.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
really,
the example you
no
gave.
thought is acceptable. Like, don't speak a conservative word. You'll be shunned.
Yeah.
And where does that lead?
Whoa, what the fuck happened here?
From the left standpoint, maybe a specific and small degree.
It's like a
of
suicide pact.
Some people on the left
What
may
the
even
fuck?
agree with it.
I
It's
just
like,
hit the
that's not such
fucking
a big deal.
jackpot.
Look at what fucking Trump is doing.
Sheesh.
But from Matt's standpoint, from people on the right, it is formative. It's the critical piece. It's education. It's our kids in the next step of their life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see where
I mean,
that would be
it
super.
literally is brainwashing.
I really fear, I don't know what it matters to tell you, but I'll tell you since I'm being asked to do it, that Trump is an authoritarian, and this is going to continue with more and more power, and that he absolutely will not leave office. The election results will be completely under his control. I brought a Venn diagram of all my issues. So, I mean, literally, there are 100 things here, and they fall into broad categories of dismantling democratic institutions and the rule of law, controlling the flow of information, and the X platform is a great example of a buddy oligarch of Trump. Although they get into their little spats, he twists an algorithm, and all of a sudden people get their information from a source that can be completely grok racist. So how do I say pick a thing? I mean, this is a gigantic amount of attacks on the democracy.
So Jack, you're in the business of helping people understand a point.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you to access that part of yourself where you help people understand a broader point. If you get lost in the details, you're not going to have people understand a point. And if you can't make any point because only the details matter, then you'll make no point.
I can't disagree with the word you just said, as damning as it is. Trump is making himself a king. He's making himself king, where he won't leave office and he can do as he pleases across the entire society. I think of him as the character Pigpen in Peanuts, who would walk around in a cloud of dust, spreading it everywhere. Trump is a cloud of anger and resentment and childish anger, and he's a mean, feral mofo, and he spreads it everywhere he goes. He spreads it to Canada. How do you get Canada to be an enemy? They're going to fight back, and they're going to tariff our products like only the Pigpen Trump of anger and resentment and childishness could do that. And that's moving through our entire country right now and setting people like you and me against each other, even though we agree, hey, let's treat the immigrants well. And let's have an immigration system where they have to come in legally, of course. So us, proles at the bottom of the food chain start fighting with each other instead of the people at the top who are making more and more and more money and have more power. Gavin Newsom, probably not one of your favorite people, and not so much my favorite person either, in a lot of ways. I mean, character and things.
Well, he's, it's typical politician. He's not,
Exactly.
He's just doing whatever can get him elected. That's all that matters.
It's like this.
Whatever the money tells him to do.
Oh, okay, we're going this way?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But most of it depends on his funding, his campaign donors. You have to get money out of politics.
Probably 1980, I became aware of that issue.
You got to get rid of all incentive. Look at the stock trading they do. I mean, all that stuff, all advantage. The insider trading is crazy that they get away with that. How can you be, serving in Congress and
making money off this
and also
information.
Historic money?
We're about to start.
We're watching the horseshoe just wrap around into itself.
Again.
But I got to do it.
A little show and tell.
Show and tell. I fished this out of the water on the way here.
Oh wow, that's cool actually.
Cool? And if you wanted, if that means something to you, you could use it at the shop as a doorstop or something.
I actually have a bad experience with a brick.
What did it do?
It's not as bad as what you think.
The KKK went through his window.
What I call this, as you guys have been through it before, is identity confusion. The reason I think this is powerful is that it shows that we could be each other, which is pretty much the point of this entire program. That we just happen to be on one side or the other, and the ordinary people are just like us on the other side. If we can inhabit their beliefs, we can actually feel what they feel. So if you guys could switch seats, my question is, who's willing to play the other person first and demonstrate that they're really gotten the other person? So
this is similar. We did some stuff like this a couple of times. We did a show called Steelman, where we had the other side was supposed to tell, we had like a right winger and a left winger both come up, or somebody who voted for Trump, somebody who voted for Kamala, and we wanted both of them to steelman each other's ideas. And so we would ask, like, okay, what are your like priorities? What are the things you care about the most? What are the things that you want Trump to get done? What are the things you want Kamala to get done? And then we would ask, okay, now he said he wanted Trump to get rid of immigrants. Why do you think he wants Trump to get rid of immigrants? What is the best argument for this? And then afterwards, the other person, like, we would ask like 4 or 5 questions about each thing, have the other person steelman it, then go to the other person, ask them 4 or 5 questions about that thing, have them steelman it, and then after, we would have each side say whether or not they got it right. And so I would read back their answers and be like, okay, so this is what they said. They thought you were doing it because of this and because of that. Like, do you agree with this? What's right about this? What's wrong about this? We couldn't get enough people to come on and do it, so it ended up not being all that beneficial. But
so you are Matt, you are a Proud Boy, you are,
and then we do let them debate those issues afterwards. So.
Far right, and everything you know about Matt from your first meeting with Matt and your meeting this time. What would you like the left to really understand about authoritarianism?
So there has been a lot of censorship in universities. In this democratic society where we're supposed to have, free speech and discourse, at a university of all places, a place of higher learning, that has been squelched. I even had one specific experience, me, Matt, where I was basically shut down by the professor, went to go complain about it, and the person said, be an adult, just, deal with it. I don't think the left begins to even understand that it's so much a bias in their favor. They don't even see that has been going on. As within the media, same thing. Incredible liberal bias across the media. So we've had to actually create these alternate platforms to get our viewpoints heard. We've been silenced for decades and decades, and the liberal left, who's all for free speech, doesn't realize that they were stifling free speech because they didn't agree with it.
And what's the problem? Where does that lead?
Well, it's going to lead to a lot of people not participating in society and getting angry, and we're not going to sit and take it. I mean, to hell with that. And that's also why I believe in the Second Amendment, the right to, people are going to come and not just take away my rights, but you can try to take my weapons or influence my kids in school, my friggin' kids in school? No way. No way. There will be blood shed for that in one way or another. I'm not leading an armed insurrection, but I certainly am not going to let you brainwash my child.
Wow. I hear that you are an idiot and worried about things that you shouldn't be. No, I hear that you're concerned about lots of censorship. They shut down conservative ideas and conservative thoughts.
Is he understanding you in the way that you feel it, at the depth you feel it?
I expressed it a little bit more passionately, I think.
So what's he not getting?
Oh,
As
no.
Matt,
Fuck.
I feel, my love for my
Fuck,
daughter,
don't do it.
and you're gonna
Don't
mess
do
with
it.
that? No, that's what my blood boils. Like, you're not going to control what my child learns. No. I won't go to your school. The hell with you.
I'm hearing that you are
He wasn't even doing
very
it.
upset with what they're pushing.
He wasn't even doing it.
You're worried that they're going to raise your children in a way that you disagree with.
The first part of this is really, it really feels good actually to embody you and get the passion of it. But then when he's playing me...
Yeah, I don't have the incentive to be as passionate about it because
the only reason he's doing that is so that you can correct him, so that you can go deeper. You went deeper the second time because you were correcting him. I want you to get deeper into the role of Matt because you can do it when you're not heard perfectly.
Interesting. It's like he does this professionally. Can you give me another leading question?
Where does it lead? Matt, where does it lead? Like, so your daughter gets exposed to some ideas. Big fucking deal.
You know where that leads, Jack? To a dictatorship. to fascism, to an authoritarian regime that's controlling all aspects of my life and the lives of my children.
How does that lead there?
Just don't mess with my kids. I mean, that's just, I'm going to go ballistic on that. Literally, if necessary. Like, yeah, and I don't know.
How it leads to dictatorship, you're not quite clear on.
That's true, I'm not. Well, when I'm sitting here, as Jack sits here and plays Matt, I really can say it and I can really feel it, and it's genuine. I now, as Jack saying, oh, Matt's got the same friggin' fear underneath, and the same real like, oh my God, I love this country, and more than even the country, speaking as Jack, freedom. That's why America was created, to escape the monarch of England, right? So I really get in playing this role that you really feel that deeply, and it is genuine.
Can you, as Jack, express?
It's a little weird that he's not able to steelman this stuff. It's a little weird that he's not able to steelman that stuff. Like, if you say, like, oh, well, you can't tell us how that leads to fascism. Well, the idea that people aren't able to voice their concerns, voice their ideas, have different opinions, the entire idea of America is that people are supposed to have freedom of speech so that they can disagree with one another, so that we can make sure that everything is allowed, nothing is forbidden, and everyone's allowed to have some sort of representation for their ideas, and that if you're not allowed to, that is what leads to like authoritarianism. That is what leads to brainwashing, and that's what they have in like South Korea and all these. Oh, you fucking.
Express what you're concerned about, particularly with the Trump administration.
Hold on, I've got a diagram for that. Give me a second.
Nice.
Close to the camera so everybody can pause the video. Yeah. Trump is a fascist. He wants to be a dictator. He wants to be a king. He doesn't want to leave office, and he's going to do everything he can to avoid leaving office. He's gonna
see. I don't like that they're just repeating each other's answers. Like, that's a little lame. Which, like, it's good that he's asking them more questions about it to get more in depth. Because yeah, it's a little lame that they are repeating word for word what the other person said. Whereas you don't want to repeat it word for word. You want to show that you actually understand what it is that they're saying. That you actually have like an in-depth understanding of it. Which it's funny, there's a study out that shows that conservatives are able to tell liberals what it is that they believe more accurately, or seem to know what it is that liberals believe and what liberals want more accurately than liberals can tell conservatives what it is that they believe and what they want. That study is repeated all the fucking time, okay? Just so you guys know, that study is repeated all the time by conservatives. There's about 20 other studies that say the exact opposite. There's just one that says that conservatives understand liberals better. There's like 20 fucking studies that say that liberals understand conservative beliefs better. But conservatives have their one fucking study that they go to all the time and just totally ignore all the other fucking studies. So.
Pull some old rule or find some law, some way to work around term limits, and he may stay one more term, he may stay indefinitely, and then he'll just put the next guy in line in power and continue.
Like, a thing that I can do is I have like a lot of faith in my ability to debate, to where I could debate somebody. I could take on right-wing positions and like win a debate in them. I could go and debate like that January 6th was not an insurrection and win that fucking debate. Like, I've talked about for a while, like pretending to be a conservative, like starting another channel and just grifting as a conservative, and talking about the fact that I think like with my ability to speak, to argue, I think that I would do so well as a fucking conservative. I think that I would be able to make a lot more money and just do really well. And I was actually planning on doing this for a little bit. I was actually planning on doing this for a little bit and trying to find a way that I could actually disguise myself, disguise my voice or something, and actually try to do this legitimately. And the reason that I never did is because I thought, you know, just the chance that I could actually like end up making a lot of money doing this, and then at some point I'm supposed to like call it quits and be like, haha, got y'all. Like, you know how fucking hard that would be? You know how fucking hard that would be to just like be making a lot of money at doing something and then have to be like, nah, gotcha. I don't think I can do it. Like, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. I think I could. I could. But that's really hard. That's a really hard thing to do that I don't even want to like put myself in that situation where I would have to actually make that decision. But the problem is that I've watched so many dumb fucks on the right who are really successful being stupid as fuck. Like, truly, just for even like an average person, not even just for like the internet, not even just for content creators, people who are supposed to be like more aware of what's going on in politics or more well-spoken or more articulate or anything, like just for everyday normal average people. There are some of the dumbest motherfuckers with like hundreds of thousands of subscribers on YouTube just doing really well. And I think, damn, dude, if it's that fucking easy, I could do this shit. I could do this shit so easily. But you can't do that on the left. People on the left are just super picky. They're super fucking picky about who they watch and who they get their information from and how much they align with their ideology. And it's just kind of, yeah, it's kind of obnoxious. So it would just be really easy, I feel like, to just go onto the left or onto the right and just grift over there and make their arguments even better than they make them.
To erode all of our democratic structures, he's stacked the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is just going to do his bidding. He doesn't respect people questioning him. He's a grown baby that throws temper tantrums. I don't know. I'm stuck right now.
See, I think Jack's just stuck over there, whoever plays him.
I'm not doing the greatest job for my side explaining it, but he attacks anybody that questions him. And that's not just the press, that's anybody. That's people on his own side. He goes after people that worked for him. He attacks, Elon Musk. He attacks anybody that questions his authority, and that's what an authoritarian would do.
What would really help, I think, both of us, if we may, switch seats and let me just do 1 minute on Trump, just passionately.
Sure.
Thank you. And then we can switch and maybe, because I really need to get it too, for him.
Right.
I'm not giving him much to work with.
Right.
Thank you. Donald Trump. So this is unvarnished. I am terrified for this freaking country. I can't believe that guy that I watched as a just mean, racist, bigoted, ignorant, Spy magazine called him a short-fingered vulgarian. That doesn't begin to cover it. He is terrible in business. He's a liar. So many people in the country didn't grow up with him as I did, think that he's this star businessman because they watched a freaking TV show, The Apprentice, and think that's who he is. And I can't believe he got elected once. I can't believe he tried to get in a second time by lying about the election, never seen before in this country. And then he's in office again. The charlatan did it. Amazing. And he's dismantling this friggin' democracy. As a Jew, I'm actually now, for the first time, I understand Nazi Germany. I see this as 1934, 1935 Germany, where I always wondered, how could that have happened? This incredibly advanced, intelligent culture society. And America wasn't even that. We're not old enough to be that advanced and cultured. We're finding our way, in some ways magnificent. But he's just now just dismantling all of that. And the fact that you folks on the right don't see that and consume this mass media that he's putting out with his buddies like Elon Musk, taking over media platforms and cranking up the AI algorithms. Grok, he calls it, which is so offensive to the author of that term, to actually just spew 2 days ago from this recording anti-Semitic stuff with a kind of this clever, I mean, it's right out of Elon Musk's mouth. And
who's the author of the term grok? I don't. What is grok?
Trump is his freaking crony. That's the oligarch. It's exactly what Russia does with wealthy businessmen who make money off it. And I see you shutting down, and I don't care. We're going to go a little bit more. Trump is a friggin' monster. I can't believe this is happening to our country. And I can't believe, not that you're not a nice guy, but that you can't see it because you're consuming this cloud of disinformation. It's friggin' terrifying. And every single thing, it's sort of like, it's like taking a dam of monstrousness and punching a hole there. Well, it's just one hole. There's a little leak, but that's normal. Biden did it. Hole, 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 hole in all our institutions. And the whole friggin' thing is going to cave. And then everyone's going to suffer, including you folks. You'll see. So that's just an inkling of what I feel about Donald Trump.
If Jack had offered this tirade earlier during the conversation, Matt would have regarded it as an attack and firmly resisted.
Can you connect it to dictatorship?
That is the definition of an American president becoming a dictator. All those things that he's going to do to our society, all the institutions, academia, universities, free press, the public.
I feel like ever since the update, when I turn on the jets, it takes a while to turn them on. So instead of it just starting off, it takes a second to go from 0 to 60 now. And that is like really fucking me up because I feel like I expect it to just start like as soon as I hit the boosters. I expect it to be at 60. And it's not. It's taking like a second to like speed up. And so yeah, this is oh fuck, how did you get out of that? Yeah, it's really screwing with my game.
Scaring the friggin' public. Now we're attacking each other and sending out, armed forces and vans in the streets, controlling people's dissent in the street. You can't, and then of course he's going to gut elections. He already tried to do that in 2020 by saying he won the election. It's an authoritarian playbook. When I listen to commentators, they all say this is all standard stuff that's been done before. It happened in Germany. It will happen here. It is happening here now. We're seeing it. I don't even know if it's in slow motion anymore. The last 6 months, I can't believe it's just been 6 months. I feel like it's been 2 years already of this guy in the second term.
That it is amazing to think that this is like Donald Trump has only been in the presidency for what, 9 months now? That is wild. It is wild. Like listing off the amount of bullshit that we've been through in 9 months, it is enough to have like 40 or 50 Joe Biden presidencies. It is ridiculous, dude. It is insane to think that this has only been like 9 months. What the actual fuck?
This is rising authoritarianism, a dictatorship, a fascist rising to power, some American new neo-fascist.
Dismantling every challenge to his authority.
Absolutely.
That's the through line.
Dismantling every challenge to his authority, yes.
Okay, so if you would, give it a shot.
Okay, let me work myself up here.
So let me ask you.
Okay. Good moderator.
What can you express with passion about what you fear about Trump? With passion.
I feel a lot of anger, a lot of fear, but mostly those very negative feelings towards people that support Trump, because Trump is literally an authoritarian that's going by the standard authoritarian playbook. If he doesn't like something one group says or one organization stands.
All right, my food just got here. Give me just a second. I'm gonna grab that real quick. It really does feel like longer, and I'm not even in the States. Yeah, it's wild. It really is. Like, just thinking back, that I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago where I said, "Oh my goodness, it's been 9 months." I feel like we should be coming to like the end of his presidency. Like, it feels like, okay, it should be over any day now. Like, but we're not even a quarter of the way through. We're just 20. We're just like what, like 15% of the way through. This is ridiculous. The issue is when you cry wolf for decades and there is never a wolf anywhere to be seen, people just won't believe you anymore. Well, I mean, the problem is that I was a conservative, so I was a conservative, and I left conservatism because they were voting for people like Donald Trump. I wanted to be on the side that was fighting against this motherfucker. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my food.
He tries to destroy them. He attacks everybody and everything that opposes him in any way. He's filing lawsuits against the media. He slanders everybody. He went after the elections, free and fair elections. Then what's going to stop him from trying to stay in office again?
What's the through line?
He tries to destroy, basically. It's not even he just tries to attack. He doesn't just attack anything that he disagrees with or anything that disagrees with him. Moreover, that's the more important rule, is that if anything challenges his authority, he tries to destroy it. It's not just a stepping stone, it's a giant leap towards authoritarianism and eventually his dictatorship. And even if it's not his dictatorship, it's one of his cronies' dictatorships down the road, whether it's him, J.D. Vance, one of his children that he's setting up for that.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty good job, even threw in a few nuggets there, which were spot on, by the way. And that is the definition of fascism, a monarchy, a king. It's all the same.
Is he understanding your concerns about authoritarianism in the way that you'd like him to?
Yeah, I do, actually. I think this time around was great.
So let's switch back. From my perspective, you played each other really well. I'd like to know two things briefly. What was it like playing the other person? Did you learn anything? And secondly, what was it like seeing the other person play you?
Even more than last time, it was a little more eye-opening. I'm being honest here. Like, seeing what he sees, but being, forced into playing that role, like, I can see what he's talking about. I get it. I mean, even though I do still disagree to some extent, I can see the fear. I could see the reason behind what he's worried about. And I get it, because as you probably got last time, like, that's similar stuff that we worry about on our side. And it's easy to forget when your side's in charge. It's easy to forget that the other side is feeling the same things that you felt. They're going through the same things and they're worried about the same things, just with a different twist. I mean, I try to question myself as much as possible, all of my beliefs and everything, but it's not the same thing as trying to actually put yourself in that person's shoes. That exercise it's a different feeling, And like I said,
They're agreeing with each other. This is gay. Why don't you all stick your fucking dicks in each other's butts already?
I didn't notice it as much last time, probably because my side was the one that was worried, and I'm just worried about him understanding my worrying. But now we're less worried, and I can sense it. I can feel it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Wow.
very, very useful tool. I think it's great.
What was it like seeing Jack play you and echoing your concerns about censorship?
I like that he focuses a lot on my connection with my children, and I think he even conveyed that more than I did. I think it stands out to somebody that is empathetic, and he actually can kind of focus in on the specifics that are important to me.
Okay, thank you. First, what was it like playing Matt?
When I feel into being a parent, which I'm not. I mean, I have a lot of love in my life and friends and...
These are tres leches pancakes. Okay. And then this is bacon, obviously. scrambled eggs with cheddar, sausage in the middle, and then hash browns. Ooh, baby, baby. I'm gonna go have fucking sex with this food before I eat it.
Animals and nature, so I know what love feels like, but I know it's unique. It is a different thing to have children in this world. I have enough friends who have them. Some of them I love. So that was the one I could really connect with. Like, don't mess with my children. I will, it's a force of nature. So I went there.
Literally, it's nature.
And literally a force of nature, exactly. So yeah, I could embody that and really feel the fear of it, and even just now it makes me feel even more empathy for you, that you can empathize with the losers of the last election, and that we have the fear that the losing side always has. It just can switch depending on who wins.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I appreciate your voicing that. It's important.
What was it like watching him play you?
Well, firstly, because you were struggling with it, I really appreciate your sincere effort. And then it seemed you clicked in and kind of like got more of it and were saying things that I hadn't said. Wow, he really did. He does get it. He's listening.
And I'm guessing that deepens your belief in his sincerity about totalitarianism.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying before, is that, yeah, like if you're actually saying it in a way that they didn't say, that's how you know that they actually get it, is if you're just repeating word for word what it is that they said earlier. It's not really beneficial. Like, you need to actually like explain it in your own words so that we know you actually understand this in some way.
I mean, that's the beauty and the horror at the same time of the situation. We both have the same foundational fear. Everything else on top of it can go askew, completely different, but underneath, we're the same. I mean, we felt it. I felt it. I know you just said you felt it.
I wanted to bring you guys back together because, one, I wanted to see if your connection could survive the increased stress in our country. My own conclusion is, at least in this session, yes. Absolutely.
We are the same, guys. We're all the same in the end. In the end, we're all just the same. There's no real difference there. It's just we just have different ways of expressing it. That's all it is.
We are different people. We speak different languages. Huh? We have different faces, but inside we are same.
Same.
Same, but different. But still same. Oh, thank you.
Absolutely, which I hope is a model for people. The second thing I wanted to explore was people's vitriol directed at Matt. And honestly, I know before this project nothing about Proud Boys, and really very little about the far right or the far left. But I had a theory that they're people, just like me. It bothered me a lot to see that kind of anger and bitterness directed at a person that I've seen is a really good person. People can say whatever they want in the comments, that we're sane washing the far right, but the point is, from my perspective, that you're just each other on the other side. What I hope is that because people support extreme leaders and extreme positions when they believe they're under existential threat, that by watching you, they'll feel a little bit less under existential threat, and they'll be able to work better together.
I was going to do a good news, bad news, but I'm going to do a bad news, good news intentionally. So the bad news is it takes you and I being pulled into this in a very formalized setting here, structured with a professional freaking mediator, hours of talk to get to this.
Says it took 3.5 hours of recording. We condense, hoping to hold on to the impact of their interaction. Damn.
The good news is where it got us. Because before this show, I mean, I can't tell the number of people on the left friends of mine are like, with a Proud Boy? You know, boogeyman. As I have before, but even more now, renewed, be telling my friends on the left, like, watch it. Listen to what he says. Look at his sincerity. This is not, you know, the gun-toting lunatic that the left thinks the right is and the right thinks the left is.
I don't know if you want me to get into this, but people in the comments, and like you were just saying, people think they know what Proud Boys are because they've been shown videos online. There is no official Proud Boys website. There's a website, I don't know who owns it, I've never heard of it. They think that we're some group of fascists. The history of the Proud Boys, it came from Gavin McInnes, a comedian, literally a comedian with a talk show. He's a shock jock in a way. It started out as a men's club because I could show you the video of him talking about it, how traditional men's clubs have aged and there's been no new ones. And, you know, society has changed. Nobody wants to join the Elks Lodge anymore and the
Kiwanis, Rotary.
Yeah, he was like, I want to start a new club where guys get together, they burp, they fart, they drink beer, you know, every once in a while they punch each other, but nobody holds a grudge, and it's great. And so I listened to him and I liked the idea, and so same with a lot of guys that signed up. We were like, oh, this sounds like fun. We want to hang out and be men again, get away from female spaces for a little bit, you know? That's not a sexist thing. You know, have an excuse to go out and watch a boxing match or a UFC event, which we do a lot of, and that's all it is. And, you know, of course, every group is its own group, and so there's some guys that are gonna create a bad reputation, and there's people like me that, you know, are out here trying to convince people that that's not everybody. People always try to claim that we're a bunch of white supremacists. Like, there's not that many white people in our group. It's surprising. We've got gay guys, we've got black guys, we've got Hispanic guys, we've got Asian guys, and I hate, you know, throwing those things out there, even having to use them as a crutch to explain it, but it's silly. Silly accusations for people that don't know any Proud Boys and have never ventured to talk to us or hang out with us.
For me, it's good to hear that.
And whatever the Proud Boys are, I am hoping that people can see you through this program. I want to ask you two in closing, as we have before, what wisdom can you offer the people who are watching? You don't have the answers for our country, but you've been through this experience.
Confirmation bias is like one of the worst things people can practice. Go talk to people that you think you disagree with. And don't just, you know, argue, bicker, go back and forth and never let the person actually express the full extent of what they're trying to say. Sit back and hear them. Hear what they're saying, like what we've done here. You know, listen to somebody that you think you disagree with. You might find out that they're a lot better of a person than you think they are.
What wisdom would you offer people who are watching the show?
We are alike underneath. Completely different. We can be, you know, people in wars can be killing each other on the battlefield, literally, not proverbially, because we're not there yet. But underneath, we're motivated by the same passion for the same basic needs and fears and concerns.
I hope people can hold on to that. You guys, to me, are awesome. I really like you both. I've totally enjoyed it, both of these sessions, and maybe one day we'll do a third. Thank you both.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think you're amazing for coming up with this idea and giving a platform to people that would like to kind of break down some barriers. This is awesome.
Some will complain in the comments, the enemy's project platformed a Nazi. Clearly, I don't agree, and I doubt those people watched the whole episode. But even if they did, here's my response. Humiliating your enemy ensures they will always be your enemy. Sun Tzu, the ancient strategic master, spoke how to win a war without war. He said, "Build your opponent a golden bridge for his retreat."
That is some dumb shit. I like the show. It was a good project. It was interesting, but a little bit too much of like the both sides bullshit. It's like sometimes some people should be your fucking enemy. Like sometimes it's good to have some fucking enemies that are bad. Like I don't know. And the whole thing is like, come on, guys, see? He's kind of nice. He can't be a Nazi. Like, shut the fuck up. Bro, this tres leches syrup. Holy moly. This is addictive. Like, what the fuck even is that? What the fuck? It tastes like it's got like a lot of like caramel in it, maybe? I don't know. Whew. That is amazing. Anybody know what that is? They call it maple syrup? No, that's not maple syrup. That is not maple syrup. Tres leches syrup is a milky syrup typically made from a combination of condensed milk, evaporated milk, and whole milk or heavy cream used to soak sponge cake in a tres leches cake to create its signature. So I'm assuming that was this one, not that one. Dulce de leche caramel sauce. Okay, so yeah, so it's a type of caramel. It's a rich, sweet, and creamy sauce made from milk and sugar, typically by slowly cooking sweetened condensed milk. Oh, okay, so it was the first thing. Until it thickens and turns golden brown, a process that caramelizes the sugars in the milk. Originating from Latin America, it has a complex, slightly tangy flavor. Yes, like the end of it, the aftertaste, like it's got this like very tangy, like just very, very interesting type of flavor. It's caramel. It's not just caramel. I'm telling you, it's not just caramel. It is like, it's almost like caramel and like whipped cream, maybe. Like a very like buttery whipped cream mixed in. It's just, it is so good. So fucking good. Yes, I ate all of that. All gone. Adios, amigos. I say caramel and caramel, but I say both. Depending on the sentence and the structure of the sentence, I will sometimes say caramel, sometimes caramel, but there were literally schools around here. Like people, first off, I've known people with the last name Carmel. It's spelt the same, but they go by Carmel. There was a school here called Carmel Elementary. And but I know that all of the British losers say caramel. So I've never heard that before. You've never heard people say caramel before? You've never heard people say caramel? What the fuck?
We are looking at how to pronounce this word. Quite a controversial one, isn't it? Well, if you've made a bet on how it is said, you might be disappointed. Yes, there are two different ways of pronouncing it. In North America, it is generally said as caramel, caramel. So you just eat up the middle syllable. It's so sweet, just eat it all up, right? Caramel. But in British English, it is often pronounced as caramel, caramel. So the middle syllable is quite, you don't hear it.
Yeah, it's how we say it in America. Caramel.
Caramel, caramel, caramel or caramel, or caramel or caramel, caramel, caramel. Is it caramel, 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 or can?
So like, if it's like candy, I'll say like caramel candies. I don't ever say caramel candies. I say caramel candies. But if I'm just talking about it like normally, it's just caramel. Unless it's like frosting, then it's caramel frosting, not caramel frosting. So like earlier, you guys heard me say it like two different ways, almost back to back, because I was using it differently in each sentence. So yeah, it's
destroy that. Hopefully not totally.
it's kind of like Caribbean and Caribbean, depending on how I'm saying it. I will say it differently, like depending on the sentence structure as well. I'll say it differently each time. Like I will always say Pirates of the Caribbean. Always. It's always Pirates of the Caribbean. But if I'm actually talking about the islands, I will say the Caribbean. I will always say the Caribbean.
He's taking people.
Salted caramel bars are the best. Wait, do you guys not say both? Do you guys just say... Do you guys just say caramel all the time? You never say caramel? Like caramel sweets? I also I kind of like how Americans say aluminum. Aluminium? I was blown away to hear British people say aluminium. What the fuck? Like, don't you guys literally spell it with an I as well? Yeah. Yeah, you guys literally spell it with an I. Because I recently, I was talking to, I think it was Mantis. I was getting into an argument with her over whether or not it was aluminum or aluminium. And she kept saying, no, it's aluminium. And I was like, there's not an I at the end. It's one I in the fucking word. What do you mean? She's like, no, it's not. Look it up. And I looked it up, and it did say ALUMINIUM. And I was like, what? Aluminium? What is this? In New Zealand, we say it both ways. Well, Mantis is from New Zealand. So she, yeah, she was saying it's just aluminium. And I was like, what the fuck? So I look it up, and it does say NIUM. And I was like, what the fuck? How did I never know that it was spelled like this? A fucking... How did I never know this? But it is spelled both ways. It is both. We need to take a look at the periodic table. That's where the based answer is. Oh yeah. Nice. Let's go. We win. No wonder we clicked. Yeah, she's a Kiwi. FYI, guys, we got about 45 minutes left on the clock. We got $20 left to go. If we want to get the last 2 hours on the clock to get a full 8-hour stream, we gotta get. Excuse me. We gotta get $20 more donated with the tips link at the top of chat. No super chats. I cannot deal with super chats right now. Okay. I need monies in my pocket today. No fucking super chats. I hate this fucking. This is like, you have to know how fucking racist you sound when you say shit like this. You have to. So many people have come on trying to make this argument in debates, dude. They're like, there's illegal immigrants. During Biden's administration, I would have people call into the show being like, there's illegal immigrants all over the place, guys. And I'd be like, where the fuck? Where the fuck are you getting this from? That there's illegal immigrants all the time, all over the place. And they're like, just go outside. You can see them. Like, you serious? You think that you can tell whether or not somebody's legal or illegal just by looking at them, and you think you're not racist? Like, you think right now you think you don't sound racist? Seriously, you can just look at them and tell they're fucking racist, or you can look at them and tell they're illegal. It's fucking insane. They literally sound like the leftists who say that you can just look at somebody and tell they're racist because they're white. As long as they're white, they're fucking racist.
Talk to the other people there that she would buy the inventory from, and she can, they would communicate to her that they would see, violence, or she would see some people that were also maybe stealing certain items. It just wasn't as safe.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, dude. He's actually like saying that they're committing crimes and stealing everything. They're not safe. We're around brown people, guys. It's not safe anymore because brown people are there. I'm from New York City. That's where I'm from. It's like partially where I grew up. New York City and Atlanta. Two places with tons of fucking immigrants. You gotta be kidding me. It says working with local police.
Anthony tipped $5. Get some more caramel or whatever.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you. Appreciate it, homie. When he says working with local police, what he means is that they just send the National Guard in to take over the policing and just get rid of the local police. That's working with local police.
Criminal activity and targeting those people first, therefore, helping with the safety and
brother. I thought he was gonna say Donald Trump. Yo, he's got a fucking Chalakian mic too. He's got a Chalakian mic. This is two people today we've seen with the Chalakian mics. Isn't that normal? Do you know what we're talking about when I say the Chalakian mic? Do you know what that is? Yeah, Aegon Chalakian. Yes.
It feels like I'm like moving against something, or that there's something like moving against me that I haven't ever really been cognizant of before. I haven't put together all of this in any formal sense. It's just been bouncing around my head. So, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to because I don't even know if I should, for a variety of reasons that I'm not going to get into. So, for example, there were dozens of different accounts. Get it on the official site? I don't know, because this is govinfo.gov, right? I want to know if this guy is real. This guy might be real. I just want to know if this guy is real. Okay? I just want to know if this guy is real. That's all I want to know.
Hello, my name is Aegon Chala.
Or is there a guy with this name and this is like a bot that stole his identity? That's what I just want to know. That's what we're gonna check. Okay.
I, Aegon Chalakian, am a qualified particle physicist affiliated with the preeminent CERN Particle Physics Laboratory. I retain a very active...
Wait, what did he just say? What? Wait, sorry, hold on. We're getting so sidetracked. But this...
The amount spent on discrediting Elantra is equivalent to the cost of only... The amount spent on discrediting Elantra is equivalent. The amount spent on discrediting Elantra is equivalent to the cost of only...
Wait, you're right. Wait, why does he have two clip-on mics? One for backup, maybe? Wait. One for backup, maybe? Bro.
My name is Aegon Chalakian. I am a part...
This is 10 months ago. Wait, so is he real? Is it real? Look at the background pictures.
This is my favorite part. Like when I watched this, because I was live. He went live at like 2 a.m. out of nowhere. He just went live at like 2 fucking a.m. And when I finished stream, I was talking to somebody and I was like, why the fuck did Destiny go live? Like my chat literally just dropped in half. And they were like, oh my goodness, it was insane. They're like, it was truly insane. You have to go pull up his stream and see what the fuck was going on. Like, you have to go see this. And so I go pull it up. And this is like one of the first things that I saw. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, what the fuck is happening there? And so I went and found the actual picture of him and was like looking at every little fucking picture, every single book, every single thing. Just like, what the fuck? What is happening? There's no way this is real. Like, none of them have faces. None of the books have names on them. Nothing. There's nothing here. And there's, everything has like, it looks like Nobel is like what's on some of the like books and some of the covers. And it's got like little guys with like Hitler mustaches and shit.
Wait. I can't tell if I'm mind myself. Maybe it's just low.
Nobel.
Resolution?
What the fuck is that? I don't know if anybody else sees this. I can kind of see a dog. I can kind of see a dog's face there. I don't know if anybody else sees this, but it's kind of like a cartoonish dog where it's like that. Like that. And this is like the nose. This is the snout coming up. This is the mouth with like the tongue sticking out. These are the eyes here. Like that's kind of what, you know what I'm talking about? Anyways, yeah. The Aegon Cholakian mics. Every fucking time. Every time somebody says, you called him Adolf Hitler. Every fucking time it turns out that they just like made a comparison to Hitler. It's never that they called him Adolf Hitler, but that there was some sort of comparison there. And that was it. This is so stupid, dude. This is so dumb. These people are such fucking babies, bro. Every single time. It's every time. I've never seen a single time where somebody actually just like calls him Hitler, but every time instead, it's always just some sort of comparison to Hitler. And most of the time, it's like the most obvious comparison. Like Donald Trump literally repeated word for word what Adolf Hitler said. Like, okay. Who always say, like, they always have to take everything to the most extreme. Like, oh, if we were in a dictatorship, you would be in jail right now. You would be lined up against the wall and getting shot right now if we were in a dictatorship. If Donald Trump was anything like Hitler, all of the fucking Jews would be in the internment camps instead of him trying to help Israel. Like, it's just always the most like extreme strawman caricature that they can get to avoid actually engaging with a real criticism. I hate that these are adults in our country, bro. We're not talking about children. We're not talking about like 5-year-olds saying dumb shit like this. We're talking about adults, dude. This is so embarrassing. What did Obama win the Nobel Peace Prize for? I don't think it was a couple months after getting into office, but I don't remember. What did he get it for? Was it the Paris Accords? For being black. Okay. Well, that makes sense. That seems fair to me. Trump's not black. The non-proliferation. Yeah, that was the... Oh, sorry. No. The Paris Accords were the... Sorry. I was getting confused. Yes, the Paris Accords. That was for the Iran deal. So yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of the Iran deal. So yeah, so the Iran deal was definitely worth a fucking Nobel Peace Prize. Now, he probably wouldn't have won it if we had known that Donald Trump was going to come in and just undo one of the greatest achievements of the 21st century, but what can you do? Well, she's going to think so because Donald Trump stopped black people from killing Ukrainian women on trains. So he's no, Ukrainians fucking hate Trump. Ukrainians hate Trump. Trump called Zelensky a dictator like 20 fucking times and said that he was corrupt, said that he was selling their weapons, said all sorts of fucking disgusting lies about Zelensky. So yeah, Ukrainians are not big fans. This was interesting to listen to. A lot of the stuff that I see from the UK, I'm kind of back and forth on like how it seems they feel about Trump over there. There's I think a black woman that I see fairly often with like long braids, who's like constantly playing defense for Trump in their hearings. And I don't know her name, but she'll like make a big deal about people even just saying something like mean about Trump or some shit. Like she's like full on fucking MAGA, like, how dare you disrespect Donald Trump? Just like, what? He's not even your fucking leader, dude. Like, why? You can't even say something disrespectful about him there when he's not even your leader? Like, we're all gonna say lots of disrespectful shit about him here. Like, we're gonna be disrespectful as fuck. And he's even our fucking president. So yeah, I'm back and forth. I think she's a. He just said it a second ago. The party, they have an odd name. It's the something. This, I think it like ends with like an I or a Y. Like the birdie party or the. Anybody? Anybody know what I'm talking about? No? Okay. Well, there's some, I don't know, conservative party there that's the Tories. I think she's a Tory, right? I think that's what I was thinking of, the Tories. They're conservatives, yeah. Okay. The Labor Party is left wing, yeah. Okay. I am going to get off in a second because we didn't hit the goal, but I did want to. Let's see, what was this?
So I'm going to take some time off and think about what to do next. I feel like, you know me, my ego will drag me back in front of a camera before too long. You know what I'm like. I'm going to take this opportunity to cultivate a deeper relationship with God, to reflect on what's happening in this culture, and to see how, you know what they say is where what you have to offer meets what the world needs. And if I have nothing to offer that the world needs, then that will take care of itself, won't it? I'll just maybe get a little cabin somewhere and be with my beautiful, beautiful children.
It's so weird that he looks so old, man. I can't believe how old he looks. This is crazy. It's crazy. Like, Russell Brand has been a truly, like, wild thing to watch over time.
Ariana tipped $15. Too bad.
Thank you. Thank you, Arian. I am getting off, but I am hanging out for just a little bit longer, so. But yeah, he's let's get some W's in chat for the $15 from Arian. Thank you, sir. But yeah, that's he's been an odd one, man. I remember, like, he first popped up in movies, and I remember when he was in movies, I thought he was like a musician that just was like maybe a popular musician that was in movies, but I guess not. And then he started doing his own talk show on MTV. Did any of you guys ever watch that? Did any of you guys ever watch his talk show on MTV? It was like a lot of it was about politics. Like that's mostly what it was about. And it was when he was way younger. Like this is when he was first getting into the limelight, and he got his own television show, which he was really funny. I think he was even doing stand-up comedy at the same time as well. I knew of him but never watched it. Like Get Him to the Greek, great movie. He did an excellent job in Get Him to the Greek. Really funny guy. He was actually really funny in comedy movies. He did a really good job, and I thoroughly enjoyed him in comedies. But his talk show on MTV was like watching a high homeless person just go through stream of conscious. Like that's literally what it was. And it was so unorganized, and he was always walking through the audience and just talking to random people in the audience and crap. It was just so crazy, dude. The whole thing was fucking wild. Let's see. What was I forgot his name. Fuck. What was Russell Brand's talk show called on MTV? Oh, it can't hear me. Okay, Google. What was Russell Brand's talk show called on MTV?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Okay. Russell Brand's talk show called One. I don't even know how to say that fucking word.
I interviewed him when he just brought out this book about addiction. I think it was called Recovery, and to be fair, I went to that interview preparing to loathe him. And he kept me waiting, and I'm a really rigorous timekeeper. So when was this? Is like 2017? 2018, yeah. End of 2017. And I remember him being late, and I remember having his own makeup room.
I know her. She looks really familiar to me. I know her from something, but I keep thinking she's like the wife from The Sopranos, and I know that's not who she is. But that's what I keep looking at her and thinking, isn't that the wife of The Sopranos?
And sort of thinking, oh my God, sort of what a narcissist. I hate people who do the power play thing by, making it a sort of an interviewer wait for no sort of apparent reason. And then, in truth, he walks into the room and he is mesmerising. He's funny, he's smart, he's linguistic, his language is magnetic, and he's charismatic.
He charmed you?
He did, to some extent. I mean, I still found myself taking out this idea of, oh, you're a victim of addiction, you're a victim of sex. Anyone who sleeps with 100 women a day, has sex with 100 women or whatever, can choose not to, right? So let's just get past the idea that is some terrible malady and illness. Of course he wasn't addicted.
Milady.
It's absolutely lovely. You're going to love this. Have a look.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
I've done the place up and that.
See, all of these are his interviews. I don't want to see his interviews. Katy Perry. Hello.
People. All right, it's time for a night I like to call For Pity's Sake Help Us. Tariq, hello mate. Now, you've got a question for Danny and Matt. What is that question, old bean?
Well, it's my girlfriend. She, many nights she goes to bed early.
Right.
And
I don't blame her, Tariq. You drive her there.
And I tend to like sneak over to the next room, and like I can't help myself but have a bash. Like,
have a little bash.
have a pedal, yeah.
Fair enough.
But I mean, I pretend that I'm playing PlayStation while she's asleep.
He pretends he's playing PlayStation when the only joystick he's touching is his own cock. You filthy little article. Danny, what do you recommend that Tariq does?
Is she quite a deep sleeper, the old woman?
Bro stole Amy Winehouse's gimmick. True. True. All right, let me see. I want to see if I can get the fucking game to work. And I have to like X out of a ton of stuff. To make it lag as little as possible. Yeah, earlier when I tried doing this game, so I've been talking to Catmere and them about trying to get this to work for a while. Apparently, I had the wrong Call of Duty on my system, and it's really annoying because when you search like Warzone on the player, it doesn't ever pop up with Warzone. Like, it just, you can search Warzone, but it's never gonna pull up Warzone, and so I looked up to see what game Warzone was on, and it told me it was on a different Call of Duty. So I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll go download that one then. And then I did, and yeah, now I actually have the right one. But before, for like the last couple of days, I've been trying to play it, and every time I would try to play it, it would crash as soon as I would hit play. And I showed you guys on stream the other day that like every time I click it, it would just crash immediately. But now I'm starting to realize, oh wait, it's probably not. It's probably just the wrong game. I probably can play it. I just need it to be on the right system, or on the right game. And so I'm gonna try to see if I can get it to work this time. Earlier when I pulled it up, it was lagging like crazy. Like, I was skipping all over the place, so. But it's also a lot harder to get stuff to work at the beginning of stream than it is later on in stream, so. Alright, so let's change some of the settings here. We're gonna have to change this as well. Or actually, let's just get rid of the. All right. Let's see if it'll load this time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Well, thank you very, very much.
Do I have to go through the training or something?
Last of the moles have gone to ground. Digging them out won't be easy.
Then you'll be
Oh,
happy
now
to hear the
it's
full might of
lagging.
the U.S. military is at your disposal.
Sims.
Words.
Holy shit. They're giving us the keys to the toy box?
Think of it as a welcome home present. So, where do we start?
All right. Let's get this shit. We should have a spooky movie night. Hey, we've been trying to get a good movie night lately. Is the audio too loud on the game? Do I need to turn it down? fuck? Stop. Stop with the fucking things. Get out the way. Alright, where's the settings? Oh my goodness, this is gonna kill me. I hate this game so much. Yeah, Call of Duty is the DEI version. Players plus bots? Preloading in progress. It's recommended to let it complete before joining a match. Oh, it's only at 56%. Shaders work alongside installed drivers and display adapters. Completing the preloading for game mode ensures smooth gameplay. Proceeding without completing this step may cause performance issues leading to lag, disconnections, and crashes. Well, yeah, it's just the global is at 39%. Yeah, I don't... Damn it. I mean, it'll all load later, right? So we should be okay. Do you dress up for Halloween? Me? I haven't done anything for Halloween in a long time. I can't remember the last time I did anything for Halloween. It was maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. I took my friends' kids trick-or-treating. And I did that most years. Because I went with Main Event's kids and took them trick-or-treating. But once I got like more into politics and podcasting and stuff like that, I lost all track of like, because at the time I was really into like sports as well. Back in the day, most of the video games that I played were all sports video games, and that was like the main thing that I played all the time, was just sports video games. I really liked the soccer games. Those are some of the funnest ones. My favorite's always been the basketball games. Those have always been my favorite games, like NBA 2K and NBA Live. But soccer and hockey games, there's something like special about those. Like, I don't know what it is, but when it comes to like the movements and passing the ball around and everything, there's something special about those games that I can't explain. But yes, like FIFA, I fucking love FIFA. It is addictive. It is addictive. I just got back from playing Call of Duty. Damn. Well, yeah, I'm waiting for it to load. It says that I need to wait for the drivers to load. So I figured I'd sit here for a little bit and talk to chat, but I don't know if I'm going to wait long enough. I've never been a big fan of the UFC games. But I don't know what it is. I can't explain what it is about FIFA and hockey. But there's something about those that is just different. It's like there's something special about those games, like passing the ball, like like in hockey, like passing the puck around in like fast motion and then like moving it and spinning around and shooting. Like there's something about it that is really special. But yeah, same with FIFA. Same with FIFA. Something about just like being able to pass it around and then like juke and everything. We got a soccer team here in Atlanta in, I think it was like 2019. And we had a hockey team here a couple of years, like 10 years before, called the Atlanta Thrashers. But because they didn't get enough support in Atlanta, they moved them. And we're like a pretty big sports city, but we're not die hard for our teams. So like the Atlanta Hawks, pretty big here, but nobody's a die hard Hawks fan. Falcons, pretty big sports team here, like huge. No, it's rare to find die hard Falcons fans though. Because everybody here in the South, they watch college games. UGA fans, diehard fans everywhere you go. Georgia Tech fans, diehard fans everywhere you go. Auburn, Alabama, diehard fans everywhere you go. Everybody here, they're not as big into the professional sports, which I've always liked professional sports. So I was a diehard Falcons fan. I've told stories about this numerous times. I still have PTSD from losing the Super Bowl. Like, and I know people think I'm joking when I say this. I'm literally not kidding. Like, I'm literally not kidding. I had like serious, like very, very real trauma. And I'm dead serious. Like, I'm not even fucking with you guys. Like, I'm not kidding. It's embarrassing that it was like that serious for me, but I had serious trauma from this. Yes, I've told this story a couple of times. It is very, very real. I am not joking when I talk about this. It is embarrassing. I think Atlantans have some built up trauma from that has not gotten out. And at some point, there's going to be a fucking riot when, when all of the anger from the Falcons versus Patriots is finally going to come out. Later, Gen X. Have a good night. But yeah, nobody's ever like really big pro sports fans. It's just very rare to find them. And the Thrashers were our hockey team, and they were a lot of fun to watch. They were one of the best teams in the NHL for a while. We had a guy, I forget what his name was, like I think it started with a K. Kalashevik, I think was his name. Kalashevik. And we had a great team. The Thrashers were really good, but they were just neglected. Nobody ever went to the games. Anytime you asked somebody, hey, have you ever been to a Thrashers game? Every time they're like, oh my goodness, what an experience. It's so much fun. Thrashers games are amazing. It's so much fun. But nobody ever went. And so they just weren't able to support themselves. And so eventually they had to move. They moved to a Canadian place. They just completely sold the team off, changed the name and everything. So when all of a sudden we got a soccer game, a soccer team, I listened to a sports radio station here all the time called 92.9 The Game. I listened to this all the time, and I would always call in and argue with the host. There was actually a day on Mondays that I was able to call in for 15 minutes every Monday and have a specific argument with a specific host every single Monday. And so there was like a period where I was supposed to call in and argue with them. And when we found out that we were going to get a professional soccer team, I called in numerous times and said, like, hey guys, you might not care about soccer all that much, but you're going to care when it leaves. You're going to care when it's not there anymore. Not all of us cared that much about hockey, but then when our hockey team left, we all cared. We were all very upset that we didn't even have the option, even though we never used that option to go. Once it was gone, we were all upset that we weren't able to go to the hockey games anymore. So when it comes to the soccer games, don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up like we did with the Thrashers. Let's go to these games. Let's support this team like it's a college football team. And the first year they had one of the highest ticket sales in the entire league. And the second year, me and my girlfriend went to a couple of the games. And holy moly. It really is an experience. It is one of the most amazing experiences to go to one of these games. Like, I'm telling you, it is. Preloading shaders completed for Warzone. All right, cool. It is one of the funnest. It is the best sporting event I've ever been to. Like going to the team's called Atlanta United, and that is the greatest sporting event I've ever been to. Many of our hockey players are Canadian. Many of your... Yeah, well, that's because we share a league with you guys. The National Hockey League is... The NHL is an American and Canadian league. But yes, that the Atlanta United games were some of the greatest sporting events I've ever been to in my life. The atmosphere is electric. People are on their feet the whole way through. Nobody sits down. There's chants. There's songs. It is amazing. And this is in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. There's a brand new stadium. Just massive stadium. I hope my mic isn't on the game. Yeah, fuck. Okay, I can hear these guys' mics. I need to maybe turn them off. Fuck. The game's starting now. Yeah, we can hear them the whole time. You guys can't hear me, can you? Okay.
Should have rolled something up real quick. But just smoke.
Yeah, anyways, soccer was pretty dope.
We're heading to the war zone. Get geared up. Stand by. Enemies dropping into the AR.
I gotta get used to this game again. I know that there's a way for... Oh, that's right. I have to push down on the analog. Okay, that's right. I kept thinking I was trying to move faster and it wouldn't let me. Yeah, if you gotta go to an Atlanta United game, or if you ever get a chance. They are some of the best games. And in that second season, they were the best team. They were by far the best team. It was like hands down, they were the best team. The second year in the league. The second year that this team even existed, they were by far the best team in the league. And
y'all gonna go about what we doing?
They were
Watch the skies.
where's my teammates?
Oh shit, they deep as fuck over here about. Oh hell no. They deep as fuck over there.
You guys from Pittsburgh?
I'm from Pittsburgh, yeah.
Requesting recon above.
Yeah, they were easily the best team in the league, and they won the championship in the end. And it was so exciting. Like, it was insanely exciting to watch this shit, and to go to the games and experience it in real time.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy soldier incoming. Hudson requesting LVBR. Hostile UAV in the area.
I need to get rid of this fucking gun.
Loadout drops on the way. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Oh, Shamari, put me some in there.
All these guns suck, dude.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. You have reinforcements inbound. Taking fire.
Yeah, we had a playoff system, and we won.
Reloading.
Yeah, we won in the playoffs. I can't remember what the name of the league is called. Alright, where are my teammates? Okay, there they are.
LVBR inbound. Enemy UAV is online. Your squad mates back on station. Good work. Enemy dropping into the AO. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Go get off. We lost track of the bounty target. Contract failed. You've got a loadout. Enemy dropping into the AO.
Last mag.
You have reinforcements inbound. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Hostile UAV in the area. Confirmed. We've located.
Fuck. Had to reload in the middle of that fucking shit. Oh yeah, I didn't put my armor on. I keep forgetting to do that. How do I put the... How do I hold Y to put armor on again?
I'm back up. You're getting another chance. Weapons free. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Oh shit.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. You're redeploying. Your squad's in the safe zone. You've got gas moving in. Moving. Enemy soldier incoming. Hostile UAV in the area. Remain. You're almost done here. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
That's crazy. On the reload.
You have reinforcements inbound. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Enemy UAV is online. Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, fuck.
Your squad mate eliminated the target. Reward drop is inbound.
Damn, good shit, Green. Good strike. You got the win.
On you.
I'm gonna fuck him behind you. I was about to say something, but it was too late.
Get ready. Resurgence window is about to
got
close.
you.
Fuck.
You were 1 of 2 remaining. Not bad. The enemy took
Run that back. It was deep as hell over there at fucking power weapon.
Is this a Call of Duty channel now? Yes. If you guys get popped, don't run in like a madman, because there was one more drop. Oh, was there? I thought... Are you sure? I thought they were done. I thought that was it. Because when it says, like, you're the last one, I thought that meant that it was over. Okay, so what are we doing? What, like, is it going to move on to another game? What the fuck is it doing here? I can't do anything. It tells you on screen how many there are, I think. Said one more. Okay, normally from back when I played, I thought that it only ever said you're the last one if you were out of if the time limit was up. No, there's not a number of times that you can come back. There's a timer. So the timer runs for about 10 minutes, and then after 10 minutes, you don't get to respawn anymore. And so it's not about like a number of times that you get to redeploy. It's once the time limit is up, you don't get to deploy anymore. This is Resurgence, so I'm pretty sure. Is it in any round? Okay. So what is going on here? Am I just stuck? Like, do I have to X out of the fucking game? Is it frozen or some shit? What is happening? Oh. Okay. It just wasn't on the game for some reason. Oh, it's because I clicked on the chat. Yeah, it's because I pulled up a chat at the bottom to where... Well, I went 2 and 3 in that one, so that wasn't so bad. I haven't played this game in like 3 years, so... I don't want to play ranked matches, but if you guys want to come on and play, I'm happy to have other people on. But you gotta come now. And I want to play Resurgence. I don't really care about like fucking Warzone or any of that shit. I really only like Resurgence. Okay. Is this the right? No, this is it.
be individually considered for alignment with our current.
I really want to see the hearings coming up soon on the what do you call it? The fucking social media companies. I might like actually like get on super early for that one, because that'll definitely be something to watch.
Ruck up, you're headed to the war zone.
Loading.
I'm missing the doors by a mile every time I try to run into the doors. I don't remember. Before I could have sworn I can just like sprint into them and they would open, but it's not doing that. They're not opening. Okay, Google, left lamp off.
All right, turning the left lamp off.
Policies, which are strengthening law enforcement and protecting victims.
Okay, I gotta turn this fucking audio down.
Appeal a grant termination, consistent with the rules, by writing to the Assistant Attorney General. Of the 5,800 discretionary grants that were reviewed, only 376, approximately 7%, were terminated. So far, OJT has turned back on 18 awards. 17 appeals have been denied, and the rest are actively being reviewed, with decisions expected soon.
Good job, dude. Harbor it is.
Has had a negative impact on law enforcement.
I got somebody on me.
Affirmative. We know that drugs and crimes are very much a part of immigration enforcement, so these attacks are clearly off the mark. Explain your view of these misguided assertions.
Chairman, every day our FBI, DEA, ATF, and now U.S. Marshals working on a task force with Homeland Security are out there keeping Americans safe and getting illegal aliens out of our country, many of whom have committed violent crimes in this country. Our agents will continue to fight violent crime in this country, working hand in hand. One example is right here in Washington, D.C. We have the D.C. Task Force that has been incredibly successful. We are so proud of the work that has done. We have been working hand in hand with the local officials here in D.C., and we are very proud of that work. And we're taking that into Tennessee and around this country to
we
keep
got to
Americans safe.
together.
Coming back right now.
As I said about Arctic frost, but we had
We
this
got enough of
recent
Lodi already, dude.
revelation
Yeah, we did.
yesterday of my Republican senators being targeted by
Hey, yo, Yellow, drop your money real quick. Talk about Lodi. Y'all drop your money. Talk about Lodi.
Arctic frost.
How do I drop my money again?
In context with widespread government weaponization against Trump and conservatives in the last decade, the conduct's arguably is worse than Watergate. So I got two questions along this line. How many Department of Justice and FBI personnel have been held accountable?
Hey,
for
don't
their
push up there. Don't
partisan
push up there. Don't push up there yet.
Questionable conduct, and what was their punishment? If you could
This
give
nigga
us
gonna take my money and everything, bro. Buy loadout.
Since there's so many
Buy the loadout.
people that fall into this category.
Gotta be careful when you give it.
Yes, sir. Yes, Chairman.
So you want to answer that?
I read the ammo box. Like,
Yes, the exact number I can answer in writing. Yes.
Was Attorney
Oh,
General
what the fuck?
on the same subject, was Attorney General Garland, Director Wray, and/or President Biden's White House aware of the FBI targeting Republican senators? Did they approve it? Now Now, let's be clear, either they knew and allowed it to happen, or they didn't know.
Why would he jump down?
Behind
me, behind me.
Jack Smith's runaway case.
Chairman Grassley, that's what we've been talking about when we refer to the weaponization of government.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Operation Arctic Cross was an
I don't have any loadout set. So.
undemocratic abuse of power.
How many?
During Arctic Cross, the FBI also placed 92 linked Republican individuals and Republican groups, such as Charlie Kirk's Turning Point, on their list. This is the kind of conduct that shattered the American people's faith in our government, as I said in my opening statement. We are ending this weaponization. Our FBI is targeting violent criminals, child predators, and other lawbreakers, not sitting senators who happen to be wrong political parties. Several of your colleagues sitting at this dais were targeted, and others.
They're gonna have to be.
We will continue to stop that throughout the justice system. That is ultimate weaponization of government.
Have you sought grand jury secrecy?
There's a sniper up there.
All of documents can be produced to Congress, and if not, do you plan to do that?
Chairman Grassley, I will be working directly with Director Patel on this issue. And there's not much more we can say about the issue for obvious reasons at this time.
Public Safety Officers Benefit Program, PSOB, provides benefits to law enforcement.
Yo, Jimmy, don't push those, because they could be right at the top.
Killed in the line of duty.
Right there.
Family members may also benefit.
Got him.
Oversight and a government accountability.
Got another one.
Taken thousands of days.
Changing back.
Up top. He's up top. He's up top. There you go. There you go, baby. There you go. There you go. With disrespectful ways. Two more coming. By the government. Question number 1 and 2 on this area, but I'll start just with 1. What actions have been taken to hold DOJ officials accountable for their failures to manage the program and treat applicants with respect?
I got the bridge. He's on top of it. He go on top.
Chairman Grassley, as stated earlier, there have been many terminations from the Department of Justice, and we stand by all of those. Many of those are subject to active litigation.
This
Department of Justice will treat everyone as citizens of this country. Please reach out to us with any
How many are there?
cases.
Hey, yo, teammate, I need one purge come. I need one purge come up with me.
If you'll provide that information, that was my second
The other one just flew in. Now it's 2 up top. 2 up top. It's some
on which side?
UAV.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Regarding the initial FBI
teammate, I need y'all. I say if I say come out, come out.
That document.
Oh my God.
Text messages, 2 audio
Just get the UAV right now because y'all let them down.
financial records that allegedly approved of
Yeah, she's cool in the dog. I'm supposed to be having 9 kills. I'm gonna go back to my loadie. Hey, just go get your loadie. Just go get your loadie.
Made any effort to
I don't have a good
determine
loadout.
whether
I'm
these
not.
records existed. He answered
I thought I
What
got a loadout.
steps
I'll give you a
have been
loadout.
taken
I ain't gonna lie. I
determine
gotta
whether these records
make
exist
more.
one way or another. This matter
I would have
will
made
be
more
put to
low.
rest.
Chairman Grassley, I know
I'm gonna
Director
head up
Patel
there.
is
I'm gonna head up
working
there.
hard on this with the members of the
Just hold them.
FBI.
Just hold them up there. I'm gonna come up. I'm gonna come back up there.
So we don't know if these records exist, or you just
The
can't
whole
say
team
that.
up there now.
I don't want to discuss any of that.
We have to stay together. We have to stay together now. We have to stay together.
The Intelligence Surveillance Act includes a safeguard to prevent political weaponization. The reauthorization mandated certain members and their staffs shall be entitled to any proceedings of the FISA court. Former Biden DOJ Assistant Olson drafted a privacy agreement that allowed the department to hide information from Congress during FISA proceedings. Matt Olson made a career of
there's a loadout from you. You have a good
President Trump
loadout.
and his allies, so it's not surprising that he would attempt to hinder congressional oversight and cover up for the Biden regime. I want to make sure that you get rid of the ridiculous.
Hey, yo, Jimmy, I need, wait, Jimmy, I need that.
I'm already here.
We will notify you, Chairman.
Yeah, I've been up here.
Thank you.
All right, we gotta be up here somewhere.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, let me ask you this question. Were you consulted by the White
They
House
pushed the prison.
before they
on
deployed
prison roof, shooting over here.
troops to cities in the United States?
Yeah.
I am not going to discuss any internal conversations with the White House.
You won't even say whether you talked to the White House about this?
I am not going to discuss
gotta get out
any
of the
internal
door.
conversations with the White
Pick 'em
House
up.
with you, Chair.
I noticed that. What's the secret? Why do you want to keep this secret? The American people don't know the rationale behind the deployment of National Guard troops in my state. The word is, and I think it's been
This is the first time I
confirmed by
died.
the White House, they are going to transfer Texas National Guard units to the state of Illinois. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, Chairman, as you shut down the government, you voted to shut down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you loved Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect your citizens, President Trump will.
Been on this committee for more than 20 years. That's the kind of testimony you expect from this administration. A simple question as to whether or not they had a legal rationale for deploying National Guard troops becomes grounds for a personal attack. I think it's a legitimate question. It's my responsibility. She refuses to answer as to whether she had any conversation with the White House about deploying National troops in that state. That's an indication, I'm afraid, where we are. Let me ask you another question. I want to, if you will, make sure we can engage you.
What the fuck just happened?
You testified under oath when you asked before this committee, before your appointment to Attorney General, you had served as a representative of some sort for the royal family of Qatar. There was an issue that came before you in May when President
My
Trump
guys were kind of
accepted a
fucking
$400
stupid.
million luxury jet from the royal family
I'm not gonna lie.
for temporary use as Air Force.
My guys were kind of dumb. Like, I was trying to follow them, but they would say, like, let's go upstairs, and then I'd go upstairs, and they're all downstairs. Or they'd say, don't push, and I, like, there's a sniper, don't push. I already killed the fucking sniper. Let's go. But I don't, like, I can't talk to them. They can't hear me, so I guess they don't know. But, like, yeah, I'm trying to, or they're saying, you know, you saw there was a guy sneaking up behind them, and I'm watching this guy just sneak up behind them. I'm like, motherfucker, I gotta parachute down and save their fucking asses right now. This is so stupid. Also, it is what I said. It's by rounds. As long as one of the guys is alive, you'll redeploy. Okay. Maybe you're right. I could have sworn that it was like once everything starts closing, you no longer redeploy, but maybe I'm wrong.
I want to thank the countries that helped me put this together. Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and so many others. So many people fought so hard. This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down in concrete. Very importantly, I look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents and having some of the hostages, unfortunately, you know the condition they're in, come home likewise to their parents because their parents wanted them just as much as though that young man or young woman were alive. So I just want to let you know that this is a very special day. maybe unprecedented in
You're
many
very
ways.
special.
It is
We love you.
unprecedented.
Please go home now.
But thank you all, and thank you all to those great countries that helped. We were given a tremendous amount of help. Everybody was unified in wanting this war to end and seeing peace in the Middle East. And we're very close to achieving that. Thank you all, and everybody will be treated fairly.
Today marks 2 years since Hamas-led militants launched a major attack on Israel, killing around 1,200
Dang, it's only been 2 years.
Civilians and abducting 251 others. The attacks plunged the region into an ongoing war which has killed more than 67,000
Feels like it's been so much longer than that.
Most of them civilians, according to the enclave's Hamas-run health ministry. But now there are hopes that a deal to bring the conflict to an end and secure the release of remaining hostages just might be within reach. Israel and Hamas negotiators are set to continue indirect talks in Egypt today over a U.S. proposed peace plan. We've got team coverage for you on this morning. CBS News foreign.
They actually got a peace deal? No. So I don't know if you saw. Maybe you weren't here for this, but Trump and Netanyahu came out and said that they were making a peace deal for Gaza, but it was just Trump and Netanyahu. So they didn't bring anybody from the they didn't bring any like representation for Gaza at all. They just did it by themselves. And how do you like zoom? Like how do you do the sprint dive again? I thought it was just pushing down, but yeah, they didn't have any representation for Gaza, and they just came out and said, we made a peace deal. So we just want to congratulate everybody on our awesome peace deal. Thank you so much to everybody for our awesome peace deal. Push forward. I thought it was pushed down and forward, but maybe it is just push forward. But yeah, they didn't actually do anything. Like, they didn't achieve anything. They didn't get anything. They just came up with a deal that gives Israel pretty much everything that they want and gives Gaza nothing. They don't give up any land. They don't, they make Hamas give up all of their,
All set, mark! Enemy soldier incoming.
Wait, where the fuck is my teammates?
Moving here. Hostile UAV in the area.
Oh, no. No one ever uses like the signs. Like I'm like marking all of the people on the other team. I'm marking where we should go. I'm marking, like, nobody uses any of the fucking shit. It's so annoying. What the fuck? I thought that was a joke, dude. I thought that was a fucking joke.
Visual on buy station. Reloading. Never mind. Enemy UAV is online. Stand for 10. Win this thing. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. Down enemy spotted. Someone else got them. Enemy UAV
UAV overhead. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Got movement.
Eyes on enemy. Your squad's in the safe zone. Gas is moving. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Contact! Searching armor. Got movement. Adding armor. Mark the target. Searching armor.
Enemy UAV is online.
Making effective fire.
No fly here.
Revenge. Go get it. Changing the cells. Die here. Well. Switching mags.
You've got a loadout drop inbound. Enemy dropping into the AO.
I don't know. I just have like all the default settings on. Fucking shit.
Swapping mags. Movement here.
Did anybody see what my kills were in the last one? My kill to death ratio? I thought it was like 3 to 1 or 4 to 1.
Switching mag.
Enemy soldier incoming.
So it's literally like last time? Well, it's like last time with the Russians, yeah.
Get after it.
It's pretty much the same thing that they did with the fucking Russians.
Got movement.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
Never mind. I am down.
Oh my goodness. Wow. That was fucking slick, dude. That was fucking slick. Holy shit.
Gas is closing in.
Wow. Nice. Well, no, I remember before this, with Israel leaving out Palestinian representation at the negotiations, which fueled anger. Maybe, I don't remember that happening with Israel-Palestine, but...
Moving here.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy advanced UAV overhead. Enemy dropping into the AO. Hostile UAV in the area. fire sale active. Buy
Disregard
station
that.
prices have been reduced. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Enemy UAV overhead.
Got movement.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Disregard that.
Enemy UAV is online. Enemy soldier incoming. Resurgence is about to end. Make it count. Enemy airstrike in the area. Get to the safe zone. Gas is inbound. Enemy deployed. Watch the sky.
Fuck.
Hostile UAV in the area. Fire sales done.
Is that Little Red Riding Hood that shot you? I think so. Earlier I killed fucking Beavis.
Correspondent Remy Inocencio is tracking ceasefire talks from our London bureau. But let's begin with CBS News reporter Haley Ott, who's following commemorations in Israel. Good morning, Haley. Some hostages have been released over the years, but more remain. So how are Israelis marking today?
Good morning, Errol. We're here in Hostage Square, which has been a gathering place for Israelis since that attack 2 years ago. Events are organized for later in the day, but even now, it's mid-afternoon here.
What the fuck?
People have been stopping by to visit with one another and offer one another support. Today is a very sad day here. Everyone we've spoken to can't believe it's been 2 years since the October 7th attack, and that there are Israeli hostages who have been in captivity for that entire time, 48 in total, around 20 of whom are believed to still be alive. For many Israelis, their main priority is getting those hostages home and ending the war. And some people are really frustrated with the Israeli government for not doing more to secure a deal to do that earlier. We spoke to one former hostage, Ohad Ben-Ami, at his now destroyed home in Kibbutz Be'eri, one of the communities that was hit the hardest on October 7th 2 years ago. He was abducted and held in Hamas tunnels. In February, after 491 days in captivity, he was released as part of a limited hostage and prisoner exchange. He told us now, 2 years after the October 7th attack, that he's deeply hopeful for a deal that would bring the remaining hostages home. Here's what he had to say.
I'm here with you and I speak and I talk, but in my mind, I'm down there. So until they won't come back on the 48,
Damn.
I cannot live.
I thought he was gonna fucking clutch that
I'm
shit.
hostage. I'm a free man, but not in my soul.
Ben-Ami said that only when all the remaining hostages are back will he be able to start to heal. Errol?
Wow, remarkable. Haley, thank you very much. We jump now to our Remy Inocencio in London. Remy,
I had one game where I got like...
Talks are scheduled to continue in Egypt today, but what are the real prospects of an actual deal?
I think it was like 12 kills in the last round by myself. Just like, I was the last person on my team and got like 12 kills and won the fucking game. And
this comes from a report from Egypt's
there's only like a handful of times that I've ever won. I won Warzone one time in pairs.
Owned by
Me and
state intelligence, thereby seen as lending some kind of credibility to that positivity.
I can't remember who my teammate was. I think it was Blizza. Blizza's in the chat sometimes. There's some highlights that I have on
delegations, mediators
on here.
back and forth, delivering questions.
showing Warzone, but I
can see on your
had a
screen
couple
there
that I
some of the players, the major players.
there was one that
the
was
right,
just this
Steve Witkoff,
beautiful
US
fucking
Middle East
shot
envoy,
with a
Jared
sniper
Kushner, Trump's
where
number one advisor, the Hamas lead
the guy
negotiator in the Middle East
just came running out and I'm shooting him and then I hit him like 3 times and then I run out of bullets and he's running right at me and I switch to my sniper and he drops and slides and as he slides I just aim just a little bit in front of him and blew his fucking head off. The last kill. It's I've got that highlight on YouTube somewhere.
Watching all of this from Washington, and he said he was, quote, pretty sure a peace deal is possible. Take a listen.
All right, this might be the last game that I play before going to bed.
And I think Hamas now has been, all I can say is they've been fine. They've been fine. I hope it's going to continue that way. I really think we're going to have a deal. We have a really good chance of making a deal, and it'll be a lasting deal. We're going to have peace.
But there is no peace today, and Israeli bombing of the Strip does continue from yesterday into this morning. If a deal is
just freeze.
Israel and Hamas would immediately cease fighting. Hamas would then release its hostages. Israel would release something like up to 2,000 Palestinian detainees, and then aid would start flowing back in. But after that, that is where issues get more sensitive.
They fucking froze.
Israel wants Hamas to disarm. Hamas wants Israel to fully withdraw, and Hamas also wants to have some kind of voice in some future governments, but those are red lines for the opposite side. We do know that time is ticking. The pressure is on.
I was going to try to edit my loadout.
Let's move fast, or else all bets are off. And Netanyahu said that it would be confined to a few days maximum. And Errol, that would of course imply a deal has to be reached sometime this week.
All right, I know you'll keep watching that closely. Rami, thank you.
It's 6:15. Today marks 2 years since the Hamas-led October 7th attack on Israel.
1,200 people were killed and militants kidnapped 250 others. 48 of them remain in Gaza today as hostages. Israel responded with an intense military assault the same day.
Since then, Israeli military attacks have killed over 66,000 people and destroyed much of the enclave. Today, delegations from Israel and Hamas are in Egypt negotiating a ceasefire deal.
This morning marks 2 years since the horror of October 7th, when thousands of Hamas militants stormed into Israel, massacring nearly 1,200 people, taking 251 hostage. Udi Goren's cousin, Tal Haimi, died defending his kibbutz. His body is one of those being held in Gaza.
This barbarism, this hatred that just flowed in uncontrollably. This was, it really was just the worst of humanity.
Like so many families, he hopes the talks between Israel and Hamas will end the war and bring their loved ones home. Phase 1 of the US brokered plan would see the immediate release of all 48 remaining hostages, 20 believed to be alive. Palestinian prisoners would be released and Israeli troops partially withdraw. But a key sticking point could come in Phase 2, which demands Hamas disarm and relinquish control of Gaza. But President Trump optimistic about the chances of success.
We're going to have a Gaza deal, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Growing numbers of Israelis now demanding an end to the war and the return of the hostages, among them the bodies of 2 Americans, Omar Nutra and Itai Chen. The deal could also bring an end to the suffering in Gaza. More than 67,000 Palestinians killed in this war, according to the Hamas-run health ministry. Human rights groups saying many are now suffering from famine, something Israel denies. Our team witnessing the suffering up close. 2-year-old Farazia Kabat dying of starvation Monday, according to local doctors. His father, Mustafa, told by doctors that his son hadn't survived after being admitted to the ICU just 5 days earlier. Millions of Palestinians and Israelis now desperate for a deal to finally end what's been a long living nightmare.
Well, those talks are now into their second day. The Qatari Foreign Minister just speaking, saying they lasted 4 hours yesterday. Everyone feels that it's still on track.
What the
hoping
fuck?
A deal by the end of the week. Michael?
Yeah, we all hope for that. Thank you so much, Ian.
2 years since Hamas...
No shot, dude. No fucking shot, dude. No way.
Igniting the war in
No way, dude.
this day. The Gaza Health Ministry says more than 66,000...
It didn't fix itself. I had to like X out of it and go back, or not X out of it, but I moved off of it and moved back in.
Proposal from President Trump, Hamas would release 48 hostages, 20 of whom are believed to be alive. Israel would release nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners in exchange. President Trump says he is hopeful for an agreement on phase 1 of the deal this week.
Well, today marks the second anniversary of the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel and the war that emerged as a result of it. Both sides appear to inch closer to a peace deal to end the hostilities. President Trump says he hopes there will be an agreement on phase 1 as early as this week. The ceasefire talk reportedly is centering on prisoner exchanges. It comes as Jews around the world gather to mourn those who died 2 years ago today during those attacks. Hamas militants have killed around 1,200 people, mostly civilians, including women, children, and older adults.
I hope that the new deal, the hostages to come back and celebrate at last peace in the Middle East.
Now, under Trump's proposal, Israel would release nearly 2,000 Palestinians in exchange for Hamas freeing 48 hostages, 20 of whom are believed to be alive.
541, today marks 2 years since the Hamas-led attack on Israel, an assault that killed about 1,200 people and saw militants kidnap around 250 others. 48 of those are still believed to be held in Gaza. Israel responded with a massive military offensive that same day.
Over the past 2 years, Israeli strikes have killed more than 66.
Wasted. I think you're like 30 seconds behind on it, because every time you say something, it's like I think even maybe more than 30 seconds.
Those strikes as genocide. Today, delegations from Israel and Hamas are meeting in Egypt, hoping to negotiate a ceasefire.
This morning, critical talks continue in Egypt as Israel and Hamas work towards a possible peace deal. President Trump saying he remains optimistic on the second anniversary of the October 7th attacks.
I really think we're going to have a deal. We have a really good chance of making a deal, and it'll be a lasting deal. We want to have peace.
President Trump says he hopes there will be an agreement on phase 1 as early as this week. The ceasefire talks reportedly centering on prisoner exchanges. Under Trump's proposal, Israel would release nearly 2,000 Palestinians in exchange for Hamas freeing 48 hostages, 20 of whom are believed to be alive. It comes as Jews around the world gather to mourn those who died 2 years ago today during the attacks. Hamas militants killing some 1,200 people, mostly civilians, including women, children, and older adults.
I hope that the new deal, the hostages to come back and celebrate at last peace in the Middle East.
Overnight, Israelis gathering at the site of the Nova Music Festival, where 400 were killed and dozens abducted. Now, a memorial to those who were lost. But across Israel, the country is deeply divided, with weekly mass protests against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's leadership.
It's like an open wound. The hostages, I really can't believe it's been almost 2 years. It's been 2 years that they are not at home.
In Gaza, this Palestinian mother gave birth to twins on November 2023. She says her fear is that negotiations will fail. According to Gaza's health ministry, which is controlled by Hamas, the Palestinian death toll in the war is more than 67,000.
My teammates are fucking idiots.
And this afternoon, President Trump is set to welcome former hostage Idan Alexander to the White House, the last American killed by Hamas. Nicole D'Antonio, ABC News, Washington.
I hate my fucking team right now. These people are so fucking stupid. What up, Only Fools?
Good morning. This is Horizon's Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. Crisis in France. President Emmanuel Macron gives outgoing Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu 48 hours to negotiate with rival parties, and a last-ditch effort to prevent the country from falling deeper into crisis. U.S. President Donald Trump opens the door to a possible shutdown impasse, saying he would negotiate with Democrats on healthcare subsidies, but only once the government reopens. And as the war in Gaza hits the 2-year mark, indirect talks between Israel and Hamas get underway in Egypt, and what is seen as the most optimistic moment for diplomacy yet in the devastating conflict. It's just gone 8 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Dubai. Well, once again, so much going on globally. We walked in yesterday. We were talking about political developments in Japan. That was a catalyst for equities there. Very strong performance and handover from Nikkei overnight, ending the session up 4%. But then, of course, attention turned to whatever was happening in Europe with the resignation of the Prime Minister, who's only been in that position for about a month now, once again throwing into doubt what happens with future leadership in France and whether or not parliamentary elections are actually on the table. So we're going to be talking about that throughout the course of the show. But I will say, for markets, there's been one theme and one theme only, not just AI, but chip makers. Yesterday, huge story came through, another deal inked between AMD and OpenAI. So OpenAI obviously did that big deal with NVIDIA a couple of weeks ago, now also inking a deal with AMD. The stocks soared.
I think there's only 2 of us even on my team now.
What has that meant? Well, globally, it has meant that every other chip maker, anything.
Damn, that's rough, dude. That's fucking rough.
So that's a big theme for global markets. Continues to play out, not just in the US, but also in the Asian session as well. Lots of momentum going into semiconductors and its chips. Today, futures are tilting towards the red, down 0.8%. NASDAQ, similar amount. That I will say for the S&P, we've seen 7 straight positive sessions in a row. So remember, the U.S. is in the middle of a shutdown. It has had no impact whatsoever on where the S&P has been going, because day after day after day, it's been green. Same for the NASDAQ. The USD actually, also surprisingly, since the beginning of the shutdown, it's actually more positive. So who would have thought a U.S. shutdown, political standoff there would be positive for the greenback? That is what has transpired over the last couple of sessions. The dollar is about 0.4% firmer in the last 5 days. And then 10-year yields, you'll see in the U.S. up at 4.15, taking their cue from global fixed income markets, which have been repricing higher, not least JGBs and France. Speaking of France, switching over, I do just want to point out, taking a step back, the massive underperformance that we've seen for the CAC 40, for the French index versus other global indices. This is quite clear. It shows you S&P, up 26% over the course of, well, this is what time horizon is this? Almost a 1-year time horizon. You've got Euro stocks up 9%, but then clearly underperforming there is the CAC 40, which is basically flat over the past year, and tells you that since the beginning of all of these political gyrations, investor money has not gone into the French index, despite the fact, by the way, and this is an important statistic to note, 80% of earnings for CAC 40 companies are derived from overseas. That being said, nobody really wants to be buying the French index here. Okay, let's move on and talk about markets in Asia. Min Lo is in our Hong Kong studio. What is going on the day after that very big climb in the Nikkei yesterday?
I got 1 kill, I think, on a person who just didn't even...
The regional benchmark here.
Yeah, it was just 2 of us. It was just 2 of us. And I couldn't, I couldn't figure out where the fuck my teammate was ever going. He just would never, go to a place. And so I had to keep... Everywhere I went, he was... I was getting shot. I don't know if you saw. I was getting shot from 2 different places. I was getting shot from the boat and from up there. All right. I will be back on tomorrow. Or later tonight. So yeah. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Spartacus says. L8ER Foo. Tyleru Wellness says. Much love all. Have a blessed one all. Wasted Design says. Call of Foolery. Spartacus says. OTDS. Wasted Design says. Farts. Spartacus says. Patriots, America needs your help in 2028, make the right choice and vote Hunter Biden and Hog 2028, make America hard again. Wasted Design says. Now we're cooking with wood.